Hello everyone, welcome to Brussels, the third act of our three-day drama here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm your host, Rich Hagan, sitting alongside Hall of Famers Mr. Louis Scott Vargas and Randy Buehler, about to mark your card for what could be an epic confrontation down the stretch. So here we go, guys. We're almost at the quarterfinal stage. Luis, what are you most looking forward to today?
Watching Shota play.
Right, that's easy enough.
Easy answer.
Right, one of the greats, piloting a great deck of pedigree blue-black control. Randy, how about you?
I'm looking forward to dragons. I want to watch Shota play too, but maybe he'll play some dragons. 29 dragon cards in this top 8, and that doesn't even count Ugin, and you probably are supposed to count Ugin. I mean, he is a giant spirit. Okay, 35 dragons in this top 8, blowing away the previous high water mark for any Pro Tour in the almost 100 that there have been.
Yep, throughout the weekend we have been tracking the dragons in the feature match area. Why don't we show you how we got to here 78 overnight in the feature match area. Will we hit the 3 figures? I think we very well could. All right, let's show you the brackets for the top 8 here this morning, and we'll mark your card for what you can expect from us over the next few hours. We begin with our first quarterfinal, and that's down the bottom there, the Netherlands' Thomas Hendricks with Green Devotion up against Adrian Sullivan of the United States with blue-black control. We will then move up the bracket 1, and you will get Martin Dang with his red aggro deck up against the Abzan controlling-ish deck of Marco Camiluzzi of Italy. Our third quarterfinal, we go to the top of the bracket for you. You'll see Andrei Strasky of the Czech Republic, the 19-year-old, with Green Devotion against Andrew Oltrager, the 8th seed from the United States with blue-black control. And then the clash that we can't wait for, but we'll have to, Jason Chung of New Zealand with red-green dragons up against what's starting to look like a pretty warm favorite here in the building, Shota Yasuoka of Japan with blue-black control. So that's what's coming your way here in our quarterfinals. You'll see every turn of every game, just one at a time. We see it all through. And why don't we take a look then? Let's get into our first quarterfinal, and let's take a look at Adrian Sullivan of the United States. He's 38 years of age now, and this is his first Pro Tour. Lifetime earnings are about to go up by a lot. He's got 2 Grand Prix top 8 separated by 15 years, 1999, Memphis, and then Chicago last year. Known as a theorist, a deck builder, great at standard, and here you see 6-2-2 in there, 6-0 in Booster Draft. Let's take a look at his main deck, and Luis, he's blue-black control. Talk to us about Adrian Sullivan's list.
This list is built so that Adrian really never has to tap out on his turn. Even one of his sweepers, Perilous Vault, which he's playing over Crux of Fate, he's got only 1 copy of Crux because he has ways to tutor for it like Liliana Vest, but Perilous Vault's a card he can pay for 4 mana with 3 mana up to counter. Next turn, use it, still have 3 mana up to counter. It fits the curve perfectly. He's just building towards Dig Through Times, casting Ugin the Spirit Dragon. It's a very, very control-ish deck. It's, you know, the only way to win is Ugin or Ashiok, so it's not really looking to close out the game.
There are a bunch of blue-black control lists in the top 8 and that were around the top tables. Is there anything that the viewers should be looking out for that makes this list distinctly Sullivan's?
Well, it's got no dragons in it, besides Ugin.
Right.
He's not playing the Silumgar Scorn Foul Tongue Invocation package, which is a big incentive to play a lot of dragons in your deck, and that's what Shota did, and that's what Andrew did as well. So Adrian, has gone with the no creature plan, with leaving the 2 mana counterspell and the 3 mana edict on the side, instead just going with a more traditional removal spells, card draw, and ways to kill your opponent's creatures.
Obviously, the metagame is entirely different once you get down to just these 8 decks. So it served him fantastically well to bring him here. But when he went home last night and looked at his list, is he going to be happy with the 75 that he's chosen coming into today?
I would assume so. He's obviously done well in the tournament so far. And his first matchup, he's not playing against a particularly fast deck, where I think that even though the red-green devotion deck is capable of explosive starts, I think the way Adrian's deck is set up, he doesn't really want dragons against this deck. His dragons are just not going to beat the other dragons. So,
Randy, briefly, just from your perspective, your take on Sullivan's list.
It's old school. It's draw go. I think Luis's analysis is exactly correct. He just never wants to tap out. And the other thing here is that Adrian, over the years, has always had this history of playing cards that are maybe not the most powerful cards, but they're in there for specific reasons that he understands exactly why he has exactly this somewhat non-traditional card. And that's why you see such a big pilot difference. Like, he's able to pilot this deck better than any of his teammates could, and it's because of those sort of, idiosyncratic card choices that really give him an edge when he knows exactly why they're there and how to deploy them.
Right. Well, Randy mentioned his teammates there. I can tell you that one of his teammates from Team Ultra Pro is waiting across the studio for us in the capable hands of Brian David Marshall. He's yet another Hall of Famer. It's Bob Marr.
It's Brian David Marshall here. Yeah, there's a lot of Hall of Fame bling in the room. Bob Marr, this is the second Pro Tour in a row your team, now called Team Ultra Pro, has placed someone into the top 8. You have had a very good tournament. You got 2 top 16s, multiple players in the next sort of rung below that. But talk to me about playtesting with Adrian Sullivan. He was your pre-tournament pick. I said, who's going to do well for your team, that maybe we're not expecting, and you said Adrian Sullivan.
So as you mentioned, the last 2 tournaments, us having a person in the top 8, it's shown me, I've always kind of known, but it's shown me again how important just a prodigious amount of preparation really pays off at the Pro Tour. I would say for the last Pro Tour, our most prepared person was Justin Cohen. And while Justin Cohen was incredibly prepared for this Pro Tour again, Adrian Sullivan just did an incredible amount of work, and it has really paid off for him here. Playtesting with Adrian, he was my pre-tournament pick. He works his blue-black deck with all of his interesting choices like none of the rest of us could pull off.
Yeah, you said you were not able to get the same results out of blue-black from any other member of your team, and that includes you, that includes Paul Rietzel, that includes Sam Black, and in fact you had some testing matchups where Adrian was on both sides of a matchup. Talk about that.
Yeah, so we were even just playtesting a beatdown deck against blue-black control, and Adrian was piloting the beatdown deck, and I think in our 10-game set went 7-3, and Adrian was just kind of, frustrated. Let's just switch decks. He switches decks, and he goes 8-2 with the blue-black control deck. He just showed an incredible understanding of everything that's important in that matchup, even to the point that Sam Black said to me he's never seen a playtesting session change so much due to this specific pilot. We have some other very, very competent people on our team, and none of us just sitting next to Adrian could get the same results. Or when we're playtesting, Adrian sitting over our shoulder, at least I was at his house playtesting the blue-black deck, and he's just sitting behind me. Every turn, he was telling me what I had done wrong, and I was doing something wrong every turn.
That's not a position you're used to being in.
And I love control decks. I love old school draw-go decks. He's just really great at what he does with this deck. And he top 8'd a GP with a white-blue control deck. Now he's top 8'd the PT with a black-blue control deck. And he's really kind of specialized in this space, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, we talked about at the desk a little bit unusual card choices. In his white-blue control deck, he was known for playing Quicken. Yeah. In his blue-black control deck, he's got the main deck Ether Spouts, and he's not playing the Dragons and Silmgor Scorn. What is it about Adrian that leads him down sort of the side paths of deck construction?
His side paths always lead to a lot of flexibility. He's always been given a hard time about having a fun of in his deck. His deck lists are always full of one of this, one of that, one of the other. And Adrian very accurately understands when he draws those one-ofs what different paths it opens up. And since there's only one of all of these different cards, his opponents can't necessarily play around these new paths that are opening up for Adrian that kind of only he knows about.
Okay. Well, I know Adrian is getting ready to play right now, so I'm going to let you get to the rail and watch, and we're going to send it back to the news desk and then onto the feature match to watch Adrian Sullivan play against Thomas Hendricks.
Thanks very much to BDM. Well, why don't we take a look at the profile for Thomas Hendricks of the Netherlands. He's going to be playing Green Devotion. This is his first Pro Tour top 8. He has a Grand Prix top 8 to his name. That was Grand Prix Antwerp in 2013. And at his one and only previous Pro Tour, he went 10-6. That was Born of the Gods. And he was part of the Netherlands World Magic Cup team last year in Nice. Went 7-2-1 in Standard, 5-1 in Booster Draft. And Randy, if we take a look at his deck, he's playing Green Devotion. There's his list. Talk us through it.
Yeah, there's 2 copies of this Green Devotion deck in the top 8. They're both splashing red, which is a little bit of an upset. I think Green-White Devotion was thought to be the best way to build the Green Devotion deck coming into the tournament, but a couple of Cabin Crew guys have different twists on it. Hendrix is the more straightforward of the twists, right? The red splashes for Dragon Lord of Tarkir. He's got Pelucranos, Hornet Queen, sort of all the things you'd want to power out with Nykthos. Shaman of the Forgotten Ways is, I think, the most interesting and exciting card in this matchup. We saw a lot of Death Mist Raptors this weekend. We saw a lot of Den Protectors this weekend. Those are not the 3 drops that got into the top 8, though. It's this Shaman of the Forgotten Ways, the biorhythm guy, if you will. That's actually a very relevant interaction against Adrian Sullivan. You can just get to enough mana and get formidable, and suddenly you kill Adrian Sullivan. Like, he's never going to have a creature in play if you are able to activate Shaman of the Forgotten Ways.
Yeah, there are a lot of cards in the top 8 where we sort of on the Saturday night, we rub out abilities on cards. We go, this is not relevant. Yes, it's a Planeswalker, but no one's ultimating that. No one wants to gain 100 life or whatever it is. And this is like an 11 mana ability on a card, and we're thinking, this could be real.
In fact, it's even possible to get a draw out of that card. If Shaman of the Forgotten Ways gets activated while there's a Perilous Vault in play, Perilous Vault is a response, Shaman's ability resolves, no creatures on either side, start the next game.
Wow.
This could come up. I mean, it kind of requires both players to think a draw is better for them than playing on to like set up the sequence, but it came up in testing last night for both sides of the matchup, apparently.
Do you like the deck that you're looking at?
I like the deck in general. I mean, I think that the coursers are good against the aggro that was in this field, but I think that the aggro decks have almost all been left by the wayside. You've got kind of 1.5 aggro decks left in this top 8. I do not like this deck in the matchup against control. I think that the blue-black control decks, their role in the metagame is to kind of feast on the courser decks like this one.
Okay, in which case, let's make the case for what we're watching if Hendrix is going to win this.
Sure.
What are we looking at? Is this all about turn 1 and turn 2, or is it about a turn 4-5 where the control deck is missing the answer that it ought to have by then?
It's more like the turn 4-5. I mean, the way that Thomas wins is that if Adrian ever falls behind, Adrian's deck is all 1-for-1 trades. Kill that, kill that, kill that. If Adrian ever falls behind, it's going to be really hard for him to ever catch up. He doesn't have the sweepers. If Hendrix can pull ahead, then something like Genesis Hydra is probably his single best weapon in the matchup.
All right, well, it's time to get down to the floor. The first quarterfinal is upon us. Thomas Hendrix, Adrian Sullivan, showtime.
Hello there. Welcome to the booth here in Brussels. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Ian Duke with me. Ian, we've got 4 quarterfinal matches ahead of us, a pair of semis, and then the finals. And we are all set to head down to the feature match area for our first quarterfinal match. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we are ready for our first quarterfinal match. We've got Thomas Hendrix from the Netherlands. He's playing a green devotion list, which we'll talk about in just a minute here, Ian, right after we introduce his opponent, Adrian Sullivan of the United States. He comes from the Madison, Wisconsin area, which is kind of a Magic hotbed, and he is a long-time Magic player. He has been playing for a good portion of the game's existence, and he's made his first Pro Tour top 8 here in Brussels.
Yeah, Adrian, a member of Team Ultra Pro, however, the only member of his team that decided to play this particular version of his blue-black control deck here.
All right, so why don't you talk us through, as we see the early turns here from Adrian, blue-black control versus green devotion. How does this matchup break down?
So I'll start off by saying I think Adrian is a square favorite, not a huge one, but a solid favorite here. Just blue-black control against a red-green creature-based deck tends to favor the control deck. He's got plenty of creature removal and counter spells to stop specific threats. But, you know, far from one-sided, of course. Hendrix actually fairly well prepared to deal with a control deck here as far as red-green decks go. He's got tools like Xenaghost the Reveler. He's got 4 copies of Whisperwood Elemental, which is going to be a very key card in this matchup, generating long-term advantage, protecting him from removal and wraths. And then he's just got some powerful single threats like Pelucranos and Dragon Lord of Tarkir.
One thing we should mention off the top here, you'll notice that Adrian has his lands, well, they kind of look upside down in relation to him, and he's also going to be playing any permanents below them. Adrian's been playing this way, well, for basically the duration of his Magic career. This is just how he learned how to play and how he rolls. And we're just going to roll right along with him.
So let's see if we can take a look at the player hands here. We'll get that information updated for you pretty soon. Yep. Looks like Adrian's sitting on a Dissipate here.
And immediately, right on cue, Ian, he fires off Dissipate on Corsair Crewfix.
Yeah, and we'll see that a lot in these kind of control matchups. Corsair Crewfix is one of the few cards, well, I shouldn't say few, it is one of the cards that a blue-black control deck doesn't want to resolve because, of course, it can provide a long-term advantage for the green deck.
Tapland here with an opulent palace for Adrian Sullivan. He does continue to develop his mana and hit those land drops. Very important in this deck, and specifically with his draws. You can see he's got a pair of Jace's Ingenuity in his hand, which, you know, those kind of just represent a strong late game for him as long as he can keep Thomas Hendricks from developing any kind of early pressure here.
Yeah, Adrian's deck is characterized by really wanting to play at instant speed. He's got a lot of counter spells, and most of his cards can be played at instant speed, like Jace's Ingenuity. So, although he doesn't have a counterspell in hand right now, Hendricks has got to fear that. And Adrian will continue to leave his mana open and represent having a counterspell for much of the game.
Speaking of mana, Thomas Hendricks is developing his at pretty breakneck speed. He just added 2 more mana creatures to the battlefield in the form of a second Sylvan Caryatid and a Voyaging Satyr. He also has a Nykthos Shrine to Nyx, which is threatening to start making mana and turning a profit there in short order here. So, looks like Thomas is going to be able to start deploying some pretty big threats. As Adrian misses his land drop here, though, this kind of plays into Adrian's game plan, doesn't it?
It does a little bit. I mean, Adrian can largely ignore these mana creatures. They do represent the potential to play something big early in the game, but Adrian has so many one-for-one answers between counter spells and removal spells like Silence the Believers that he can actually allow Hendricks to develop his mana and play a big threat and then just simply answer it one-for-one. So we'll take a look at Hendricks' hand here. Looks like he's sitting on a Genesis Hydra and Arbor Colossus.
Genesis Hydra, a really nice payoff for having lots of mana, especially against these control decks. It can be frustrating sitting in the role of the one-for-one player, you know, the control player seat, and that somebody plays a Genesis Hydra. That trigger just happens.
Yeah, well said, Marshall. The trigger does get around counterspells, and it does represent a 2-for-1. So with Adrian's game plan being to exchange resources one-for-one, the Genesis Hydra gets Hendricks a little bit ahead.
Yeah, so he's actually paid 8 mana total here, Ian, for X equals 6. Ooh, close. Hornet Queen, 7. But there's a Whisperwood Elemental. You see there's an Atarka as well, but Whisperwood Elemental being the best target there. And you mentioned this off the top as one of his best cards against Adrian.
Yeah, it's a key card in the matchup because, of course, the longer it stays on the battlefield, the more creatures it's going to generate for Hendricks, but also importantly, it has that what we call sort of anti-wrath text, where you can sacrifice it to make each of your creatures that dies for the rest of the turn into a 2/2 manifest. So that'll shut off things like Crux of Fate. However, Adrian's deck is a little bit more prepared to deal with Whisperwood Elemental than most because he's leaning more heavily on Perilous Vault than on Crux of Fate, and Perilous Vault does exile creatures.
Even colorless ones.
Yes.
Okay, let's see if Adrian can hit that 5th land drop. He can't. He uses Silence the Believers to take out the Whisperwood Elemental, but can't find his 5th mana. And it's amazing how often that massive Hydra that's just sort of left over from that transaction is a big factor here.
Yeah, it's easy to forget a 6/6 vanilla creature still hits pretty hard.
Yeah, especially when your opponent's not playing creatures. The way is going to be clear. It's a matter of Adrian having to devote actual spells to killing it, and he doesn't have one right now.
Yeah, Adrian's really starting to look on the back foot here. We can take a look at his hand and see he's really clogged up on 5+ mana spells. Bile Blight does not answer the 6/6 Hydra, and Adrian's a few steps away from being able to clear the board. I mean, what he really wants here is Perilous Vault or Crux of Fate, but he also needs a 5th land in order to get that off the ground. So he's a few specific draw steps away from being able to answer this board, and frankly, it may not be in time.
I mean, he's got 33 mana worth of spells sitting in his hand. 4 lands is not going to get the job done here unless he can find them quite quickly. You know, you also mentioned a few minutes ago about Perilous Vault being his sweeper of choice. You can see the weakness of it in a situation like this where he may just not have the time.
Yeah, it's not a live top deck in the same way that, you know, a Crux of Fate or End Hostilities would be, because he needs a turn to play it and then a turn to untap and activate it.
All right. Hendricks passes his turn back to Sullivan. Very carefully draws this card. And it is a land, but it's a Temple of Deceit. It's going to enter the battlefield tapped. He does get to scry to help find perhaps more lands. You got to wonder if the door is closing on Sullivan here. When you look at his hand, that Crux of Fate, super important. It is going to have to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, so
for Sullivan.
With hitting the land there, I mean, that is on time to play the Crux of Fate. So that's a good first step for Adrian Sullivan. Hendricks is wisely holding back a little bit of gas because he knows the only way he's going to lose, or the only way he's not going to win with what he has on the board, is if Adrian does deploy his Crux of Fate. And then he'll have an Arbor Colossus and other things to follow up after that.
Sullivan's slated to take 7 here. He does have a Bile Blight.
Dragon Lord at Tarkir cost, is that 8 mana or 7 mana? My brain is not working right now. I believe it's
7 mana to answer his question. He's
He's
asking how much Dragon Lord Atarka costs to
Yeah,
cast.
it does cost 7 mana, and it's a good question because it is a powerful enough card that one might wonder, wow, doesn't this cost 8? But no, it does cost 7 mana.
Yeah, that's a big compliment to Dragon Lord Atarka.
Yeah, she is very, very powerful.
She's insane, yeah.
Of course, a 7 mana spell, very hard to cast in competitive constructed, but she's one worth casting for sure.
3 cards.
Agreed.
Shrink the Genesis Hydra.
All right, so he's going to use his Bile Blight here to take less damage for the turn. It's a 6/6. It'll shrink it down to a 3/3, meaning he's only going to take 4 and drop to 11. This is the only spell that he can cast during this turn cycle, and I think he just doesn't want to find himself in a position where he's dead just for having not deployed those cards.
Yeah, I'm wondering a little bit. He was asking about Dragon Lord Atarka. I do wonder if Adrian was in the mindset that Dragon Lord Atarka could hit him directly as a player. Dragon Lord Atarka cannot. It can only hit creatures and planeswalkers. So he may be thinking, I want to prevent as much damage to myself as possible so that Dragon Lord Atarka doesn't come down and finish me off. But that may be us reading too far into it.
No, that got that same read that you did. Mm-hmm. The part I'm curious about is if Thomas Hendricks has that same feeling.
Yeah, well, okay.
Oh, he is moving in here as Hendricks.
Yeah, it's interesting.
This is a risky play.
To me, like Hendricks was playing around Crux of Fate for the possibility of it earlier, but I think maybe now the Bile Blight tipped him off a little bit, that Adrian might not have a sweeper.
Well,
but
so
indeed he does.
You know what I think was happening? I think Thomas was playing around counter spells before.
Oh, sure.
I think he just didn't want to run his threat into a counter, but after Adrian tapped down to only 2 mana, he felt like, okay, now I can resolve my creature, and he has been roundly punished for it as Adrian untaps, plays Crux of Fate, and sweeps away the board.
Yeah, and that may have seemed like an egregious error on Hendricks' part, but bear in mind that Adrian only has 1 Crux of Fate in his entire deck, and Hendricks knows that. The deck lists are public here, so it's totally reasonable not to play around Crux of Fate at all there, and rather to think about Perilous Vault, which Adrian has 3 copies of. Perilous Vault would not have been in time to save him there.
All right, and now the pendulum has swung fully back in Sullivan's direction. Hendricks tries to play a Whisperwood Elemental. It gets dissolved. Hendricks draws a land for the turn. The next turn passes it back, and now Adrian Sullivan just resolved his first Jace's Ingenuity. The land drops are flowing. The life total's bolstered, and he's facing no threats with multiple threats in hand. He's got an Ugin sitting there. And I think that Sullivan has now turned the corner on this game and is going to be able to close this thing out.
Yeah, pretty amazing there. If you asked me 3 or 4 turns ago, I would not have expected Adrian to survive this long, much less to be in this good of shape.
Now, this is interesting. Here's a Shaman of the Forgotten Ways.
Yeah, this is a card.
Can he make 11 mana?
We were chatting about a little bit in the booth earlier. Of note, you do need Formidable to activate
of course.
that Biorhythm ability, as we call it, after the card Biorhythm. But that is an avenue.
Yeah.
For Hendricks here.
Look, because the way I see it, I don't think that Hendricks is going to be able to build out a board either way here, and more evidence of that incoming as Bile Blight eats up the Shaman of the Forgotten Ways, taking that option completely off the table as Sullivan again, firmly in the driver's seat and looking to close out game one here. Like you said, a few turns ago, it was looking really bad for Adrian, and now I can't see how he loses this game.
Yeah, I mean, he was stuck on lands for so long. He had many cards in hand. They're all non-land cards. Now that he's unstuck on his mana, he just has so many answers.
Go.
And critically is facing no pressure, right? Like, he has the time now to play Jace's Ingenuity twice. I just draw a bunch of cards, and here's a dig through time, and he can just set up the perfect hand, and this is exactly what his deck's trying to do.
Okay. The Asha right there.
You can island, so you use 3.
Yeah.
You can see Adrian resolving dig through time. Really has become the go-to sort of game-ending card draw spell for these control decks.
Yeah, he picks up a pair of Heroes Downfalls there, which are going to answer just about any threat that Hendrix can come up with here.
Asha.
And one of the better things Hendrix could find now would be a Genesis Hydra or Xenagos the Reveler, because each of those cards sort of represents 2 threats at once. Hendrix, by no means 1 card away from getting back into the game, but something like a Genesis Hydra or a Xenagos would be a start to that. And Ashiok gradually ticking up here. This is one of the few cards that Sullivan actually has to end the game with. Just a pair of Ashioks and Ugin.
Yeah, that is something we should talk about, Ian. The fact that Adrian has pushed his control deck to the furthest pull that he can. We've seen a lot of decks here at the Pro Tour this weekend that relied on dragons in the sort of middle part of the game. Dragon Lord Ojutai at 5 mana, Dragon Lord Silumgar, and Silumgar the Drifting Death at 6, which could actually close the game out quite quickly on their own. But Adrian has eschewed those dragons and pushed his control deck to the outer limits, where he's down to, well, about three actual win cons.
Yeah, and for those of you who are not as familiar with control decks throughout Magic's history, one of the classic principles of a control deck is the fewer cards you can devote to actually winning the game, the more cards you can devote to gaining control of the game, to surviving the early game, to drawing more cards, to having more counter spells. And Adrian's deck really rides that principle and says, I'm basically only going to devote 2 cards to win conditions. I mean, the Ashioks are win conditions. Ugin can win the game, but it also is an answer to other threats. And so that just lets Adrian fill his deck chock full of removal spells, counter spells, and lands, importantly.
Discard. Is that right?
Oh, you have more than 7.
Discard.
So Ashiok accruing a pile of nightmares there underneath it. Ashiok's actually, in my opinion, at its best against a green deck like this, where you can pick up potent creatures like Pelucranos.
Okay.
Which, by the way, he's got.
Who?
You.
12.
Yes.
And also of note, Adrian Sullivan sitting on a Perilous Vault here, just in case somehow things get out of hand. Sullivan has plenty of removal spells in hand, but no counter spells, so he does have to watch out for something really powerful like a Dragon Lord of Tarkir, sweeping away his Pelucranos, or something along those lines. I mean, he can, of course, answer it with a Hero's Downfall.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you see that Adrian has stopped plussing with Ashiok and has now made a Pelucranos World Eater of his own. And he is going to start attacking here. One thing about these control decks, that you were just talking about, by the way, he just activated the monstrosity on Pelucranos thanks to that opulent palace he had down there.
Yeah, and that's pretty
nice.
Interesting. He has no way to spend green mana in his deck naturally, but he does have a couple green sources.
So those are effectively just blue-black tap lands for him?
They're blue-black tap lands. He does have one Temple of Malady, which is an extra scry land. And the reason for those mostly is just, the Opulent Palaces are extra blue-black dual lands. The scry lands are just for the purpose of scrying, but they do sort of bluff having an extra color in your deck, which I'm sure came up for him in the Swiss a little bit.
Especially considering that in this standard format, there is a Sultai control deck that's viable.
Right. So Adrian Sullivan sitting on a few powerful cards in his hand. He does have the Perilous Vault there, so he doesn't want to commit something like Liliana Vest to the board, which might end up getting swept away in the process of removing Hendricks' potential threats. There's just really no need for him to pull the trigger on putting more pressure. He's already got Ashiok ticking up. He's got a Pelucranos beating down.
9-9.
Yep. And notably, he's also sitting on a dig through time here, which I really like to do with these blue-black control decks. He doesn't know what he wants to dig into yet. It's going to depend on what Hendricks draws. So just by sitting on that, he gets to keep his options open.
Yeah, with so much mana, he gets a lot of flexibility. He just let Xenagos the Reveler resolve, make a Satyr, which is now attacking Ashiok. Ashiok takes one for the team there. Falls down to 1. And there's Hero's Downfall to finish off Xenagos. Meanwhile, the 2-turn clock with Pelucranos is still alive here.
Check.
And Adrian now with a copy of Dissolve in his hand, and I think just picked up another dig through time there. So he should be all set in terms of answering whatever Hendricks can come up with from this point on. So I think we're just seeing the last few turns of this game wrap up.
10.
I take 9. I was on 17, so I take 10.
Yeah.
So I'm on 7.
Go.
So talking about what went wrong for Hendricks there, I mean, the key moment of that game was Adrian Sullivan was stuck on 4 lands. He had the Crux of Fate in his hand. He needed to come up with a 5th land. He did come up with a Temple of Deceit just barely in time to sweep away Hendricks' board. Hendricks made the conscious decision not to play around the 1 Crux of Fate in Adrian Sullivan's deck and decided to commit extra creatures to the board, playing around single target removal spells like Silence the Believers and Hero's Downfall rather than the specific 1 copy of Crux of Fate. Adrian's other sweepers, his 3 Perilous Vaults, would not have saved him in that scenario. So, you know, it was just a conscious decision by Hendricks.
And it
calculated
backfired
risk,
this
and
time.
it did not work out for him.
Yeah, Adrian Sullivan picks up the first game in our first quarterfinal match as he quickly scoops up all of those permanents that he ended up having on the battlefield. And he is going to be up 1-0. We'll be back.
Magic has
right after
expanded
these
to
messages.
include all formats, or even conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Standard is the name of the game at Dragons of Tarkir Game Day. Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action on April 18th and 19th at your local game store. Visit magic.wizards.com/game day for more information.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Brussels. We are in our first quarterfinal match. Adrian Sullivan finds himself up a game over Thomas Hendricks. Now, the big question comes in here, Ian, about sideboard. So what I'm going to do is I want you to formulate your opinion, but for now, we're going to hear it right from the players directly.
All right, Thomas Hendricks, after game 1 against Adrian Sullivan, which of these 15 cards are coming into your deck and what are you taking out to make room for them?
Well, he's playing a lot of spell removal, so I want to make sure that all my threats are persistent. So that's why I take out the threats that can be answered with 1 removal spell and bring in, well, for example, these planeswalkers that make sure that they provide a lot of threats and have to be answered immediately. And also bring in some Reclamation Sages to try to blow up his Perilous Vault that takes out my planeswalkers. And because the vault is such an investment, and if you can kill it the turn after you place it, I might be able to win pretty easily. So it's a good way to win the game. And otherwise, I'll just try to play the planeswalkers and win the game by that, resolving 1. Or just 1 of the creatures, like the Whisperwood. It also makes a ton of threats on its own. So he has to answer every threat.
Okay. Thomas Hendricks, good luck the rest of the way in your quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Adrian Sullivan, 15 cards behind us. Sculpt these into a sideboard plan for us against Thomas Hendricks.
Okay, well, one of the things is that depends a little bit. There's a little bit of a dance depending on how he chooses to sideboards. That'll make a difference. But the cards that are always going to come in, the Ashiok is very good against everybody green. If they've got Corso of Krufix, that's my favorite creature to have in play. Tassiger, the Golden Fang, it's card advantage, and it's also got 4 power and 5 toughness, so it's good against Whisperwood, it's good against Nissa. Disdainful Stroke, the Disdainful Stroke counters all of the scary things. That's Xenagos, Nissa, and Whisperwood. Then here, Negate, he's got the Planeswalkers. This can come in or out depending on how he makes his plays. Thought Seize is excellent against a deck that's trying to explode mana into something scary. And then the best Crux of Fate, Aether Spouts, that comes in against everybody Nissa, everybody green, everybody that attacks.
Excellent. Adrian Sullivan, good luck in your quarterfinal matchup.
Thank you, Brian.
All right, so you heard it from them, Ian. What do you make of the sideboard decisions here? It sounds like both of them have a plan.
Yeah, I definitely love their choices there. That's more or less what I predicted, what we were talking about backstage earlier. Certainly the Planeswalkers and the Reclamation Sages are good for Hendricks there. And Adrian Sullivan, yeah, I like what he said. It was what we were talking about earlier. Ashiok is at its best against green decks. Disdainful Stroke to counter those powerful threats. And what I particularly like about what Adrian is doing here is he's ignoring those mana creatures, right? We didn't talk about him bringing in things like Farika's Cure and Drown in Sorrow. I mean, 1 or 2 copies of those cards would be reasonable, but his game plan is going to revolve around ignore the mana creatures, go after the threats.
You often see those mana creatures swept away on the first sweeper anyway, making them sometimes a bit of a liability.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it's unreasonable to bring in Drown in Sorrow because you can definitely get some free wins by if your opponent has a mana light hand and you sweep away the Elvish Mystics and the Voyaging Satyrs and such. That is a way to win, but those cards lose value going to the later game, and I think Adrian just wants to make sure that once we hit the mid game and the late game, he's just 1-for-1ing with his opponent's threats and not drawing cards that are ineffective.
Now, what do you make of the matchup here? Adrian Sullivan has picked up the first game, so he's given himself a huge boost in percentage on winning the match. Does anything shift dramatically with the sideboards? Or?
Yeah, I do think the match becomes closer. I think Adrian is still a favorite in the post-sideboard games, and his deck does get better against Hendricks, but I think Hendricks' deck gets more better against Adrian's deck than Adrian's gets against Hendricks, if that makes sense.
It does.
And that's largely just due to streamlining his threats, as Hendricks said in his sideboarding guide, going after resilient threats that don't simply get answered by a 1-for-1 removal spell.
Take a look at our players getting shuffled up. They have a little bit of friendly banter in between games here. This is time for them to kind of reset mentally. Remember, this is our first quarterfinal match. We run them in a row now. We're going to see all 4 of them. They don't run at the same time, so that's why you'll see that these are the only 2 players down in the feature match area, and that means that we can bring you every single quarterfinal game that we see here on Pro Tour Sunday. It also means, though, that for these 2 players, they were the first ones to go. They had to be here, get ready to go, and be the first ones to kind of, get those nerves worked out. And you often see the players will chat with each other, kind of friendly style in between, I think, just to break the ice a little bit.
Yeah, and it's easy to forget how physically and mentally taxing this situation can be for players. I mean, there's a lot on the line. There's tons of pro points. There's tons of money. There's prestige. And the sequencing of when you play and what the gaps are in between your play matters a lot, right? So I don't know, if it was you, Marshall, would you want to be up and early in the morning and just getting in there and going right away and kind of getting it over with? Or would you rather have a little bit of time to kind of process the environment, adjust a little bit, focus in? What do you think?
I would avoid the morning at all costs. I can't do anything well in the morning, and yeah, I would push and ask to be the last match at any point that I could. I think, each person has their own sort of, clock that ticks in their head at different times, and mine's about 9 p.m. Mm-hmm. I think that's when I finally hit my stride each day.
The other factor, which I think would be really important for me, is if you play in the morning like this, you actually have to wait quite a bit of time before you play your follow-up match in the semifinals. And for me, that would just be time for me to be brooding and second-guessing myself and getting nervous.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I would like to just kind of get in there and use that adrenaline and that energy to just kind of fire through and get all my matches completed.
Oh, I agree with you on that one. The cool part is that you do get to watch.
Yeah.
There's quite a few players here on site at the Pro Tour. We have a screen set up so that they can come and watch in the viewing area. And you'll often see the other quarterfinal competitors kind of roaming around. They'll usually bring a friend as well.
Yeah, and actually,
kind of keep those nerves down.
Once you're at this highest level of competition, I mean, a lot of these players know each other too, so they are friends and they're chatting and they're, processing the event. And It's just a great experience to be a part of, frankly.
I'm too young for that kind of shit.
All right, players have presented decks. Let's see if we've got a couple of keepable hands, and we will be underway in game 2 once we get to that point.
And just a reminder, this match is best 2 out of 3. So with Adrian up again, he just needs 1 more to close out the match.
That's right. Our finals are best 3 out of 5.
Yes.
That one, there's some more breathing room. But here in the quarterfinals, it's best 2 out of 3. Okay, we have a keep from Hendricks, and here's Adrian taking a look at his opening 7. Oh, he had no time for that one.
Well, at least it was a clear decision, apparently.
He barely got to the last
Sometimes
card.
you get these borderline hands, and you're like, wow, like my career's really on the balance here. Do I keep this and try to get lucky and hit my land? And Adrian's like, nope, this is just clearly getting rid of this one.
That has to be the fastest mulligan I've ever seen on a camera in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew right away.
And Adrian Sullivan, certainly full on energy this morning. He's bubbly. You can tell he's excited to be here. Yeah, and he's got a plan. He's ready to execute it. So
yeah, Adrian has been playing Magic for a very long time. He's got 2 Grand Prix top 8s on his resume. They come 15 years apart.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah.
One of my friends, he would know. He's that kind of guy.
He's a stalwart of the Midwest. You know, he's in the Madison, Wisconsin area.
Yeah, it's really interesting how, you know, Magic players in these Magic scenes sort of coalesce around certain geographic areas in the United States, and Madison is one of those that's just, for as many years as I can remember, has been a hotbed for just high quality Magic players, Magic play.
You know, I actually think that it's people like Adrian that facilitate those type of groups.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he lends stability to that type of thing where it can continue and new people can come into the fold.
Right. He's one of those players with that gravitational pull, right? That
Yes.
sort of like nucleates the community around him.
He really is. You know, Adrian's also, he's done some coverage. He's written articles, you know, for a really long time. I mean, going back to the early days of writing articles. So he's very active in the community of Magic as well, not just locally, but even internationally. And here's 6 cards now for Sullivan. Is this a keep? This looks a lot better.
Yeah, he's certainly got lands. I mean, 5 lands, Silence the Believers. Yeah, I think that's definitely a keeper for 6.
And here is an Elvish Mystic. Now, so he's kept a land-heavy hand here. How can Hendricks punish this? Does he have the type of tools that he needs to get out to a quick start and really slam the door?
I mean, Elvish Mystic is a great start, followed up with Sylvan Carry did. If he does have a threat, a potent threat he can bring out ahead of curve, that's going to be a great start for him. Adrian does have a copy of Silence the Believers, but that's a bit slow as far as removal spells go. So we could see Hendricks just get off to a blazing fast start here and use that to his advantage.
So something like a Nissa Worldwaker, which is...
Yeah, or Xenagos the Reveler would be the ideal thing, but Courser is also great. I mean, as we mentioned last game, this is one of the more threatening cards for a control deck to see.
This is rough, though, for Hendricks. He actually had... If he had an untapped land there, he could have played Nissa Worldwaker here on
that
turn
would have
3 and
been
just shut the door on this
just
thing.
a dream start for him.
Remember, Silence of the Believers can't do anything about Nissa. And that would have been amazing. And right on cue, Adrian Sullivan draws Negate.
Wow, huge pickup for him.
Massive draw for Sullivan, as it looks like... Let's see if Hendricks hits a land here. He does not. This might actually be a good thing for Hendricks. If he had hit an untapped land, he might have been tempted to just run.
Yeah, he would have played right into the
there.
Negate there, which would let Adrian be efficient with his mana. He'd play the Negate now, untap, play a 4th land, and have Silence the Believers. So it's almost fortuitous.
And it's Pelukrinos instead, which plays very, very keenly around Negate and really forces Sullivan to play now a turn behind, right?
Yeah,
He's going to have to use his Silence the Believers here, and then Hendricks can start slamming more threats. And this is actually working. It's funny how sometimes missing a land drop is actually better for you, but I think it is in this case.
Yeah, I mean, well, giving Hendricks credit, he may have decided to play around something like a Disdainful Stroke or a Negate there. We never know. But yeah, it does work out really well if he decides to play Pelukrinos this turn. Although it looks like he's reaching for Genesis Hydra.
Wow.
And importantly, so Genesis Hydra can't hit lands, but he does know he has Sylvan Carried on top of his library.
That's right.
So he's guaranteed to hit on 2. So smart play there.
Yeah, the problem, or I wouldn't say problem, but the downside here being, of course, that the Hydra itself is just a 2/2.
Sure.
You know, you don't get that big 5/5 sitting there that also must be dealt with. Instead, it's a little bit more of a chipping away. But
True,
yeah,
but
he wants to develop his mana, and he knew he could.
The way the game is shaping up, it's not likely that he'll be able to play a large Genesis Hydra anytime soon.
Now that I've started shuffling, it's too late.
So smart to take the opportunity just to develop his mana a little bit. It does make him more vulnerable to something like a Crux of Fate in the longer term, but Adrian's still 2 turns away from that, and again, just might not have it, especially given that he mulliganed.
Yeah, this worked out pretty well for Hendricks in that way, too. He just hit a mountain on the top, and even a Nykthos incoming here for next turn as well for Hendricks. So he's been able to develop his board. If he had that turn 3 Nissa, I think he would have been firmly in the driver's seat. As it stands, he's been able to do quite a bit here, but he isn't in a dominant position yet. He just doesn't have any of his big haymakers on the battlefield. Courser certainly doing work. Adrian has a lot to consider here. So here's a Radiant Fountain for Adrian Sullivan, hitting his 4th land and giving him access to Silence the Believers.
So given that Hendricks was able to stick the Courser of Kruphix early this game, he can kind of slow things down a little bit and play more conservatively. The Courser is generating card advantage for him enough so that he can sort of keep up with Adrian's potential card advantage and just pace out his threats, chip away with some damage, force Adrian to use powerful cards on low impact threats like 2/2 Genesis Hydras and Coursers of Kruphix, and save his more potent things for later on in the game.
It looks like Sullivan's going to just take it here, take 5.
So Hendricks could run out something like a Nissa Worldwaker here, but I think he won't play it into that much untapped mana.
Yeah, I think you're right. He hasn't played his land yet, and there it is, Nykthos. So what's the ideal middle ground spell here that he can play? Pelucranos?
I doubt he wants to play Pelucranos here just because it leaves him so vulnerable to a Wrath. A Crux of Fate in this particular case.
So does he just do nothing then?
We may see him do nothing and just hold back. His hand right now consists of a backup Courser, Reclamation Sage, which of course is there for Perilous Vault, Pelucranos, which is really just a 5/5 creature in this matchup, and then Nissa, which is his one truly valuable threat that he wants to make sure he maneuvers to resolve.
He does nothing.
Yeah. It's wise there. I mean, he's got enough on board. He's got the Courser generating him an advantage.
Interestingly there, Adrian Sullivan stays patient on the Silence of Believers as well. Got to give consideration to taking out that Courser on end step, but he doesn't.
You can see Shaman of Forgotten Ways on top of Hendricks' library, which, given this board, is actually a threat with its Biorhythm ability. It's interesting. We tested versions of the Shaman that didn't need to tap to use its ability. We actually found it too potent in these Green Devotion decks where you could play it and activate it in the same turn if you had a lot of mana. Yeah.
You got to give a window for the control player to do something.
Yeah, just to create more interaction. Potential for interaction.
So right now, if he played it, he would have 7 towards his Formidable. Just 1 short. Ooh, and here's Xenagos Reveler on top of the library now for Hendricks. So finding threat's not an issue here. He's got 3 in hand, really 2, and 1 on top of the library.
Yeah, well, actually, just simply seeing the Xenagos on top of his library might change how he decides to deploy his threats, because he knows he has not just the Nissa, but another powerful Planeswalker that he can represent soon.
And this is a very passive threat, right? Shaman of the Forgotten Ways just going to sit over there. Now, Adrian's got to do the power count. It ends up being 7 here.
And I like playing the Shaman on this board because Shaman is a card that post-sweeper really isn't threatening. So committing it before the sweeper really puts the pressure on Adrian to, play something like a Perilous Vault or a Crux of Fate, or else face this Biorhythm type ability.
Yeah, can you explain that? You keep saying Biorhythm, but like...
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me clarify here. So Biorhythm is an older Magic card that essentially has this same effect here. It sets each player's life total to be equal to the number of creatures he or she controls.
And in Adrian's case, that's almost always 0.
Right.
pretty cool card.
Yeah.
I mean, I like that first ability a lot better, but reading the second one, it was like, oh, that's neat. And it's 11 mana, too. But Hendrix deck can make 11 mana.
Yeah, it comes up surprisingly often. So let's take a look at Adrian's hand here and see what he's considering in response to the Shaman.
So he does not have a sweeper currently. That's of note.
Right.
But he has a pair of 1-for-1 removal spells that he can use. And Silence the Believers, when he gets up to a later stage and gets up to 7 mana, can actually be a 2-for-1 on its own. Of course, Hero's Downfall can take out Planeswalkers. He wants to consider that he knows that Hendrix has Xenagos in his hand. He doesn't know about the Nissa. So he's got a plan for that. But the Negate is also an answer to a Planeswalker. So a lot going on here for Sullivan as he tries to map out the best way to line up his answers to his opponent's threats.
So I think what Adrian's trying to decide here is he really wants to fire off the Jace's Ingenuity just to draw more cards and find an answer here. But it really ties up his mana. I mean, his other option is to go like end of turn removal spell and then leave his mana open again to either play a removal spell and a negate or Jace's Ingenuity the following turn.
This is a huge turn for Sullivan. He's going to allow attacks here. This looks like another 5 damage, maybe less. The Elvish Mystic might hang back to make mana. He's got enough mana to play Xenagos post-combat.
Well, so what Hendrix is really thinking about here is Aether Spouts.
Oh, right, Aether Spouts. That's a 1-of in the sideboard for Sullivan?
It's a 1-of main deck, and he has one more copy in the sideboard. It's unclear whether or not he'd bring in the second copy. That's sort of like a mind game option that he has here.
Yeah, now he said in our little chat there with BDM that he absolutely does.
He does bring in.
Yeah, he says he loves that card against these type of decks, so. Hendrix is still deciding how to approach this attack step.
Aether Spouts, of course, for 3 mana and 2 blue, it can put each attacking creature on the top or bottom of its owner's library. So the more creatures Hendrix attacks with, the more devastated he is by a potential Aether Spouts.
Now, the attacker gets to choose.
Yes.
Which is kind of interesting. But whether they're going on top or bottom, they're not on the battlefield anymore. And he does decide to just attack with the 2 creatures. So this hedges around Aether Spouts potentially and also allows him 4 mana if he feels like there's an opening to resolve a Xenagos. Now, second main phase Xenagos isn't exciting. But
it's not as exciting.
It's not as exciting. But you do get to keep developing your creature base there.
Yeah, and it diversifies his threats. It gives him a non-creature threat, which is important because Perilous Vault will, with this level of mana that Adrian has, Perilous Vault will take 4 mana plus 5 mana, which will take 2 full turn cycles.
Yeah, and interestingly on that tip as well, Thomas Hendrix has Reclamation Sage in hand.
Yeah,
so if Sullivan's plan revolved around a vault, he has an answer.
Yeah, I think Hendrix actually would love to bait out a Perilous Vault.
Oh,
here,
he'd love that.
So by playing a diversity of threats, he encourages Sullivan to open up the Perilous Vault to a Reclamation Sage.
Now this is really interesting. He's going to play a second copy of Courser of Crewfix. Yeah. Now that gets around the negate in Sullivan's hand and also gives him Formidable. So this is a sneaky play from Hendrix. It really is going to force Sullivan to either hope to hit a sweeper with his Jason's Ingenuity or start using that 1-for-1 removal. He's going to kill the Shaman immediately. He knows what a threat that is, especially that Formidable's up. Not the most mana efficient play for Sullivan, but it was one that he felt he needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of interesting as well. Thomas Hendrix was testing for this matchup specifically with Frank Karsten, and Frank played his permanents the same way that Adrian does to help him get used to it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, it is something that takes getting used to. It can make it a little bit harder to discern the board state.
May I?
Yes.
And I will.
So Hendrix draws that Xenagos this turn that we were talking about earlier. And now we'll have the decision about whether to commit that or the Nissa Worldwaker to the board, or just be more patient and play around counterspells. I mean, he has
7 power.
Yeah, he's got plenty of pressure on the board already.
3 of his creatures look like they're going to be attacking either way. And here is Nykthos being activated for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Green, 1 red.
Yes.
Xenagos Reveler. Does this resolve?
So this is really interesting here. If Adrian goes ahead and counters the Xenagos, then a follow-up Nissa Worldwaker would give Hendrix the 7 he has on board plus 4 from the land that gets animated, and that's 11, which is Adrian's life total.
Of course, it would also clear away the option of an Aether Spouts.
Yes. Great point.
This is awesome for Hendrix.
Yeah, so if Hendrix believes Sullivan has exactly 1 counterspell, which he does, then he's hoping that Adrian uses it on the Xenagos here. Of course, it's a little bit of a tip-off that he's floating an additional so much mana here.
Yeah.
So Adrian has to be aware that there could be a potent follow-up play, and I'm sure he's thinking about Nissa Worldwaker. In fact, that's one of the cards he's talked about as being super important in this matchup.
You know, that's actually why he likes Aether Spouts.
Yeah.
It's one of the good ways to deal with those lands.
So we'll give you a look at Nissa Worldwaker here. The important ability that we're discussing here is she can turn a land into a 4/4 elemental creature with trample, and it will be able to attack that turn since the land was already on the battlefield, even though it's changing into a creature. It is able to attack that turn.
1 mana left.
1 green float. Yes.
So it looks like Xenagos the Reveler resolved and made a Satyr, and now Nissa Worldwaker is on the stack, is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
And Adrian is not necessarily obligated to negate this, because he does have Silence the Believers to take out an attacker, but I think he is going to want to negate it.
He didn't.
He didn't negate it. Interesting.
So here's Nissa Worldwaker.
Its ability. Turn this into a 4/4.
Yes.
So
now is Sullivan just fully representing Aether Spouts at this point?
yeah, I think that's
Is he
his
just
line.
daring Hendrix to attack into the potential for Aether Spouts? Because Hendrix has now assembled a lethal attack here.
Yeah, he has, I think, 13 points of power represented here on the board.
Right.
And yeah, I guess Hendrix clearly was thinking about Aether Spouts in a previous turn. Sullivan clearly saw that, decided that by just playing his cards in the straightforward way isn't enough to win in the game, and that he has to represent having Aether Spouts, and hope Hendrix decides not to commit all of his attackers this turn.
If he commits fewer than all, well, Adrian's going to have to fire off a Silence of Believers one way or the other here.
Right, so I think what Adrian's hoping is that Hendrix makes a partial attack, which he does.
Looks like exactly what he's done here.
And then he can use Silence the Believers on one of the attacking creatures, still be at a moderate life total, and then draw into, I'm not sure, maybe actually draw into Aether Spouts to buy another turn.
That could be.
I think he needs like running removal spells or Aether Spouts to the point where he can get up to 9 mana and then hit Perilous Vault and activate it in the same turn. I don't know. I struggle to see the sequence of cards that could get him out of this, but this is at least a start.
Yeah, I admire you going that deep. Here's Jace's ingenuity that he's going to play. That's going to tap out Sullivan, and Hendrix has his opponent down to 6 here. And there's that Perilous Vault that you just mentioned off the top. It's far too late for something like that.
Yeah, and even the 1 copy of Crux of Fate that he has still doesn't save him here, because between Nissa and Xenagos, that's a 4/4 and a 2/2 that Hendrix can make on the following turn, and Adrian is at 6. So I guess he would need something like Dismal Backwater plus Crux of Fate, then survive 1 more turn, then deploy Perilous Vault. So it's definitely a complex sequence of things that Adrian would need to get him out of this situation. We'll see how he navigates it.
Yeah, looking super behind here.
So Hendrix still has to respect Aether Spouts.
Yeah.
He played around it last turn.
And Sullivan is fully represented it here. He played nothing.
I meant Xenagos.
Yes.
But the good news for Hendrix is, I think the ideal situation for him is to send enough creatures so that if one were to die, he still at least has 6 damage coming through. I think that would be the baseline for his attack here.
So Silence the Believers notably can strive to take out 2 creatures this turn.
Right, so maybe he wants to send enough to do where if his biggest 2 get killed, let's just say even beyond Silence the Believers, like a pair of Heroes Downfalls, that he could still kill him. If that is an attack he can make without sending his entire team, he'll probably do that.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly what he's lining up here. The 4/4 land plus 4 2/2s would be enough to play around 2 removal spells or silence the believers. Of course, it still doesn't win the game if Adrian does in fact have Aether Spouts, but it does at least require Adrian to pull the trigger on the Aether Spouts.
And again, Adrian's still 2 full mana drops away from being able to play and activate Perilous Vault in the same turn, so I don't think that Hendricks has to worry about that happening with regards to his Planeswalkers.
Right. And just to clarify, we've been talking a lot about Aether Spouts. Adrian does not actually have
He's
Aether
never
Spouts
had
in
one
his
this
hand,
game, yeah.
But Hendricks is under the impression that he does, and Adrian is representing that. So just to be clear there.
Right, this is just one of the beautiful things about our game is that, I mean, this whole entire last 2.5 turn sequence has been revolving around a card that is not
right,
in this
and that's
player's
one of the
hand.
trickiest things when you're watching a game of Magic or when we're commentating on a game of Magic. We can see all the cards that both players have. We know Adrian doesn't have Aether Spouts, but in order to put ourselves in the mindsets of the players playing the game and think about why they're making the choices they are, we have to recognize that they don't know what's in each other's hands.
Okay, so it looks like Hendricks is locked in an attack here.
2 cards? 3 cards? 3 cards.
The land has stayed back. Remember, one thing that you were talking about earlier as well, Ian, with regards to Perilous Vault, is that it exiles all non-land permanents, which leaves any of those lands behind. Of course, Crux of Fate would sweep them away. And it does look like Sullivan's going to be able to fire off that Silence the Believers, exile 2 creatures, and only take 4 here. So I think Hendricks may have been, 1 Courser of Crewfix attack short.
Yeah, this is pretty amazing. I mean, if Hendricks had simply gone all out and attacked with all of his possible creatures every turn, he would have won the game 2 turns ago.
Yes.
But because of the way that Adrian's been representing having things like Silence the Believers, removal spells, counter spells, leaving his mana up, it has forced Hendricks to play conservatively enough that Adrian's bought 2 extra turns that by all rights he should not have had.
And in this case, Hendricks could have attacked with 1 more 2-power creature, still had 4, 6, 7 power back after his Planeswalker activations as well. But he decided to play conservatively, and the 2-for-1 from Silence the Believers has punished him, leaving Adrian at 2 and giving him just that slight window opening here that he may be able to jump through, though I have to say it still feels like a tall order for Sullivan.
It is indeed, but it's been impressive to me that he's kept that window open for as long as he has.
Oh.
And Hendricks certainly under no obligation to commit anything more to the board. I mean,
Would you activate your Nissa here? Is there a big downside there?
the big downside would be Crux of Fate.
Is that a big downside?
I think so, because Hendricks only has 5 lands, and the rest of his mana comes from mana creatures and Xenagos. So a Crux of Fate would wipe out all of his creatures, it would shut off Xenagos' mana production, and if it were to take out 2 lands as well, Hendricks would suddenly only have 3 mana sources, and it would be hard for him to get back into a board presence.
But he would have Nissa Worldwaker churning out.
Yeah, he would have the Planeswalkers, but yeah, I mean, at this
he would
point,
be fully committed to that plan at that
yes,
point. Yes.
Yes.
Interesting stuff. And let's see if Sullivan can find a way to not die. Through all these shenanigans, Hendricks has chipped away Adrian's life total down to, 2, and then he just gained a life off of Dismal Backwater back up to 3. And he has an overwhelming board state as well.
So we'll take a look at Adrian's options here. Looks like he just picked up Ashiok Nightmare Weaver. Not something that's going to help him here, and in fact, he really doesn't want to tap any mana just because of how important it is to represent all the possibilities of what he may have.
Okay, he's going to pass the turn back after playing the land and looking very contemplative for a while.
So this is a key turn here. Adrian has 8 lands in play. If he can live until next turn, he can play and activate Perilous Vault. That's not enough to deal with the land creature that Hendricks has, because Perilous Vault does not kill land permanents. But if he can somehow live through the turn, string together like an end of turn Silence the Believers on the land into a Perilous Vault on his next turn, that would be enough.
That would be. I think Hendricks has had enough fussing around here.
I agree.
He clearly, I think, will not repeat the same play of last time and commit enough threats so that even 2 removal spells will get him out of it. But he has to attack. I mean, if his opponent has Aether Spouts and his opponent has Aether Spouts, at least don't lose to the other options.
Right. So he's going to want to make sure he commits enough to the attack here that he still represents lethal through a Strive, Silence the Believers, or 2 removal spells.
It's pretty crazy how big that Dismal Backwater is, too, as, now... Before he was at 2, so any one of these satyrs that got in, for example, would have been good
really
enough.
important here, he actually needs to think about Bile Blight. Imagine Bile Blight on one of those satyrs right now. How devastating that would be.
That's huge.
Adrian doesn't have Bile Blight, but it's just interesting to see that, maybe he wasn't thinking about that there.
All right, so that's going to do it. That attack does get the job done. Thomas Hendricks evens things up and forces a game 3 against Adrian Sullivan. One of the key cards, that we saw there was Nissa Worldwaker. Interestingly, Hendricks played fairly conservatively, where the lands really weren't getting into the red zone, but kind of more of a passive threat in case the shields were ever down. But that card, fantastic against what Adrian's trying to do.
Oh, yes, absolutely. So the things going for are Nissa herself is not a creature, so she doesn't die to something like Crux of Fate or, Bile Blights or whatever.
Believers,
yep.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
She produces creatures, so she can follow up after a sweeper. And those creatures are still lands, so they do not get exiled by Perilous Vault.
It's trouble with your deck. I don't really know what you're going to expect.
So we do have the information at this point about just how the players did sideboard, so I can walk you all through that.
Yeah, what was the deal?
So Adrian he actually did bring out his Bile Blights. He brought out a copy of Drown in Sorrow, Liliana Vess, Dissolve and Dissipate, so shaving some counter spells.
And those cheaper removal spells goes to your point earlier about him ignoring the mana creatures.
Exactly, yeah. It looks like he did go that direction. What he brought in was a copy of Ashiok, as we mentioned, at its best against green decks. Tasigur, which Adrian mentioned matches up well against Nissa Worldwaker's 4/4 lands, Whisperwood Elemental, other 4-power and 5-power attackers. Yeah, a couple copies of Disdainful Stroke, again, to go after those potent threats in the mid and late game. Negates to take out Planeswalkers, Thoughtseize, and Aether Spouts. Now, Thoughtseize is worth mentioning here because against a green deck full of mana creatures, because they devote so many of the cards in their deck to mana, they're actually relatively threat light, and Thoughtseize can strip out one of those key threats, leaving them with a hand that's pretty anemic, just all mana and nothing to do with it. Now, one other key note here is Adrian actually has 61 cards in his deck.
Yeah, I see that.
And this is somewhat unusual. I mean, the conventional wisdom is play as few cards as possible in your deck so that you're most likely to draw your better ones. Adrian has, over the years, deviated from this from time to time, playing 61 cards, I guess valuing the option of just having more sort of diversity of options in his deck to draw over the course of a long game. And he does see a lot of his deck with cards like Dig Through Time. So
I tell you what, Adrian is not afraid to push the boundaries on conventional wisdom. I mean, look, I wouldn't want to be on the opposite side of the debate against playing 60 cards like that. That flies in the face of
it's a little hard to argue, but
pretty well-known logic. But one thing that's consistent about Adrian over his career is that he's been able to make things work on his own terms. He plays cards that other people don't play. His decks don't look like the decks that other people play, and that's just how he goes.
Yes, it does.
So what about for his opponent, Thomas?
Yeah, so for Thomas Hendricks, he brought out Dragon Lord Atarka. It's just too slow. Its ability only deals with creatures and planeswalkers, not too effective against Adrian's deck. He brought out a Shaman of the Forgotten Ways. Again, it's slow, susceptible to wraths. Brought out Arbor Colossus, shaved a couple mana creatures, Sylvan Caryatid and Voyaging Satyr, and just brought in more potent threats in the form of Nissa, Xenagos, and then Reclamation Sage to take out Perilous Vault.
Yeah, you said that you thought that this improved a bit for him, and I can see why. Those are real heavy hitters against Adrian's deck, and we saw them in Game 2 there as well.
Yeah, well, Adrian is sort of exchanging cards that are okay in the matchup for cards that are a little bit better in the matchup. Hendricks is exchanging cards that are nearly dead in the matchup for really potent threats. So we'll take a look at opening hands here.
Yeah, you can see a one-lander here for Thomas. He does have an Elvish Mystic. That would be safe, but it's a pretty slow hand for him.
Yeah,
if
it's
he
one of
doesn't
these
hit lands.
awkward, slow hands where he's got mana accelerants, but they're not really accelerating him because he doesn't have the land drops to go along with them. So he can go like turn 1 Mystic, turn 2 Caryatid, If he hits a land by then, he can turn 3 Xenagos, but it's really risky if he misses a land or gets his creature swept away.
We can start. Is that a start?
Adrian Sullivan, on the other hand, has what looks to be a really solid hand.
Yeah, a pair of dissolves. He's got the lands to go with him. He even has a late game with the Dragon Lord's Prerogative lined up too.
Yeah.
So it looks like Hendricks does keep his hand. It's reasonable to do here since he is on the draw. He's got 2 chances to see a land off the top before he misses a land drop.
And he did. He gets to play the
which is great for
Kyriadid.
him.
Yeah, and he's going to play a Temple of Abandon as well and keep that. I would assume it's a land. But the shields are up, as we say, for Adrian Sullivan, as it was a land on top, and he could even cast a Whisperwood Elemental here, but Adrian now has Dissolve at the ready. So again, we're going to start playing this game where Hendricks has to... You don't want to just go all out with your best thing every time against this blue-black deck, so it's a matter of trying to figure out how you want to approach this.
Although Hendricks does have 4 potent threats in his hand, and they're all of approximately equal value. He's got 2 Whisperwoods, Genesis Hydra, and Xenagos the Reveler.
Oh, wow.
So I think it's correct for him to just start playing one each turn and hope that Adrian Sullivan runs out of counter spells before he runs out of threats.
And that actually resolved, though you can't figure that it's long for this world.
Yeah, so Adrian had the option of dissolving it there, but he can equally well Hero's Downfall it before Hendricks' end step, which is where he'd get the first manifest.
Yeah, so he did that and then drew his card for the turn, played a land, and now is thought seizing Hendricks. And he's seen that powerhouse hand that we mentioned a second ago there, you know, playing out a pair of Whisperwood Elementals and a Xenagos the Reveler, and just seeing if those get answered could be a win for Hendricks on its own. And then his backup plan of, you know, if he draws a few lands in between, playing a big Genesis Hydra to kind of cap things off is very potent here.
Take Reclamation Sage.
And he takes Reclamation Sage. Is that a big tip to Thomas Hendricks about what Adrian Sullivan could be up to here?
Yes, it is. It tells him 2 things. First of all, it tells him that he probably has Perilous Vault in his hand. Not necessarily, but probably does. Which is actually true. He does have Perilous Vault in his hand. Second, it probably tells him that he has counter spells in his hand, because the Reclamation Sage is the only not super expensive card in Hendricks' hand, which means that Adrian Sullivan wants to play a game of constricting Hendricks' mana, making him tap out each turn and answering it with a counter spell.
So he's able to deploy his 1-for-1 threats where Hendricks can't overwhelm him and play 2 spells in 1 turn.
Exactly.
Okay. And it looks like that's exactly how this has played out so far for Sullivan, who draws Disdainful Stroke, misses his land drop, but he has a backup Dissolve in hand as well. And if things keep playing out like this, I think that we're going to see Adrian Sullivan start to pull into the lead here. All right, now this is interesting. Thomas has drawn a Courser of Crewfix, which is, you know, a much more middle ground type threat and not really per the plan that Sullivan had. I think he was hoping that Hendricks would just tap out again for, you know, a Xenagos or something.
Yeah, Sullivan has a really hard decision here. He has Disdainful Stroke and Dissolve. Disdainful Stroke can't hit Courser. It only costs 3 mana. So if Sullivan wants to deal with this Courser, he needs to spend valuable Dissolve on it. And he does.
I think he's still assuming he knows the other cards in Hendricks' hand, so he knows that there's no big threat.
He knows that Disdainful Stroke can answer any of the other big threats in Hendricks' hand.
That's right, and that he's not going to face any of those this turn.
Yep, and he also wants to scry to try to hit his 5th land drop.
Attack? Yes.
Makes a lot of sense. He does take a damage from the Elvish Mystic, but that's not going to get the job done in the long term, so Sullivan's still in the driver's seat. Here's another Temple, though, for Hendricks, who has drawn nicely. Remember, this was a 1-lander, and he's just kind of trucked right along here and developed his mana no problem. That was a dig through time off the top for Sullivan.
So some
Not a land.
Some players might consider just running out the Perilous Vault here. I doubt we'll see Adrian do that. The reason is, if Adrian Sullivan taps out for a Perilous Vault here, Hendricks can play just a single threat like a Xenagos or a Whisperwood Elemental and then just sit on it, which will mean that the Perilous Vault will then have to trade for that one single threat. And Adrian Sullivan could just as easily use Disdainful Stroke on that same single threat and save the Perilous Vault for later in the game where it's more potent.
Sullivan also knows about Xenagos in Thomas Hendricks' hand.
Yeah, and the second Whisperwood Elemental, I believe.
And he's going to dig. He wants lands. Sullivan does not want to miss any more land drops. He is going to dig through time, main phase, exile his whole graveyard, and see what he can find here. Remember, he's got the Dragon Lord's Prerogative in his hand. That draws 4 cards just straight up. So if the game can be relatively stable and he gets to the end, you got to feel like that Dragon Lord's prerogative can really propel him into a late game that Thomas just can't compete with. I think he took land Aether Spouts.
He did.
And there's that land.
So this is a calculated risk by Adrian Sullivan. He knows that this is going to open the window for Hendricks to resolve his choice of Whisperwood Elemental or Xenagos the Reveler.
And Xenagos hits the battlefield, makes a Satyr and 3 damage. So again, Adrian knew that this was all coming. And so Hendricks actually has the Genesis Hydra was the last threat. He's already
Genesis Hydra. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I said Whisperwood Elemental, but Genesis
I knew
Hydra
what you
is
meant. I got your back, buddy.
Thank you.
By the way, I think I'd rather have the Genesis Hydra at this point, as Hendricks has played quite a few lands now, and can fire off a pretty healthy Genesis Hydra for 5. You know, maybe oftentimes, seemingly, if you've ever played against this deck, alarmingly high percentage of the time it comes accompanying a Whisperwood Elemental as well.
15, 19?
I agree.
Okay.
So Adrian Sullivan with Disdainful Stroke, Aether Spouts, and Dragonlord's Prerogative in his hand just deployed his Perilous Vault to the battlefield, and Hendricks, end of turn fetching with Genesis Hydra in his hand. He'll have 1 more card from his draw step this turn.
This is something that we've seen blue-black players who play Perilous Vault take advantage of since it's hit standard, which is that it really dissuades Thomas from developing his board any further, and it lets Adrian Sullivan know that this is the board that I'm going to be facing. As long as I can answer this on end step, start picking off your threats, that Perilous Vault just acts as a big stop sign for Thomas to keep developing.
So the next few turns of this game will be really interesting. Hendricks has an option to go for a Genesis Hydra this turn, but in my opinion, that would be overcommitting into the Perilous Vault, unless he hits specifically Reclamation Sage, or maybe Nissa Worldwaker off the Genesis Hydra. Whatever else he puts onto the battlefield is just going to get swept away.
It would force the issue. You could see a play like that if he had a big spell that he wanted to cast in addition, because he's going to force Adrian to use the Vault in that case, but very aggressive if he does that.
Yeah. I think, what he wants to do here is just continue adding Satyrs to the battlefield, attacking Adrian Sullivan. Adrian does have an Aether Spouts in his hand, but if Hendricks can get Adrian to Aether Spouts in his main phase, then he has the potential to, resolve some other threat like a Nissa or a Genesis Hydra down the road. But I think for now he just wants to sit on the Xenagos, make Satyrs each turn, and force Adrian to make the next move.
Interestingly here, you talked about finding a Nissa. Remember, Xenagos can also make mana. Right now can make 3, which would give him a total of 11. That's a pretty deep dig there with the Genesis Hydra, if he can fire it off for 9.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal thing to find off Genesis Hydra would be Reclamation Sage, but Hendricks only has 2 copies, and 1 has already been thought seized from his hand.
Yeah, that doesn't seem likely.
So the odds are not high that he'd see it just yet. On the other hand, if Hendricks gives Adrian Sullivan more time, that Disdainful Stroke will be at the ready.
Plus the Xenagos? Yeah.
He's plussing Xenagos.
Okay,
and
here
he's
we go.
moving in, so let's see what he hits.
11 mana.
This is 11 mana floating. X equals 9. He gets to reveal 9 cards, and he's hoping to hit Reclamation Sage here.
All right, this is exciting.
8, 9. Does he hit it? And Nissa would be a good second place, right? There's Nissa, so that one's already in the bag. Wow, that's a lot of
Whisperwood
action.
Elemental.
He hit Whisperwood as well. And Nissa Worldwaker is going to be the choice here. As we talked about earlier, we were wondering if this was going to come up. Perilous Vault exiles all non-land permanents. So yes, Nissa would go away, but the 4/4 trampling lands left over by Nissa would not. Now, this is where the one-upsmanship comes in, because Adrian Sullivan has Aether Spouts, which is one way to get rid of those lands.
Yeah, so we're going to see a really interesting next several turns. We'll see how, Adrian, of course, is going to leave his mana open to keep the possibility of Aether Spouts. We'll see how Hendricks decides to play around it. And he does go ahead and animate a land, even though the land is tapped and can't attack this turn. It is a permanent 4/4, and that can't be swept away by Perilous Vault.
Yeah, it gives him a lot more ammo for next turn. Meanwhile, the Satyr does hit the red zone here. And really, this does force Adrian's hand, right? I mean, now there's a 9-9 sitting there as well.
Right. So an option that Adrian has that he likely will not take is activating Perilous Vault in his main phase. That would stop Nissa from animating a second land on Hendrix next turn.
So why do you say he wouldn't take that?
It will tap him out, basically. I mean, Hendrix, any threat that Hendrix could draw, Adrian won't have Disdainful Stroke up for it. He won't have the Perilous Vault representing a board sweep anymore, and he'll really be on the back foot then. That said, it may be what he needs to do here. I think he's going to take a line where he tries to leverage Aether Spouts, though.
I think he is,
we
too.
will see. We will see.
Yeah, remember, Thomas Hendricks is out of cards in hand as well. And his deck isn't super threat dense, so, you know, Adrian doesn't have to think about that too much. He just really needs to deal with what's on the board right now.
So Adrian Sullivan pondering his options here.
This is his scry from the Temple of Enlightenment. On top. He puts it back on top.
Deciding maybe he wants to activate Perilous Vault this turn.
He does.
He does. Wow. Okay. Yep.
Wow. So Perilous Vault activated. All non-land permanents go away, and I mean away, away. These are all exiled. And that does, you know, you can see where Adrian's thinking here. He's leaving the window open here for a top deck of a big threat from Hendrix, but that's not super likely. And now he has the Aether Spouts that he needs to deal with the land. Plus, you know, any other removal spell can do it. And if Hendrix doesn't find something big here, you got to figure that Adrian is going to be able to take over this game.
Yeah, and notably, if Hendrix decides to play around Aether Spouts by not attacking with his land, then Adrian can just use his mana end of turn to Dragonlord's Prerogative, draw 4 cards, or dig through time now.
I think that would be about the best case for Sullivan.
Yep. And even if Hendrix attacks into Aether Spouts, Sullivan still has Disdainful Stroke plus Aether Spouts or Dig Through Time plus Aether Spouts.
Speaking of, there's Xenagos the Reveler, which is going to get Disdainful Stroked, and here comes the land. Sullivan is obliged to just get rid of that thing here, right?
I think so.
Falling to 5 doesn't feel amazing, though Hendrix isn't running burn spells or anything.
Other option would be to Dig Through Time, delve 6, leaving 3 mana up, and hopefully hit Hero's Downfall. But yeah, I think that Aether Spouts is the right thing to do here. Yeah, Hendrix is largely out of gas, and it's just a mana-efficient play for Adrian Sullivan.
Yeah, I like that, and it's going to put the land on the bottom, of course. And you see that Thomas's only card left in hand was just a forest. He plays it.
Yep. And my mistake there, Adrian actually doesn't have enough cards in Graveyard to delve that much for Dig Through Time.
Yeah,
I was got his Exile and Graveyard Zone switch there.
Shockingly.
Yes.
And now this is a big turn here, because if Hendrix doesn't find something, Adrian gets to play. And he finds a Courser. That counts as something, I suppose, but not the somethings he was looking for. And now Adrian gets to fire off Dragonlord's Prerogative and completely reload his hand. He's got Ashiok in hand as well. And there it is.
Wow. So we're really seeing Adrian just pull ahead into the lead here and get into a comfortable position.
Jeez, he just drew a bunch of good stuff. I saw a Negate and a Ugin the Spirit Dragon as part of those 4 cards. And I think that Adrian Sullivan might be our first semifinalist here. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it feels like Thomas Hendrix has been run out of gas. And you see how aggressive Adrian is. He just used Ugin just to take out Courser because he knows that Thomas Hendricks' next draw doesn't really do anything. Reclamation Sage isn't an issue. And now any land sitting on top of Hendricks' library are going to have to be drawn.
16.
And here goes Ugin the Spirit Dragon ticking up.
Shock you.
Wow.
Ashiok target you, and you see the pace has quickened as well for Adrian Sullivan because he knows this game is his to lose, and he could see himself already sitting in that semifinal seat.
Go.
Just an amazing game from both sides. Just very interesting decisions for both players from both sides, thinking about what each other could have in hand, what the next few turns are going to shape up like. And, you can hear us kind of talking through the possibilities of how the game might play out, but none of these decisions have been clear, I think, for either players, right? A lot of really, really tough decisions.
Voyaging Satyr while your opponent resolves dig through time is the definition of misery here for Thomas Hendricks, as he has to watch Adrian Sullivan peel 7 fresh cards off the top of his library and add them to his already stacked hand. Tick-tock. It looks like Adrian Sullivan's going to be able to move on if he can just avoid a disaster here down the stretch. Hendricks is at 16. It'll take Sullivan a little while to actually get this thing over with, but with a pair of Planeswalkers facing down, a not impressive board state here. And bang, there's Polukranos World Eater, which can gobble up that board state too. Sullivan does have access to green mana thanks to Temple of Malady. This will be the second time, if he does it, that he's monstrous Polukranos out of his blue-black control deck. And meanwhile, Ugin the Spirit Dragon keeps chipping away, and life total of Thomas Hendricks drops down to 13. Hendricks draws for the turn. He may actually be contemplating a concession here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of frustration in Hendricks there. I think he sees the writing on the wall.
Can certainly sympathize with that. There's something about, when the control player takes over as well, though. I will say that Adrian's shutting the door on this game very quickly here. That's an attack for 9. That's 3 more. That's going to bring Hendricks down to 1. And he's going to replay an Ugin, and that's going to do it. Adrian Sullivan is our first semifinalist here in Brussels. He advances with blue-black control, defeating Thomas Hendricks.
Awesome
Netherlands.
match. Just a great one there. Very well navigated by Adrian.
And that was a fun one to watch, too. Both players really respecting the options that the other player had, or at least could have. Now, of course, for us in the booth, we could actually see what they had. But,
yeah.
I mean, we had a sequence there in that second game where Hendricks was playing around in Aether Spouts that didn't exist. Meanwhile, Sullivan was representing the Aether Spouts that he didn't have.
The key card of the game wasn't even in the game.
That's right. Okay, why don't we send it back to the news desk where Richard Hagan awaits.
Thanks very much to Marshall Sutcliffe and Ian Duke there with the first quarter final. All right, that's 1 down, 3 to go. What about our dragon tracker then? Well, we recounted overnight. We got to 85 dragons in the feature match area. Now, there is some discussion here about whether Ugin the Spirit Dragon is a dragon. Well, I can tell you that in interview, he self-identified as a dragon, so we're counting him. So where do we get to on our dragon tracker? Up to 87 we go. Well done, Ugin, holding the side up there. You happy with that ruling?
I just want to point out that technically correct is the best kind of correct, and I'm technically correct.
Okay. Well, we'll talk to Ben S about that, and we'll make him the tiebreak in terms of flavour, I'm sure.
He's the flavour judge, yes.
That's right. So, that was our tracker. Let's look at our bracket now and show you where we've been and where we are about to go. So we've had quarterfinal 1. Down the bottom there, that's Adrian Sullivan, and he advances by 2-1 over Thomas Hendricks. He awaits the winner of our second quarterfinal, which is Martin Dang against Marco Camiluzzi. Third quarterfinal will be Straczky against Olschwager, and then Chung Yasuoka will put a bow on the quarterfinals for you. So let's get to it. Our second quarterfinal. Why don't we take a look at Martin Dang of Denmark. He's going to be playing a red aggro deck. He's a Magic Online Championship Series competitor. This is his 11th Pro Tour at the age of 33. His first title came just barely 4 or 5 weeks ago in Liverpool, the champion there of the Grand Prix. An absolutely absurd match win percentage in Grand Prix this season. He came in at 24-5, so, best part of 80% there and more. And then he just repeated it at the Pro Tour level. Not quite sure what Team Tomo is about.
Actually, I was in a Magic Online clan with a gentleman by the name of Tomo, who's quite a good player for many years. I have to imagine that there's a connection there.
We might find out from Brian David Marshall whether that's true. Let's get into the deck then. And Martin is playing a red aggro deck. And this, there's no argument, Luis, this is a proper aggro deck.
Yeah, this is the most beatdown deck of the top 8, not even close. It's just got a bunch of 1-drops, Zergo Bell Strikers, trying to curve into Dragon Fodder and Hordling Outburst to enable Atarka's Command and stoke the flames. It's just trying to take their opponent from 20 to 0 or potentially -10 as soon as possible.
One of the features of looking at the mono red decks this weekend was that in a lot of cases, Hordling Outburst had actually disappeared because it cost 3 and there's a lot of stuff around at 3, and Dragon Fodder had essentially replaced it. Here we've got 4 of each. Why, and is it good?
It goes wide, which is really good with Atarka's Command. Atarka's Command is one of the biggest cards that this deck gained. In fact, all the mono red decks are splashing Atarka's Command. You'd be hard pressed to find very many of them that don't play a touch of green for that command.
Okay, and so for people who are unfamiliar with Atarka's Command, what are they using it for?
The main mode is deal 3 to your opponent, give all your creatures +1/+1.
Right.
And reach, but that doesn't come up all that often.
It's the +1/+1 that really matters.
It can also turn off life gain. You can respond to a Siege Rhino by dealing 3 to them and turning off life gain for the turn.
As usual, we want to know, here we are, we've got to Sunday, so the deck has done fantastically so far, but now we know what path it could face. How positioned is this red aggro deck today?
I'm going to defer to Martin's judgment. He said that he felt he was a pretty substantial favorite over the Obzon deck.
Okay, good to know. Well, waiting for us is Brian David Marshall. He's got one of Martin's teammates. It's another Martin. It's also Denmark. Here comes Martin Müller.
Thanks, Rich. I'm here with World Magic Cup champion and team captain, Martin Müller. Martin, welcome to the comfy chairs.
Yeah, thanks.
So team Tomo Tomo Tomo, that's a reference to Tomasz Naj.
Yeah, it's his Magic Online name, and I think it was just like a joke that he just randomly said Tomo Tomo Tomo, and then we should find a name, and then it...
I believe it refers to the 3 tokens made by a Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, that's true.
So talk to me a little bit about, they were talking at the desk about the matchups, and you also played this deck, so you're familiar with how it pairs up against the various decks. You said there are 3 great matchups in this top 8, 3 bad matchups, and one middle matchup. How does that work out?
Yeah, like the red-green matchups is pretty bad. At least like the deck with 4 Nilias Disciple in the sideboard. The Dragon decks is also not that favored, but it's closer. But the blue-black decks are the best matchup for the red-green deck. That is like the reason why you're playing the deck.
Even though those decks are running Bile Blights and cards like that, it's still very favorable.
They have like the Solve and stuff is just so inefficient to play against the red decks. They're getting better post-board, but it's still a really, really favored matchup. But how the matchups pan out was all the red-green decks started by playing against blue-black control, which is really, really good because red-green is bad against blue-black, so there's a pretty good chance he is not going to play against the red-green decks and only the good matchups. So that is really fortunate.
But the Obzon matchup is his closest. You think it's the closest matchup for him?
I still think it's favored.
Okay.
Also, he's on the play. But if blue-black wins the other quarterfinals, then that is probably the it's the closest matchup, but it's still favored.
Okay. Danish Magic at an all-time high.
Yeah.
What's the mood been like in Denmark about Magic, and how excited are people following Martin Dang right now?
They're really exciting. Also, Martin haven't played that much Magic for some years. He has played some PTQs, and he basically top 8'd all of them, and lost heartbreaking matches. So I think it's this is the first Pro Tour since 2010 he has played, and I think that is just because he has been unlucky, not getting on the train before, because he's really, really good.
Okay, and so we're going to see a lot of him. We're going to see a lot of you. Who else should we be keeping an eye out for on the Danish Magic scene right now?
I think actually there's a lot of up and coming. So I don't know who the next one is, but I'm pretty sure there's someone.
Okay. Well, Martin Müller, thank you very much for coming to the comfy chairs, and send it back to the desk and the less comfortable chairs of Rich Hagon, Luis Scott Vargas, and Randy Buehler.
Yeah, thanks very much, BDM. Yeah, show off. So that was Martin Dang. It takes 2 to tango, though, and that means Marco Camiluzzi. Let's take a look at his player profile. He's going to be playing an Abzan control list, 3 Grand Prix top 8s to his name. You see he went 5-1 in draft, 7-1, and those 2 draws at the back end. in Standard. 91 lifetime pro points. He's very experienced. This is his 15th Pro Tour start here at the age of 28. And that smile is not just for the camera. He's a very happy-go-lucky, cheery guy. It's always nice to see him on the European Grand Prix circuit. And now this is his big payday so far in his Magic career, but already over 13,000 in lifetime earnings. So Randy, let's take a look at his deck list if we can. There you see it. We've labeled it Abzan Control. And what stands out to you here?
This is essentially last month's Abzan deck. Abzan's been good in Standard for a while, and the only cards from Dragons of Tarkir that he's got are the couple of copies of Ultimate Price. 2 removal spells, didn't get much from Dragons, but this deck is fundamentally very good. And what Abzan has specialized in a lot over the the months since it's been around is it's pretty good against the beatdown decks. Courser and Caryatid are very good. The problem is, if you look at this list, there's the 4 Coursers, and the life gain is nice, and the 2/4 bodies good against, but there's no Sylvan Caryatids in this deck. So you hear Martin Deng say, yeah, I'm pretty good against this Abzan deck. It's pretty good against this Abzan deck. The Abzan matchup in general is not great for red aggro. This particular Abzan, though, it's given up on the Caryatids, and it's, sacrificed a little bit of the beatdown matchup to try to be better against the slower decks. We'll see what happens. I mean, I think that took this matchup from one where my first instinct was, oh, of course, Abzan's going to beat the red aggro, but now it actually looks more 50-50-ish to me.
So Kamil Lutzi's plan in terms of the day as a whole is to see if this is the matchup that he can survive, and his payoff for surviving this is then to be stronger down the line if he does indeed go on to face multiple blue-black controls. We've got Yasuoka in the other side of the bracket, for example.
So Adrian Sullivan if he wins this match.
Right. So
yeah.
This is in a way the big one for Kamil Lutzi.
Yeah, he has sacrificed a little bit in this matchup, but then he won't have those Caryatids against, say, Adrian Sullivan. He'll have threats instead.
Just to let you know, by the way, that Marco Camiluzzi has taken a mulligan prior to game 1. You're not missing any of the action, and you will not throughout the day. Every turn of every game live right here. So, Luis, how do you see the matchup playing out? You've gone through Dang's deck. Make the case for him winning. What are we going to be seeing on screen from the overhead camera if Dang goes on to win this?
Well, Dang gets to be on the play game 1 because he's the higher seed, which means that if he even loses one of the games, he gets to be on the play again. So being on the play twice in a deck that's trying to go 1, 2, 3 is very important. And there's only 2 Bile-Blights in Marco's main deck. So Dang can go Dragon Fighter into Hordling Outburst without a ton of fear. So I think that if Dang has a good start, if he has a 1-drop and a 2-drop, which this deck is built to pretty much always have, the mulligan is also an option if you don't, I think that he's in a pretty commanding position, especially on the play.
Okay, Randy, make the case for Kamil Lutzi.
Courser of Krufix. 2/4 life gain, that's what he wants.
Say no more. Let's find out what happens. Dang against Kamil Lutzi. It's the second quarterfinal of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Hello there. Welcome back to the booth here in Brussels. Marshall Sutcliffe. I've got Ian Duke with me, and it's time for the second quarterfinal match here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Hello and welcome to coverage of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Marshall Sutcliffe in the booth with Ian Duke, and we are underway in our second quarterfinal match between Martin Dang from Denmark. You get a look at Martin there. He is playing red aggro against Marco Camiluzzi of Italy playing Abzan. Break this thing down for us, Ian. How does it break down?
Yeah, so both players playing slight twists on their archetypes here. Martin Dang's red aggro deck. It's like the mono red archetype, but of course it's not actually mono red.
He's got a little green in there.
He's got a little green in there, and that's for Atarka's command and Become Immense. So we're going to see him with a more token-based version of the red deck, trying to go a little bit wider. He's got some goblin synergies in there. And then Atarka's command, being the powerful punch that leverages the tokens very well.
All right, so a quick start as we'll get used to seeing here for Martin Dang. In fact, very quick.
Wow.
3 creatures on turn 2, and all of them attacking.
Attacking for 5.
5 damage here for Martin Dang. Foundry Street Denizens gets 2 triggers, and of course the Monastery Swiftspears have haste themselves, so a huge start here for Martin Dang. Remember, he's going to be on the play as the higher seed.
So Camaluzzi, on the other hand, playing a version of Abzan Control that's notably missing Sylvan Caryatid, as Randy mentioned back at the desk. That's going to be one of the huge factors in this matchup.
He's firing off a Thoughtseize, but this is unhappy for him here. He's going to take Draconic Roar, but leave a Wild Slash and a Stoke the Flames in hand for Martin Dang. So Martin ready to roll here. Finds a mountain off the top.
Just a small correction. That's actually a Dragon Fodder that was taken by the
Oh, excuse me.
There.
Thank you, Ian. Sorry, I thought it was a Draconic Roar. Dragon Fodder is what is taken. So that would have been a pretty nice turn 3 play there for Martin, triggering both of his Swiftspears and 2 triggers on his Foundry Street Denizen. So you can see why Camaluzzi prioritized the fodder there.
So Dang deploying Wild Slash main phase here to pump up his Monastery Swiftspears with their prowess, effectively getting in 4 damage with that Wild Slash. And Camaluzzi already down to 6 life.
This could be very quick, Ian.
Yeah.
This one's almost done. Remember, Martin Dang still has that Stoke the Flames in his hand.
That's right. So Camaluzzi had effective, well, I was going to say at an effective 2, now at an effective, I guess, 4, taking away the Stoke the Flames, but the creatures are going to come crashing in here, so if Dang were to come up with just about anything there, that would be game.
Yeah, any red creature there would have done it. As it stands, it's effectively game. Camaluzzi falls down to 1. He does find a land that lets him cast a Siege Rhino here, though. That fetch land wasn't going to get it done. But he finds a forest and jumps back up to 4. Still feels like dire straits here for Camaluzzi.
Was that a lightning strike off the top?
I think it was. We couldn't quite see. Yeah, it must have been a lightning strike, and that's going to do it. Martin Dang picks up the first game in short order.
Yeah, whirlwind of a first game there.
Holy smokes.
So I was chatting with Martin Dang a little bit backstage. And he definitely thinks he has the upper hand in this matchup.
All right, we'll be back right after these messages.
The new Magic Online only Tempest Remastered set combines the best of Tempest, Stronghold, and Exodus into a brand new draft experience with events beginning May 6th. Sign up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. Make Magic history by joining in on the biggest Magic Premier Play weekend ever, featuring events in Chiba, Utrecht, and Las Vegas. Pre-register now at magic.wizards.com/Modern Masters Weekend.
And welcome back to the feature match area here in Brussels. Let's get a quick word with our competitors about what their sideboard plan was coming into this matchup.
All right, I'm here with Martin Dang. Martin, talk to me about what you're going to do after game 1 in this matchup. How are you going to sideboard?
Yes, actually it depends whether or not I win, because I had a sideboard plan if I'm on the draw and a different side plan if I'm on the play.
Okay.
So, regardless of which, I'm going to sideboard 2 of these in. These 4, which are really good in this matchup, and also this guy, which I really like. On the draw, I will take in only 2 of these.
Okay.
And that's the difference between my play and draw sideboard, because on the play, I will board all 4 of these in. So that would be a total of 11 cards on the play, and only 9 cards on the draw.
How do you make room for all those cards? What do you take out?
Yes, well, I have some cards that are not so good in that matchup. For example, Wild Slash, I'm going to board 4 of those out. And then I'll board out some Hordling Outburst. I'm going to board 3 Hordling Outbursts and my Frenzied Goblin, and also a Lightning Strike and 2 Goblin Fodder.
Okay. Thank you, Martin Dang. Good luck the rest of the way in the quarterfinals.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm here with Marco Camaluzzi. Marco, I know the red deck can give nightmares to almost any player. What do you have to do after sideboard to shore up your matchup here?
No, I told you, the first game is really hard because I'm on the draw. You know, if I'm on the play, it's fine. So after game 1, I need to add 10 cards. 10? Yeah, really 10 cards.
Okay.
For try to beat him. So first of all, I need to add the 3rd Baublight because I'm playing 2 main deck. That is amazing. Again, tokens, okay? Then I need to add 3 Drawing Sorrow. You know, because if I play turn 1 spell, turn 2 spell, turn 3 tokens, I need to hit them all with Java Spell, you know. The 3 Freeman's Lion, you know, because I need to make a turn to drop. It's fine if it's a removal, but it's also okay. It's a big 3/3 that is, it's like a combo with Draw in Sorrow, you know. Turn 3/3, turn 3, Draw in Sorrow, clean the board, and start to attack. The last 2 cards are Duress. Yeah, because he has a lot of spells, you know. There are or just bar spell or token spells, so it's really good. And he can protect me from Atarka command that, you know, it's like a skull crack for my Rhino. So it's pretty annoying, you know. And from the main deck, I need to leave 4 Toad Seeds because you know, I can lose life. You know, it's easy. It's just one reason, you know. Ugin and Liliana Vess, you know, because there are stones, you know, there are 5 drop, 8 drop is not just good, and Absent Charm, I can lose life, and also they have he has just most creatures, so it's just they do nothing. It do nothing. So
okay, sounds like a big plan for game 2.
Yeah,
Marco, good luck the rest of the way in the quarterfinals.
I need.
You heard Marco say, I need it, after BDM wished him good luck there. How much luck does he need here, Ian?
A fair amount, but I think the matchup gets a lot better for him after Game 1. Game 1, of course, his deck's not well set up against aggro in the main deck, but also being on the draw there. Now that he's on the play, and now that he brings in, as we saw, 10 cards, I think he said, he's going to be in a lot better shape.
Yeah, 10 cards coming in here for Marco Camiluzzi, who, well, he got ran over in the first game. That was fast.
And I was talking before about how Martin Dang mentioned he thinks this is a favorable matchup for him. Part of why he thought it was favorable was factoring in that he was on the play in Game 1 and that Camiluzzi's main deck configuration was not well suited against him. So things sort of went according to plan for Martin Dang there in Game 1, but I think he acknowledges that things get a little bit worse for him in Games 2 and 3.
Looks like the sideboarding has been done, and we're just finishing up our shuffles before presenting decks here to get underway in Game 2 of our second quarterfinal. We'll be bringing you coverage of the following 2 quarterfinals after this, and then, of course, the semis leading up to the big best-of-5 final later on today. Players are playing for a heck of a lot of money. First place is $40,000 here at the Pro Tour. Second place is $20,000. The players that have made top 8 have already secured 10 each. Not a bad payday. Playing a few games of Magic.
So if we think about what Camiluzzi wants to begin with in his opening hand, he definitely wants cheap cards to get on the board early. Drown in Sorrow and Bile Blight are going to be the cards that he's looking for the most, just as cheap early removal spells that can catch him up from an onboard deficit. Wildland Lion, Fleecemane Lion, a great blocker as well, just shutting down those early token rushes.
How aggressively is Marco going to be mulliganing to try to get to those key spells?
Fairly aggressively. I mean, if he were to start with a hand that didn't have anything to do before turn 3, I think he would already strongly consider mulliganing that. If he's awkward on mana at all, like if he doesn't have double black for Bile Blight or Drown in Sorrow, he's already starting to think about mulliganing. In addition to just looking for a well-balanced hand that has a mix of lands and spells.
Okay, well, he's opened up here his opening hand, and it kind of looks like he has the hand that you just described where he's not doing a whole lot before turn 3 here. He is on the play this game. And you know what? He's going to send that one back in. Mm-hmm. Martin Dang's going to take a look at his opening 7 here and see if he's got a keeper. His deck is generally quite consistent. With such a low mana curve and effectively just being a one-color deck in most scenarios.
Yeah, that looks like a great opening hand.
Yeah, he can deploy his game plan pretty consistently.
Looks like Mountain Mountain, Temple of Abandon, Zergo, Lightning Strike, Dragon Fodder, and one other spell. So.
Oh, the hat's been turned backwards here for Marco. It might be rally time.
Oh, yeah. Serious business. So one interesting thing I saw in Camiluzzi's previous hand was I wasn't sure when I first saw it. It looked like he had a race in his opening hand, and I was thinking to myself,
see that too.
Why would he have a race against a mono red deck? The answer is he's anticipating Eidolon of the Great Revel coming in. I believe that's the only enchantment that Martin Dang would have access to.
We heard Marco talk about his sideboard plan. He's got some dead cards in his main deck.
He does.
You know, he was talking about Obzon Charm being particularly painful.
Yep, and Thoughtseize. Yeah, there's the classic swap of Thoughtseize for Duress against a red deck. This is something we've seen, you know, time and time again in multiple formats. So Cameluzzi really looking for a nice 6-card opening hand, probably 2 or 3 lands, a Bile Blight, a Drown in Sorrow. But Martin Dang's hand is looking pretty good, and depending on how he plays it, fairly resilient to something like Bile Blight.
All right, let's see if Marco finds a keeper here.
He's got
this
2
looks
lands.
much better.
Yeah,
There's
he's got
a
the
Duress.
erase. Looks like a Duress, yeah.
But he's going to kick things off with a tap land here, I believe is a Temple of Silence. And there's a Zergo Bellstriker for Martin Dang.
Yeah, just a beautiful opening hand for Dang there. Great mix of lands and spells. Good curve.
Wow, that is a beaut. Marco Cameluzzi is going to fire off that Duress, and you can see his eyebrows kind of go up when he looks at the hand of Martin Dang. How am I going to beat this? He's got a Drown in Sorrow in his hand.
So I think he probably just takes the Stoke the Flames. He's not going to be able to win the game quickly. He just wants to, I guess, mitigate the amount of damage he'd take over a longer game. Yeah, looks like he does take away the Stoke.
All right, so Stoke the Flames hits the bin. Leaves Dang with Dragon Fodder, Lightning Strike, and a Swift Spear to go along with the lands.
If he had a Fleece Mane Lion, he'd take the Lightning Strike there. He doesn't, unfortunately.
And does nothing else for the turn outside of playing a land.
But it does look like Cameluzzi picked up a copy of Drown in Sorrow.
He did.
Which is huge here.
Does he have a second black mana source available?
I don't think he does. I think he's going to need to top deck one.
Whew. So Zergo Bellstriker crashes in for a pair of damage. First blood here for Martin Dang.
Down comes Dragon Fodder.
And Dragon Fodder is going to put out a decent board state here for Dang to keep applying pressure.
So let's take a look at Cameluzzi's hand. So what he really wants to see here is a third land. He's happy with any untapped land. It'll either let him play Courser of Crucifix or Drown in Sorrow. Unfortunately, his only other cheap play is Erase, which isn't matching up well against Martin Dang's draw here, with no Eidolon on his side of the table.
So real early in game 2, but this is a massive draw step for Cameluzzi, who needs to find either a untapped black or green mana source here.
This draw step could very well decide the game.
And he finds
Ultimate Price.
Ultimate Price. So
which
it is
decent.
a spell. Yeah, he can take out Zergo Bellstriker with that. Maybe not as good as a Swamp, but certainly better than many of his draws.
Yeah, I mean, if Dang starts to flood out a little bit and Cameluzzi can take out the Zergo here and then buy a little bit of time to draw into Drown in Sorrow, that is an avenue for him to win the game.
And there's that Monastery Swift Spear. Everybody into the red zone. 2, 3, 4, 5 damage. And Marco's going to have to decide what he wants to kill here with his Ultimate Price.
Yeah,
He's
the
got
two
two
options
choices.
are Zergo or Monastery Swift Spear. Now, killing Zergo just reduces the amount of upfront damage. The reason you'd consider the Swift Spear is that it could potentially live through Drown in Sorrow with a spell prowess pumping it up.
I think that was a Tassiger off the top for Marco. He doesn't have quite enough cards in the yard to do that either, and this game could be slipping away from him very quickly. Lightning Strike your head. That's 5, 6, 7 damage, dropping Cameluzzi down to 9. This could be his last draw step to try to find a land, and he does.
He does, wow.
Caves of Koilos, untapped black mana source. He does take 1 to go to 6 to cast this, but he gets to play Drown in Sorrow, sweeping away the board here.
Okay.
We might have a game.
There is a chance. However, I see in Martin Dang's hand, it looks like he picked up a copy of Goblin Rabblemaster, which is the perfect follow-up.
He scried that to the top of the previous turn. So the hits keep coming here for Martin Dang. Bang, down to 5 for Marco Camiluzzi, who has found another land. Now, does this give him Siege Rhino?
It does. It does give him Siege Rhino. He'll go down to 4, then up to 7.
Wow, so he is just barely hanging in there.
So Siege Rhino would bring Camiluzzi
Man, look
up
at
to
Martin
7,
Dang.
I believe.
Look at Martin Dang's hand. Look at the bottom card. That's not a typo.
Uh-oh.
Become immense here for Martin Dang. I think it's just going to win him the game.
Yeah.
He's going to get an attacker through past the Rhino. He's got enough cards in his yard and a green mana source, and that should do it.
Now, I asked Martin Dang earlier backstage, how's that one Become Immense
There it
for
is.
you?
There's Become Immense in the mono red deck, and that's going to do it. Martin Dang, with the fist pump, advances to the semifinals.
Awesome. Love it.
Become Immense out of mono red finishes the job.
Yeah, often you think about these mono red decks as hyper efficient, streamlined, 4 copies of everything, want to do the same thing every time. 1 copy of Become Immense, he said it's been great for him all weekend. It's won him a lot of games.
6 damage it represented right there. 6 damage, and that is going to do it for our second quarterfinal match. Marco Camiluzzi, congratulations on a great run here. He's going to have to settle for quarterfinal finish, as we have now populated 2 of our 4 seats in the semis. We're going to be bringing you, of course, coverage of the next 2 quarterfinal matches here as they get ready. To set that up, though, we've got the guys at the news desk. Let's send it over to Rich Hagan.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Ian. Luis, it seems like only moments since we were last here. In fact, we just haven't moved. There wasn't an opportunity. Wow, that was brutal.
Yeah, I started walking away, and then I saw game 1. I'm like, yeah, just walking in reverse back.
And here we are. All right, so what about our Dragon Tracker on the right of screen? Do we get any? I don't think we do. No, we stay at 87.
Fodder doesn't count? If Ugin counts, how does Fodder not?
Well, Ugin's a dragon. Okay, excuse us just one moment. Ugin, would he or would he not eat dragon fodder?
That's true. He would definitely eat dragon.
Thank you.
He probably has this tournament.
Right, exactly. So, on we go. That's important matters taken care of. Let's take a look at the bracket now for you with 2 of our quarterfinals done. We've already seen Adrian Sullivan through. That was our first quarterfinal, 2-1 over Thomas Hendricks of the Netherlands. That means blue-black control is into the semi-finals. So then Martin Dang against Marco Camiluzzi. Sorry, Italy, blink or you missed it. It was Martin Dang by 2-0 with red aggro. He really did become immense. And we will see red aggro against blue-black control in our semi-finals this afternoon. But now our attention turns to the top half of the bracket, and we're going to begin that top half with Andre Strasky, the number 1 seed, up against Andrew Olschwager of the United States. So let's take a look at Andre Strasky then from the Czech Republic. He is just 19 years old. A silver pro, well no, he's going to be platinum now. 38 lifetime pro points, all in the last 12 months or so. $16,000, $17,000 and climbing, because at least 10,000 playing here today. Remember, the finalists compete for $40,000 to the winner. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. He was 6th at Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir, and he's one of a handful of players, really. Not many people achieve this double. Over 60% win percentage at both the Grand Prix and the Pro Tour level. From Team Cabin Crew, let's take a look at his deck. And he is playing a green devotion strategy. So, Luis, let's walk through what is going on in this deck.
Much like Hendrick's deck, this is a green devotion deck. It's trying to accumulate massive amounts of mana using Nykthos and mana elves like Elvish Mystic and Rattleclaw to accelerate out large things like Whisperword Elemental and Dragonlord Atarka. The difference here is that with a couple Boon Satyrs, a couple Surak the Hunt Callers, and 4 CD Unwrittens, there's some different card choices. Strasky's a little bit more aggressive. Boon Satyr and Surak both apply the beatdowns. And CD Unwritten is very explosive.
Right, so Andre Strassen came in and did a deck tech with us at the video wall during the weekend, and there was an element of combo to the deck. So what are we talking about there? If we see it on screen, what is this combo that they're talking about?
One of the combos I imagine they're referring to is you cast Seed Unwritten with Ferocious, you look at your 8, and you put in Surrak the Hunt Caller, Dragon Lord Atarka, kill all their creatures, you can give Dragon Lord Atarka haste, and you just fly over for 8.
Yep. So there's a lot of very explosive stuff going on. Roughly, what's the time scale for that? Is this a deck where it's very much about early setup and then round about 4 and 5? Is that like the meat of the game for Stratsky?
Yeah, Stratsky's going to be looking to have his biggest plays on turns 3 through 5. Ideally with Elvish Mystic in order to enable that, but because without that it's going to be more like 4 through 6. But if he can start with Elvish Mystic or Rattleclaw Mystic, you can end up playing a big thing on turn 3, a big thing on turn 4, and ideally a big thing on turn 5.
It sounds like turns 3 through 5 and turns 4 through 6 aren't really that different, but they really are, aren't they?
They are. In this matchup, he's playing against blue-black control. It's not quite as different as if it were, say, playing against red or Abzan, but because blue-black has cards like Crux of Fate, which destroy everything regardless of whether it comes out on turn 3 or 4, but still, that extra turn is really, really big.
Okay, well, Andre Stratsky is from the Czech Republic. He's part of Team Cabin Crew, and they've been quietly putting up some very, very impressive numbers. Waiting for us over on the far side of the studio is Marshall Sutcliffe with a Pro Tour champion from Return to Ravnica. Has he brought his Easter eggs with him? It's Stanislav Sivka.
Thanks, Rich. Stan, you test and actually live with Andre Stratsky as well, so you're quite close with him?
Yeah, we live in the same house with Ivan Floch as well and Lukas Blohon, so we all spend time together playing Magic and hanging out and trying to improve, so yeah, that's how we do.
Now, I was chatting with you a little while ago about Andre. He's only 19 years old, but you're really impressed with how well he's composed himself after so much success so early in his career.
Yeah, like if you look back 2 years ago, he was like a random young guy or whatever, and in the last year, he's trying so hard, he's improving, he's taking his lessons. Like every time he's draft with Martin Juza, he's like asking, what did I do wrong? When he's playing with Ivan Floch, he's always asking. And I think in the last year, he went a really long path and now he's a very good player and he has a lot of potential, even improving. So I think he could be easily the next superstar of MTG.
Oh, wow. And you also said that one thing that stood out to you was that he was humble. It's easy when you're young. I remember when I was 19, if I had as much success as he had, it can go to your head. You think, hey, I'm the best player in this game. And you said he's not like that at all.
Yeah, he's not like that at all. Like if someone like top 8 the PT, he's like, oh, I'm so good. I don't have nothing to learn or whatever. And it's not his case. And it even like encouraged him to work harder because he see, oh, I did this small mistake or whatever. So yeah, I think he has a very good attitude and it's his greatest gift.
Now, talk to us a little bit about testing for the matchup. After Andre knew that he was going to be in the top 8, you and Floch actually took over testing for him, or what happened there?
Yeah, because this tournament is very difficult, and if you have an extra day, it's so hard to do. So you use your teammates to playtest your matchup to tell you how do I sideboard, what's my opponent will bring in, and what's important in this matchup. So me and Ivan helped him a little bit. So
which deck did you test in the matchup?
I've played the Devotion deck. I obviously played the Control deck because
I like
he's so good in the Control
deck. That makes
deck.
sense. And did you guys feel pretty comfortable after the testing with the matchup for Andre?
Well, the matchup is very close. Like anyone can win. And it's good, like it's like 50-50 or maybe 55 for Andre or whatever. But yeah, because the Dragons are very effective against some decks, while against the Green Devotion deck, he has so many monsters, so often one Dragon is not enough. So it's slightly better for Andre than if he would be playing a regular blue-black deck because the mass removal is so effective while the Dragons are sometimes good, but sometimes are not enough. So
yeah, so when you guys are watching as a team, everybody's pulling for Andre, right? It's going to be a huge team effort behind him from Team Well Played.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so that's awesome. And hopefully you can take home a trophy here for your team. You said you think he might be the next superstar Pro Tour winner.
Yeah, I hope so. It would be so nice. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your time, Stan. Let's send it back to the news desk.
Thank you for invite.
Yeah.
Thanks very much to Marshall and Stanislav for their Pro Tour champion.
It's always great to be a champion, Luis. It never goes away, does it? Do you, when you're here with us, when you're here with us on a Sunday morning, do you Do you have a sort of sense memory of 2008? And is that something that is always with you on Pro Tour Sundays, of your Pro Tour Sunday there?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I said this morning that Pro Tour Sunday is awesome, even if you do poorly in the Pro Tour. It's just, how can you not get excited? Watching people play under the cameras, watching, you know, this whole business going on, and it's a lot further along than it was in 2008 in terms of the coverage, and watching all of it is really, really exciting. Even if I'm involved on this side, you know, I get to be involved, and I really like that.
You certainly do. Well, someone who is involved on that side of the camera is Andrew Olschwager of the United States. Let's take a look at his profile. He has the top 8 from Grand Prix Denver in 2012, went 5-1 in draft. You see a couple of draws in standard. He took both of those intentionally in the last couple of rounds, and by 6/100th of 1%, he made it in over Carl Bogomez in 9th. Is that the moment that sees Olschwager ultimately becoming a Pro Tour champion? 16 lifetime pro points at the age of 28, played at Return to Ravnica and Theros Pro Tours. Let's take a look at his deck list, and we're going to see that he is playing, again, blue-black control. That is very much one of the themes of today, Luis. Walk us through Andrew Olschwager's deck.
Technically, this is an Esper deck because it plays a lone white card, which is a Dragonlord Ojutai. And you can see it off of Haven of the Spirit Dragon and some white temples. And I have a lot of familiarity with this deck because this deck is very, very close to what a lot of the guys on Team Channel Fireball played. We had, you know, Paulo Vitor, Damarosa, and Josh Daughter-Layton both top 16 with what is essentially this deck. The lists are very close. And the main engine in this deck, so it is a blue-black control deck. It's got, you know, removal and counter spells like we expect. The 4 copies of Silumgar's Scorn and the 3 copies of Foul Tongue Invocation. These are both spells that do a lot more if you have a dragon in your hand or in play. Well, in this deck, mostly in hand, but that's why you see the 6 dragons, and sorry for Ugin, the dragon counter doesn't count for these spells, but it's got 2 Dragonlord Ojutai, 2 Dragonlord Silumgar, and 2 Icefall Regent, as well as 2 Silumgar of the Drifting Death. So this is actually the full 8 dragons. It means that Silumgar's Scorn is a 2-mana counterspell. It's actually the card counterspell, which we haven't seen in Standard in many years.
Right, because I was going to ask you specifically about Silumgar's Scorn. To what extent is it pure counterspell?
Well, the beauty of the card is in the first, you know, on turns 2 through 5 or so, you don't even need a dragon. Your opponent's often going to be tapping out.
Right.
After that, there's a good chance that you have a dragon. You've got 4 anticipates, you've got dig through times. You're able to find the dragon to make it the full-on counterspell.
I'm interested in the card Dragonlord's Prerogative. I think we said that pretty correctly, all the R's in the right place. A card that one-ofs are very hard to explain to newer players. We've got 1 copy here. If it's good, why isn't there more of it? And if it isn't, why are they playing it?
Well, there's actually 3 copies in the sense that there's the 2 dig through times, the 1 Dragonlord's Prerogative, and they both fill very similar roles. So often when you look at 1-ofs into 2-ofs, they're not really 1-ofs and 2-ofs. It's really a 4-of that you split between the 2 different versions. And here, that's what we're seeing, because they're the heavy hitting card draw that you don't want, you know, 3 in your opening hand, but you do want to draw a couple during the course of the game.
Now, once we get into the matchup itself, Andre Stratsky has the choice of play or draw, brackets, play.
Choice.
Right. And Olschwager will be on the draw. So, it's Devotion against blue-black control. A sense of a winner?
I like the blue-black side here. Even with aggressive cards like Boonsader and Surak, I still think that the blue-black deck is well poised to take control of the game and then just play a 3/7 dragon to stop attacks and then to, you know, wipe things up with Crux of Fate and other ways to draw cards.
So if Stratsky fans are thinking, how is my guy going to win this? Does he have to try and be explosive? Is he trying to undercut blue-black control in some way?
For sure. The blue-black deck, it has the game going long. So Stratsky, if he's on the play and leads with an Elvish Mystic, then he's in pretty good shape. But
okay. Top prediction. This one will take a little longer than the last one. You may even be able to stand up. It's time for quarterfinal 3 here at Pro Tour DTK.
Welcome to the booth. Brian David Marshall here with Pro Tour Hall of Famer and Pro Tour champion Randy Buehler, and we are ready to go with our 3rd quarterfinal. Let's send it down to the floor and see Andre Stratsky in action against Olschwager. final here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Brian David Marshall, joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and we are watching Andre Strasky. There you see him, the 19-year-old playing in his second Pro Tour top 8 of his career, end of the season. Just 19 years old, playing with Team Well Played with the cabin crew, Czech player. And there you see Andrew Olschwager, American player, PTQer, guy's gotten here, the hard way a couple times. This is obviously the breakthrough performance of his career. What do you like in this matchup, Randy? What are we going to see here?
Well, we're going to see Strasky with a turn 1 Elvish Mystic. That is exactly the start that he needs to try to get out in front of this blue-black control deck. Did a deck tech with Strasky yesterday, and his version of the Devotion deck is particularly vulnerable to control. However, Andrew Olschwager's control deck, fully 8 dragons, not as many control elements. So it's like we've got the version of the Devotion deck that's bad against control, but the version of the control deck that's bad against Devotion. So
okay, and as you can see, Strasky started on 6 cards. He had a mulligan. I believe Andrew Olschwager also mulliganed his opening hand. So both players starting on 6, although one of Olschwager's 6 is Thoughtseize, and he gets to look at a hand of See the Unwritten, Courser of Kruphix, Sirach, the Hunt Caller, and Temple of Abandon. What do you take here?
It's certainly nice to be able to make sure he's not ramping into something ridiculous here. The choices are really Courser and Sirach. I probably take Sirach. He turns off the Ferocious ability for the See the Unwritten. Courser's the cheaper one, though, so he goes Courser.
Yeah. There you go. All right. New plan for Strasky.
Wow, he even drew that comes in to play untapped land. He would have been able to play Courser on this turn.
Yeah, drew a mountain, but decides he doesn't have a turn 2 play any longer.
Yeah, so we get to come to the play tap land and the scry. The Thoughtseize choice there is pretty interesting. Of course, the Courser is certainly a source of card advantage, but the Hunt Caller seemed a little scarier.
Especially you see a Foul Tongue Invocation in hand. That's he may be planning to, what's he going to get, an elf with that?
He's going to get an elf with that.
And
Here is Sirach.
Yeah.
No haste yet, though.
Now we got a couple more points of power we got to assemble. So lots of land for Andrew Olschwager. He's got a Dragonlord Ojutai a couple turns away. He's got a Foul Tongue Invocation. He's going to reveal a dragon as he casts the Foul Tongue Invocation so he can gain 4 life.
Ojutai was just in time.
Yeah, Dragonlord Ojutai off the top there.
He's doing this Foul Tongue Invocation main phase, I believe.
He is.
It is an instant, but does not want to let Strasky have that mana from that Elvish Mystic. And he doesn't have any counter spells. I mean, his only other line would have been to sort of represent a Silumgar's Scorn.
But he's seen most of the cards in Strasky's hand.
Strasky's thinking about this. Is he contemplating Sirach as the choice?
Certainly looks like he might be.
He's drawn a Dragonlord of Tarkir since we last saw his hand. So he's definitely concerned about building up his mana. He's got See the Unwritten Dragonlord of Tarkir. That's a 6 and a 7. So sacrificing the elf to go down to 3 is not great given what's in his hand. That said, Sirach all by itself represents a pretty hard-hitting creature. Pretty hard-hitting threat that Olschwager's going to have to deal with, so elf down.
But assuming just the Sirach lives for the rest of the game, it would be 5 turns to kill Olschwager now with the extra 5 life that he gained. Extra 4 life, I should say, that he gained. So
Mystic helps that clock a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Olschwager's got the Dragonlord Ojutai that he's building up toward.
Does he have a white source?
He has Haven of the Spirit Dragon.
Oh, look at that.
Card has had such a good weekend. Haven of the Spirit Dragons everywhere.
Really reminiscent of a card like Academy Ruins or something along those lines. Just gives you this inevitability. Oh, there's a morph. Haste.
Indeed.
And attack for 8.
Yeah, I mean, Haven and Spirit Dragon, the fact that it color fixes is relevant too. It's not just the ability to go get a dragon back in the late game. Both a land that has this spell roll, which is great late in the game. Color fixing comes up more than you'd think it would.
There you get a look at the land from Dragons of Tarkir. All right.
Rolschwager has now drawn Hero's Downfall as well. So he's debating, does he tap out for Ojutai? Does he want to use his Hero's Downfall?
Well, he knows there's a See the Unwritten.
Yeah. Still only 4 mana for Strasky, but,
But
that's a Rattleclaw Mystic.
A Rattleclaw Mystic changes that very quickly.
So yeah, main phase, Hero's Downfall, Surrak. No Ferocious for you.
Looks like Andre's drawn a Boon Satyr.
Yeah, one of the things about Olschwager's blue-black control deck that sets it apart a little bit is that he's only got 2 sweepers. Just 2 copies of Crux of Fate. No Perilous Faults. Well, 1 Perilous Fault in the sideboard. No Perilous Faults for this game. Only the 2 Crux of Fate. No Aether Spouts. So Strasky's able to commit threats to the board maybe a little more aggressively than he would be in some matchups. Or some versions of the blue-black matchup, I mean.
Yeah, almost more of a mid-range blue-black deck than a traditional blue-black control deck.
Yeah, it's got 8 dragons and 2 sweepers, 2 wraths.
Strasky literally pulling his hair out here as he tries to figure out what to do. As he can't bestow.
He's got to know there's no Crux of Fate right now, right? Hero's Downfall just got pointed at Surrak the Huntcaller. So it seems like he just moves in with his Boon Satyr here, right?
Attacks for 2. In combat, gets the 3 mana from the Rattleclaw Mystic, and uses that mana to bestow Boon Satyr, get in for 6. Wow, that's great.
Rattleclaw Mystic is now 6/3.
6/3 and robust, right? Because if you kill it, then the Boon Satyr is going to fall off, and you'll have a threat on the board.
Yeah, it attacks into Ojutai pretty well, and he's seen the Ojutai since it was revealed in that Foul Tongue Invocation.
Right.
Matches up pretty badly against Silumgar Drifting Death, but Ojutai is the one he knows about.
Yeah, reads Haven of the Spirit Dragon. There's Dragonlord Ojutai. Get a look at it. Hexproof as long as it's untapped, but it's got a block here.
Yeah, pretty much.
That anticipatability on the Dragonlord Ojutai, if you get in a position where you actually get an attack with that card, it's pretty hard to claw back from that position. But that's not where we find ourselves now. We find the unfortunate position of having to block something. And then you see Strasky's hand, a Pelucranos, a Dragonlord of Tarkir, and a See the Unwritten.
Okay, he's got only the 5 mana. Yeah, he can attack and still play Pelucranos. It's got to feel pretty good to trade Rattleclaw Mystic for Dragonlord Ojutai, right?
Still and still have your Boon Satyr in play. Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. Strasky did not make it out of the quarterfinals at his last Pro Tour. Looking to change that this weekend. And there's a Pelucranos. So he's got 10 power on the board. His opponent's at 3. Not playing a lot of sweepers. So Starts adding up his mana.
Got a Hero's Downfall and a blue card.
Looks like a plays polluted Delta.
Oh, does he even anticipate? Yeah, he's setting up to anticipate. It has to be for Crux of Fate. So, Finn's his library. Not much difference between 2 and 1 if he's all in on finding Crux of Fate this turn.
So he's going to spin the top deck and
Pretty
hope
much.
to find. Hope to find a sweeper here.
There is the Crux. That's the card he needs. It's in pretty good shape if he finds it, right? Strosky's hand is...
Strosky's down to 3 mana with
Tarka
6 and 7 mana casting cost spells. All right, there it is. Card, card, card. Did he find the Crux of Fate?
Nope. Keeps in anticipate. I don't know what that one can find. Not while he's at... I believe he's at 1, not 2, because he cracked that fetch land. He was at 3 down to 2 still. He can't deal with both of the creatures.
That is game 1, 2. Andre Strosky comes... He's halfway to eclipsing his finish at the last Pro Tour. But we'll be back and see how that goes after a couple of brief messages.
Ultra Pro is the place to go for all your Magic accessories. With card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios showing off the best Magic art, Ultra Pro is the standard for safe storage. Visit ultrapro.com for more information. Tarkir in the spring. Spring has sprung and the Mardu Rough Riders are traipsing past the Nomad outposts in the latest 20-card pack for Duels of the Planeswalkers. These all-foil cards will amp up your 3-color decks and help you conquer the plane of Tarkir. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels for more information.
All right, welcome back. So these guys are looking at the deck lists, trying to make their sideboarding decisions. I had a chance to talk to them earlier in the day before the quarterfinals started and find out what their plan was going into these quarterfinal matches. That plan may have changed. Some of these guys were still playtesting and tuning it, but let's see what they had to say this morning. All right, Andre, this is a pretty tight little sideboard, just 5 different cards to work with. What is your sideboard plan going after game 1?
I'm playing against the Esper Dragons deck, so I'm bringing the anti-control cards, which is 4 Nisas, 3 Xenagos, and then since this deck is called Dragons, I'm going to side this creature that kills dragons. So yeah, it just... and for setting out, I'm taking out all the Atarkas, which is kind of sad, but well, it costs 7 mana and it doesn't do that much, and 4 CD Unwritten. That's basically the same. It costs 6 mana and you hardly can turn on the Ferocious. And the last 2 cards will be either Sylvan Caryatid or Atulcal Mystic, because you can like flood out in the late game.
Okay. All right, Andre. Good luck the rest of the way in your quarterfinal matchup. All right, I'm here with Andrew Allschwager. Andrew, what is the plan post game 1 here?
Currently, my plan is to get the 4 Thoughtseize, the Vault, the 2 Negates, the Downfall, and the Ashiok in. So,
How do you get that all in? What are you taking out to make room for that?
I'm cutting the 3 Foul Tongue Invocations from the main. I'm cutting one of the draw spells. I don't know which one yet, so I think it's either going to be the Sign in Blood or the Dragonlord's Prerogative.
But it'll be a game time decision.
That's what we were just trying to find out, right? That was like, is the Sign in Blood better? Is the Prerogative better? The Prerogative is definitely better when you're like slightly ahead, but I don't know if the Sign in Blood is good enough to catch you up, because you just can't afford to like tap out like, oh, you're gonna play Whisperwood. I don't have any answers. Let me dig for some, but you still get a lot of value out of your Whisperwood. So.
Okay. All right, Andrew. Good luck the rest of the way in your quarterfinal matchup.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back. Randy, what do you think here, sideboard-wise, looking at these guys' decks?
I do think Strosky was really worried about his control matchup, and fully 4 Nissa and 3 Xenagos. That's a lot of threats.
Right, yeah. I mean, we watched in the first quarterfinal, Adrian Sullivan, really found his back up against the wall on those planeswalkers.
Yeah, Nissa can be tough to deal with. I mean, she's particularly good against Perilous Vault, which is not really the way Ulschwager's deck is set up, but still plenty good.
Yeah, we're going to know, actually, have a ton of information about how to side red-green against blue-black by the time these three quarterfinals are over, and a good sense of what the best configuration of all of these different versions of red-green and blue-black turn out to be.
Yeah, it's interesting how Strosky just took out the stuff. The signature cards for his deck are the See the Unwritten and the Atarkas.
Right.
But they're also the cards that were trapped in his hand.
Yeah, they were just dead. There was zero chance of him casting those for at least two more turns when the game ended.
Yeah, briefly got to 5 mana by flipping the Rattleclaw, but that's as high as he ever got. So those are in the sideboard now. We don't get to see the cool, fancy See the Unwritten into Atarka package.
Just becomes a much more traditional green-red deck with a couple planeswalkers. What do you think about Ulschwager's decision as far as which card draw spell? Do you keep the Sign and Blood in? Do you keep the Dragonlord's Prerogative in? I feel like you have to keep the Sign and Blood in, right? Like you just need to dig for cards as soon as possible.
That sounds right to me. I mean, his deck is a little top-heavy in terms of having fully 8 dragons. Yeah, I mean, the 8 dragons make me think you want the cheaper card. Foul Tongue Invocation doesn't seem terrible. I mean, you're mostly going to get an elf with it. So, I mean, I think that's why he's taking it out, since that's all he's ever going to expect to get. But gaining 4 life and killing an elf isn't nothing.
Right. And we saw there it actually really hamstrung Andre for a couple of turns there. And there you look at the opening hand for Andre Strosky. Couple Rattleclaw Mystics.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. The Elvish Mystic is, yeah. The deck, if you knew you were going to have Elvish Mystic in every draw, these Green Devotion decks would just be so much better when they have the Mystic.
Dismal Backwater is the opening play here for Andrew Ulschwager. And he's going to groan a little bit as the Elvish Mystic comes down on turn 1 for Andre Strosky. All sorts of flavors comes into play tapped lands for Ulschwager. Which I guess is maybe another argument against his Sign in Blood.
Sure. Silumgar Scorn, but
a Perilous Vault, and then a good handful of lands that come into play tapped or do a point of damage to you there.
Yeah. So he went Temple of Enlightenment instead of Polluted Delta. He could, in theory, have had Silumgar Scorn up this turn, but chose not to.
There is Courser of Krufix, and that is Sirach the Hunt Caller online and attacking next turn. But that will get scorned or killed or any of 2 options in hand for Andrew Ulschwager.
Yeah, he continues to go with the comes into play tap lands, trying to get through that portion of his mana development. Does not have access to Hero's Downfall here. Does have access to the Silumgar Scorn, though.
Yep. We see a land off the top for Strasky that he gets to play off his Courser.
And do you just tap out for Sirach? Kind of a tricky spot, right? Do you just tap out for Pelucranos?
Maybe you tap out for Pelucranos instead and see what happens.
I mean, what you see, blue-blue, he's definitely aware that his opponent has Silumgar Scorn mana. Doesn't know if he has a dragon, doesn't know if he has the Silumgar Scorn.
He could also play a morph. He could also play a morph here.
Yeah, I mean, knowing Ulschwager's hand, the best play for Strosky is to play the Rattleclaw Mystic, I think. That said, Strosky doesn't get to know Ulschwager's hand, so it's a tricky spot. He goes the Rattleclaw Mystic.
And then gets to attack for 3 here, drops Ulschwager to 19. And has a lot of mana available to him next turn.
Yes.
But Ulschwager will now have access to his Hero's Downfall.
Wow, he's going to go for Perilous Vault.
Yeah, okay.
Taps out, planning to activate it next turn.
Whisperwood Elemental lurking in the wings.
Yeah, no free Courser land.
So do you just Sirach and get in?
I don't think so. I mean, it seems like you want to be able to rebuild after this Perilous Vault. Maybe.
Well, he is going to be able to rebuild. He's got a Whisperwood coming.
Yeah, I guess if you know you're drawing Whisperwood next turn, I think you're right. I think that's what Andre Strosky's
So he
thinking.
plays the Sirach. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Drops Andrew Olschwager to 9 here.
Yeah, Sirach the Hunt Caller is effectively a lava axe there.
Good.
A lightning shrieker, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, crossed out.
So Olschwager goes to 8.
He's going to wait to blow the Perilous Vault during Strosky's draw step because he wants to see what the top card is going to be before the Courser dies.
Oh, it's a Boon Satyr.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give Strosky access to the Elvish Mystics mana or the Radical Mystics mana. This doesn't.
Which step are we in? Draw step. Crackball.
Okay. Activates the Perilous Vault, taps out. Exile your non-land permanents here.
This is the other thing that Strosky's play of Sirach actually does, is it forces the Perilous Vault to definitely get blown. It doesn't give Olschwager the ability to, like, kill one creature and move ahead. And Strosky's, between the Pelucranos and the Whisperwood, he's got enough threats that he didn't mind feeding that Sirach to the vault.
So now we see Scorn, Ultimate Price, Hero's Downfall, 3 lands for Olschwager. He plays Price on the Pelucranos, still has mana up for his Hero's Downfall for the Whisperwood Elemental. So, got a little information I can confirm. Sideboard plans. Andrew brought in 4 Nissa, 4 Xenagos, and I'm sorry, it got these mixed up here in terms of names. This is on. Andre brought in 4 Nissa, 4 Xenagos, and 3 Arbor Colossus. Took out 2 Rattleclaws, a Dragonlord of Tarka, 4 Dragonlord of Tarkir, and 4 See the Unwritten, while Andre brought in Ashiok Heroes Down. Andrew brought in Ashiok Heroes Downfall, Negates, a Perilous Vault, and a Thoughtseize, taking out Invocation, Silumgar the Drifting Death, and his Dragonlord's Prerogative. So he kept the Sign and Blood in.
Crux of Fate off the top for Olschwager. Andre smelled Hero's Downfall, didn't want to commit to Whisperwood Elemental that turn, also didn't want to tap out and run into a Force Spike potentially. So he went for a couple of Elves instead.
Okay. Here's Crux of Fate.
Non-dragons.
Gets the 2-for-1.
When Olschwager is thinking, he knows there's a Whispered Elemental. He's saying, tap out for it, tap out for it, tap out for it.
He's like, please.
Come on, tap out for it. You know you want to play Whisperwood. I already played 1 Ultimate Price. I probably don't have another one. Tap out for Whisperwood.
5-4? Or should die? The card is it 5-4?
He's asking about the stats on Ojutai.
Strosky tested his... Wow, it just says go. He's got Boon Satyr in his hands. I mean, I think his plan is end set Boon Satyr. It's pretty interesting. Declines to tap out for Whisperwood. Strosky's played this game really well.
You know, I mean, he's lives in a house with Stanislav Sivka, Ivan Flock, and Lucas Blohan.
No, it's...
you know, playing Magic all day long. So...
It's a great point. He didn't do a lot of testing overnight, though. He really trusted his teammates to test the matchup for him.
Okay, there's the Boon Satyr.
3 cards still?
And now Sirach represents lethal.
Mm-hmm.
You can get that in under the Silumgar Scorn.
Right, yeah, it's a 4-drop. Not that he knows about Silumgar Scorn, but he has...
He was clearly respecting it.
He's provided 0 opportunities to get Force Spiked. So, okay, here's Sirach. It can be hasty. Should both these creatures live long enough for Sirach to trigger?
Well, I think what we're going to see here is a dig through time, hoping to find a dragon and
to reveal
and another spell. Yeah.
There's also still a Hero's Downfall in Olshwager's hand, so this dig isn't desperate. Like you say, I think it's more opportunistic than desperate.
Yeah, but he comes up with like Dragonlord, Ojutai, Perilous Vault.
Mm-hmm.
That does not seem bad for him.
Oh yeah, I mean his current hand can only answer one of those 2 cards, so.
It resolves? It resolves.
Oh, it does resolve. Any downfalls before?
Interesting. Does not. Now he's gonna dig?
Yeah, now he's gonna dig. So he takes.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think digging is a response, and giving yourself the option to Silumgar Scorn as a counterspell. It's at least nice to have the option, right? If this is your plan anyway.
There's a Crux of Fate.
There is a dragon in there. It looks
Yeah.
like Silumgar. Dragonlord Silumgar.
And another Silumgar Scorn. So. He takes 4. He's got counters for the next 2 spells that Strasky might play.
Strasky doesn't have to play anything though. He can just attack with Boon Satyr. He took Dragonlord Silumgar, Silumgar Scorn. So he's basically relying on this Dragonlord Silumgar to solve the Boon Satyr problem.
And there is Dragonlord Silumgar. Take your Boon Satyr.
And the Scorn is now a full-on counterspell.
Yeah. It's like playing Sarah Angel and Control Magic at the same time.
Not bad. Whisperwood runs into the Scorn.
And now the tide has turned in favor of Olshwager's, attacking for 7 a turn.
Go.
There's an Arbor Colossus. That's going to get countered.
Yeah, Strasky's still got threats left in his hand, but he's going to run out of time here, I think.
7.
I think that's why.
Well, except I think Andre Strauski just drew Nissa, Worldwaker.
Oh, yeah? How about a 6th land? Does he have a 6th untapped land?
He drew a 6th land, but it comes into play tapped.
Oh, jeez. But he's only taking...
So he plays the Arbor Colossus.
Gotta go Arbor Colossus. 2nd Arbor Colossus works. Yeah, he needed the 2nd Arbor Colossus to kind of stem the tide.
Wow,
for a turn.
so the Arbor Colossus is going to keep the Dragonlord back. There's an Anticipate.
Yeah, Strasky's last card is Nissa. Man, if he'd drawn an untapped land last turn, he would have just plain won the game. If he went for it. Which I think he would have. I think he would have done that instead of Arbor Colossus. Anticipate finds a Hero's Downfall.
And is he just going to Hero's Downfall here and attack? He is.
Oh,
He's going to attack Andre down to 1.
Does he attack with both? Is he thinking about hasty Nissa lands? Wow.
Andre Strasky's at 1. There's Nissa.
Thumbs
it resolves.
Up. Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
Andre Strasky advances to the semifinals.
Down to 1 life.
Worldwaker sneaks it in at the last possible moment to steal the game away from Andrew Olshwager.
Yeah, that was grand larceny.
Yeah, tap wrong. Yeah. That was a huge mistake. I mean, at this point I was like, huge.
Wow, you hear the players talking about
the normal post-match decompression.
Going back and forth. Wow, that was amazing. You know, we did a sideboard interview with Andre Strasky, and he talked about how good Planeswalkers are against the control decks. We saw that actually even in the quarterfinal matchup for Adrian Sullivan, where he was really up against the wall. So the Planeswalkers have really shown here, and we're going to see green-red versus blue-black 3 times this morning.
Yeah, Armor Colossus looked pretty good there too. I mean, not good against the Adrian Sullivan variety.
No,
but
against the Dragon version, that was a must-kill card.
Absolutely.
For Andrew Olschwager.
Wow.
So there's only one quarterfinal left.
Saved the best for last, didn't we?
How excited are you to watch Shota Yasuoka play against Jason Chung?
Very.
And so much on the line for Shota Yasuoka.
Oh, yeah.
Second top 8 of his career, but someone that people have talked about quite a bit.
It's his 7th top 16. He's got the 18 Grand Prix top 8s and a couple of wins on that side.
Player of the Year title.
A Pro Tour champion.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. We're going to send it back to the news desk where we're going to hear a lot more about Shota Yasuoka and his opponent, Jason Chung.
That's absolutely medium. We are, but not before the three of us say collective wow.
I thought we were going to game 3. I would say pretty sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, 7 a turn. I've got things. I'm digging away with Anticipate. Ian, it's not over till it's over, and Planeswalker did the job for Strasky.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. That's one of the hardest decisions to make when you're playing a control deck. Do you try to end the game quickly, or do you give your opponent an extra turn? Maybe they'll draw something else.
Startling stuff. Let's take a look at our Dragon tracker. Are we getting towards the century mark for Dragons in the feature match area? 3 matches have gone, 4 still to come. Light the flames, set a match under it. We have 89 Dragons now. Think we're going to get there just about, but it's going to be tight. We'll see. Maybe we need the final to go 4 or 5 games. We'd like that anyway, let's be real. Okay, let's look at the bracket then. How has our morning gone so far? Well, I can tell you that Adrian Sullivan, if you're just joining us, just getting up on your Sunday wherever you are, Adrian Sullivan advanced first. He took out Thomas Hendricks by 2-1, blue-black control into the semi-final. Then you have Martin Dang against Marco Camiluzzi. You would not have had to wait long to see this one because Martin Dang won 2-0 with his red aggro deck, and boy, that was car crash magic. It was so fast, blistering, and commiserations to Camiluzzi. Then we went into the top half of our bracket. You have just seen a massive moment of magic. Andre Strasky defeating Andrew Olschwager of the United States. Great job by Andrew, nonetheless, to make it into his first Pro Tour top 8. But now Strasky, who was 6th in his first Pro Tour top 8, is guaranteed a lot better than that. He's into the semi-finals, and he awaits with his Green Devotion deck the winner of what we're going to talk about now, which is Jason Chung of New Zealand against Shota Yasuoka of Japan. So why don't we take a look at the resume of Shota Yasuoka, the Japanese mastermind. Such a great player. He's going to play blue-black control. Still only 30, still a relatively young Magic player, still early in his career in some ways. Gold Pro right now. Of course, he's going to be platinum for next year, closing in on 400 lifetime Pro points, and that's one of the many reasons people are considering him for the Hall of Fame. He's going to be over $200,000 US in earnings by the end of today. This is his second Pro Tour top 8, 18 Grand Prix top 8s, and you see the titles there. He's the 2006 Player of the Year, Team Pro Tour Champion Charleston, and the winner of Grand Prix Kobe 2011. So what is he playing? Well, he is on blue-black control. We've seen decks like this before. Luis, walk us through what Shota is going to try and do today.
He's doing just about the same thing that Andrew was trying to do, which was play a bunch of dragons, play Silumgar Scorn, play Foul Tongue Invocation. Shota decided to play 1 fewer color, and as a result has a few fewer dragons, has 6 dragons total, 3 copies of Silumgar split between the Dragon Lord and the original.
Right, and so we're missing Ojutai.
We are missing Ojutai, but a 3rd copy of Icefall Regent, which is, amusingly enough, the 2nd most played dragon in the top 8 of this Pro Tour.
Now, why is that such a surprise? Is it because, why did that sort of sneak under the radar, if you like?
Well, Thunderbreak Regent was going in, the dragon that we thought was going to be among the most played, and Icefall Regent, because it's a dragon in a control color, it is maybe a little bit more vulnerable, so it's still only got 3 toughness. turns out this is the dragon that people are turning to enable their Silumgar Scorns.
All right, so that's Shota's deck. We'll find out a little more about the matchup in a bit, but if you're going to counter spells, somebody's got to be casting them in the first place. And that man is Jason Chung. Waiting for us over at the far side of the studio is Marshall Sutcliffe, and we're going to go all Australia and New Zealand at the Anzac region. Let's talk with Paddy Robertson.
Thank you, Rich. So I've got Grand Prix Melbourne finalist Paddy Robertson from Australia sitting here. Now, the interesting thing is you're from Australia, but Jason's actually from New Zealand. Can you give us a picture of how the two regions interact down there as far as Magic goes?
Yeah, I can do that. Australian and New Zealand Magic is relatively small in the grand scheme of things. We have limited high-level events, so we have 2 Grand Prix a year in the region, or that's in the Australian-New Zealand region, not the APAC region. And so every large event is a kind of community gathering. Like everyone gets together, same faces are there, old friends and late nights, and it's really nice. Like I really enjoy it, and I don't know Jason intimately up until this weekend, but like I've spent a lot of time meeting him and bumping into him, and we've known each other, through mutual friends for a number of years now.
And did you guys do any playtesting together? Are there teams that form down there?
Yeah, so the people break off into their own, little groups, but ultimately people like sharing information down there because it's for the greater good, essentially. Jason flew in the night before the Pro Tour, or the day before the Pro Tour, and we'd been working for the next, the 4 or 5 days leading up to that. He just rolled in, decided that he wanted to play something aggressive. I said that red-green deck had been really good and pretty consistent, and so he just picked it up and did well.
Yeah, he's done very well so far. Now, how did the testing actually go? Did you guys get to throw a bunch of testing going in, or is it more just like getting a feel since you didn't have a lot of time?
Yeah, resources are limited, essentially. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to work it in there somewhere. So we essentially played known decks for the most part. I tried a few different things. I had like a mono-green aggro deck with Teemo Charger to try and force Aspect of the Hydra over the top of blockers. Didn't really work out. I spent a little bit of time brewing, but for the most part we just played known decks.
Now, what about for testing for the top 8 here? Did you get a chance to help Jason test? Did he just go home and sleep? What was the game plan after?
Well, we went out to dinner, obviously, and he footed the bill, which is the style. He went home not long after that, and we stayed up to about 2 o'clock this morning playing pre and post board games.
And then filling him in the morning.
Yeah, we've been playing a few games with him and keeping him up to speed with what we think is going on.
Real quick,
yeah.
How's the matchup play?
Game 1's pretty reasonable since we're on the play. It feels Shota needs to make some interesting mulligan decisions, I think. He needs to actually have interaction on turn 2 to be ahead. Post-board Drown and Sorrow changes things significantly, and the deck turns the corner pretty quickly with those Icefall regions and Dragonlord Silumgar. So I don't know if we're going to need the Plummet or not, but I think we will.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, Paddy, for taking the time to chat, and we'll send it back to the news desk and Richard Hagan.
Cool.
Great to hear people from all around the world with such a great community down there. They were up till 4 and 5 in the morning waiting for Jason Chung to intentionally draw his way into the top 8. Why don't we take a look at the player profile of Jason Chung then from New Zealand. He's going to be playing his Red-Green Dragons. He's played on 4 teams for New Zealand. That's part of the reason he's up to 74 lifetime pro points and already over $12,000. That's going to at least double here today. Only 22 still. This is his first Pro Tour top 8. Couple of Grand Prix top 8s. Both of those come on home turf in Auckland 2008 and earlier this year 2015. 5-1 in draft, 7-2-1 in standard. Let's get to the deck. It's Red-Green Dragons, and we'll see his list shortly. See what he's got to work with. So Ian, you're going to walk us through this. What's going on in the world of Red-Green Dragons?
So although Jason Chung's deck is also red and green, it's quite a bit different from the other red-green decks we've seen in the top 8 so far. I'd characterize this more as a red-green beatdown deck. He's not using Nykthos to go all the way up to a Tarka, instead leveraging the power of Elvish Mystic to try to play a potent 3-drop like a Boon Satyr or a Goblin Rabblemaster and actually beat down and be aggressive. Rounding things out with some dragons on the high end of the curve. It's Thunderbreak Regent and Stormbreath Dragon this time, and that lets him leverage the power of Draconic Roar and also Crater's Claws as direct damage.
In a vacuum, you're saying it's a pretty aggressive deck. Does it have to be even more so because of the fact that he's playing against a blue-black control deck who, in theory, owns any semblance of a late game?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, Jason Chung is definitely going to be trying to end the game earlier, trying not to let the blue-black deck sort of seize advantage of the late game here. And I think he's actually better positioned than the other green-red decks we've seen so far in the top 8 to defeat a blue-black control deck, just because he's more capable of aggression and he has more reach in the form of direct damage to end the game suddenly.
Luis, from your perspective, how does this matchup play out?
It's similar to the last match we saw, except as Ian said, because Jason is more aggressive, I think it's a little more favorable. A turn 2 Rabble Master, for example, is going to be really, really hard to beat. And cards like Thunderbreak Regent punish you even if you end up killing them.
So this is one where really turn 1 is possibly the most important turn of the whole match, the whole game, in that we're going to see, do we see acceleration coming out of the red-green deck?
Yeah, turn 1 Elvish Mystic definitely changes the character of the matchup for sure. Beyond that, it's just going to be Jason Chung trying to curve out with some nice aggressive options early and try to stay one step ahead of the blue-black control deck, which will in turn try to answer his threats 1-for-1 with removal spells and counter spells.
Luis, blue-black control, a deck of answers against a deck of threats. It's always a difficult deck to master. It's part of the reason that control players love to play it, because of the challenge of it. What should we be looking out for in terms of what watching a master like Shota is compared to when you're playing against blue-black control at your local Friday night matches?
How he conserves removal is one big aspect. Whether he decides to, for example, use ultimate price on Elvish Mystic or wait to kill what Elvish Mystic accelerates into. I imagine he'll have tested the matchup and kind of have these priorities straight, but it is tough to figure out.
We will see what we see. Let the chips fall where they may. Here comes Shota Yasuoka against Jason Chung. It's time for our last quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Welcome to the booth, Brian David Marshall, Randy Buehler. We can't wait to get down to the floor and watch this match. Jason Chung of New Zealand playing Red Green Dragons versus Shota Yasuoka of Japan playing blue-black control. Stone Cold Master. Let's send it down to the floor and see what these guys have in store for us here. Quarter-final of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. I'm Brian David Marshall. I'm joined by Pro Tour Hall of Famer Randy Buehler, and there's a lot on the line here in this match, Randy. No offense to any of the other competitors, but this is the heavyweight bout. There's Shota Yasuoka, a former Player of the Year, a Pro Tour champion, one of the premier control players in the game, one of the great deck builders in the game, playing in only his second top 8, despite countless strong finishes.
Yeah, 7 Pro Tour top 16s, but only the second time he's gotten top 8.
Speaking of Pro Tour top 16s, there you see Jason Chung. You may not be familiar with him, but he had a top 16 at Pro Tour Fate Reforged just a couple weeks ago, it feels like at this point.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door of platinum, right?
He is. If he wins this match, he will be platinum.
First ever for New Zealand.
Yeah. And a handshake there. And Jason Chung, who was the higher seed, gets to lead off. No Elvish Mystic. That could be huge in this match.
Yeah, no, the faster he can come out. The Red-Green Dragon deck is often slow. I would normally think the Blue-Black Control deck is just good against Red-Green Dragons. If you look at the Red-Green Dragon deck that Chris Van Meter won the Star City Open event with last week, it was Corsair and Caryatid up to Atarka. Right? It was not really a beatdown deck. It wasn't really an aggro deck. This one, though, Jason Chung has come in faster than that. There's no Atarkas. He's instead got, Rabble Masters, Heir of the Wild, Rattleclaw Mystic, and his curve tops out at Surrak, Thunderbreak, and Stormbreath Dragon. Heir of the Wild, solid turn 2 threat. Shota still comes into play tapped lands.
Yeah, his deck will take a little time to develop.
Ultimate Price helps in terms of his ability to interact early. He's got 2 Wild Blight, 2 Ultimate Price.
Yeah. Fetch land for Chung here. Now, are we going to see him...
I mean, Rabble Master is what he wants to do. But
I think he might just be playing a Boon Satyr here to turn on Ferocious so he can attack for 3 with his Heir of the Wilds. And that is exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, no Elvish Mystic, no Goblin Rabble Master in this draw. Those are both, that's both good news for Shota.
There's an Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth.
Yeah, I mean, Shota has to start interacting with this board, though. He's getting hit too hard.
Yeah, it's just like coming in for 7 a turn here. And, you know, he can come in for 12 this turn if somehow Surrak the Hunt Caller resolves. And Jason's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's lining it up. I think you do. I mean, make him spend mana, right? Goes for Thunderbreak Regent. Either way, if Shota's playing a counterspell, then he's not going to be playing the Hero's Downfall that we can see at the top of his hand. I mean, it wasn't the fastest draw for Chung, but he was on the play. 2-drop into 3-drop, even without an Elvish Mystic, is still fast enough that Shota, you know, gets to turn 3 without having played a spell, and he's kind of behind. Which one do you want to deal with?
That's what he's doing. You see, he's doing the math. He's like, okay, I take 7 this way. And he is going to have to counter.
Makes
Dissolves the Thunderbreak Regent.
The fact that they're removing the Regent later probably cost him 3 life. Makes this line better. So he got a couple of downfalls. He's got a Crux of Fate, some land. He's not on 18, though. I don't know what the life totals are supposed to be.
No, Yasuoka should be on 11 here. Yeah, there you go.
I mean, he'd love to Crux to sweep a lot of creatures, but I don't know if he can afford to just take 7 here. Looks like he is going to take 7 here. Go down to 4 and set up... oh, Surrak came down. He was recording Mana Confluence, Loss of Life. Yeah, okay, now he has to downfall. He can't let Hasty Surrak come over. It's actually lethal.
Oh, but he chooses to kill the Boon Satyr.
Super smart.
He's only going to take 3 from the Heir of the Wilds.
Right. And now he gets to use
the Crux. There it is. Crux of Fate, naming non-dragons.
Chung would have actually dealt more damage by not playing Surrak last turn. And this Storm Breath would have been lethal if that had worked. Instead,
he just could not get that Storm Breath Dragon onto the table fast enough.
He needed the 5th land. It was the 5th land off the top was exactly what Jason Chung wanted.
There's a 6th land for Yasuoka. He says go.
What's he got? 4 cards in his hand.
He's holding another Hero's Downfall, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 dig through times. This is not where you want to find yourself against Yasuoka.
Yasuoka's down to 4, though. Yeah, downfall of the dragon. Now, do you...
Here's a Rattleclaw Mystic.
Down to 3 for Yasuoka.
Here, Yasuoka getting a count on cards in hand from Jason Chung. Breaks his fetch land to fall to 3. And here comes the first dig through time. Find the perfect 2 cards from the top 7 cards of your library. Not a lot of dilly-dallying from Shota Yasuoka. He's been playing this control deck all weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Passes. No, he's...
Icefall Regent.
Icefall Regent taps down the Rattleclaw Mystic. Flashes in the Boon Satyr.
Shota's got a Silumgar Scorn in his hand, so he could potentially counter this Boon Satyr. The problem is he's got to be worried about things like Crater's Claws. There's 4 Crater's Claws in Chung's deck that can just burn him out from 3. tricky spot. But I mean, he's going to have to block this Boon Satyr if he doesn't counter it, so which would unlock the... So yeah, taps out. Silumgar Scorn. Am I still alive? Crosses his fingers and hopes to live to see another turn. Chung has Draconic Roar. So it doesn't help him here.
Looks like he drew another Boon Satyr.
Okay. Draconic Roar can kill the Icefall Regent.
You do need to spend 4 mana to do that.
Yeah, you happily will. I mean, Chung might wait until he has a dragon. He had the Storm Breath previously to trigger the 3 damage to Shota. No longer has a dragon for that ability.
We saw Olschwager attacking with his dragon and putting himself in a position where the back door, the screen door from the on the Lanai was open, and Strosky was able to come in and steal the game. You're not going to see a similar play from Shadow Yasuoka. Boon Satyr resolves. There's another Boon Satyr in hand for Jason Chung.
Yeah, do you just attack into the Icefall region here? Offer Shota the trade?
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, which unlocks his Radiclaw Mystic and leaves him the ability to go for another end step Boon Satyr.
I think we're going to see another end step dig through time here.
I agree.
There it is. And just, of course, you look at that art, perfect, flavorfully conjuring up dragons. All right, dig through time resolves. It's so unfair to, Shadow Yasuoka getting to, sift through the top 7 cards of his library.
I wonder if Chung is going to take the opportunity to play Boon Satyr on his own end step while Shota's tapped out. The problem is that then gets punished by Crux of Fate. It's a tricky spot. It's like, what do you play around, right? We saw Adrian Sullivan get a lot of advantage over his opponent not knowing which things to play around.
Yeah, the Aetherize was...
Yeah, do I play around Aether Spouts? Do I play around the one Crux? Yeah. It's like he played around an Aether Spouts that wasn't there and then got blown out by the singleton Crux that was. It's kind of a similar spot here. Chung does not go for Boon Satyr. Definitely aware of how good Crux would be to get his Mystic and the Boon Satyr. In fact, yeah, Crux is going to get fired off here to kill just the Mystic. End step Satyr. What does Shota have for that one?
He's got a Silumgar Scorn and
a Bile Blight?
Silumgar.
Yeah.
And a Bile Blight.
He can Scorn or he can Bile Blight. Okay, declined the Scorn. You didn't think you were going to kill me here, did you? And now Chung is out of gas. He's down to a land and a Draconic Roar.
I think as much as everyone's rooting for Yasuoka, Jason Chung is going to... There's going to be this collective empathy, pain from Magic players who've gotten a control player to 3 and are just trying to find some way to finish him off.
Yeah, the tendency to root for Shota is fighting with the tendency to root against the guy with the grip full of counterspells.
Yes. There you see the hand. Silumgar the Drifting Death. Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Silumgar Scorn. Ultimate price.
Wow, how many... Shota's had to play this perfectly. I mean, he's been up against it so many... I mean, this just feels like there were so many paths through this game that have him dead at this point instead of clinging to those last 3 points of life.
Yeah, I think the play with Sark the Hunt Caller was a fantastic example of that.
Chung would have snuck in more damage there. Yeah.
Here is Storm Breath Dragon.
I can't imagine Chung expects to have actually work, but yeah, we'll go through the motions.
Eats an ultimate price.
I mean, you got to try, right?
Another land for Yasuoka, and he plays...
Yeah, he wanted to get to 8 so that he could play Silumgar while leaving up 2.
Yep, and he's got the Scorn up. fetch land for Jason Chung.
The other thing that's great about Shota, I mean, these decks are all awesome. He's always showing up with something interesting. It's also, they're all his.
Yeah, he really pushed. We've seen a lot of the people who push the dragon theme dip into
White for Ojutai.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he went Icefall Regent instead. Didn't want to junk up his mana. Wow, yeah, so. To Haven, getting back a dragon. But I mean, the other thing about Shota, it's not like he had the whole team of people. He's the lone wolf.
Yeah.
I mean, MTG Mint Card affiliated, right? I mean, he hangs out with those guys at tournaments and wears the shirt, but he doesn't test with anyone. He just kind of disappears between Pro Tours and comes out with the best decks. As if you needed another reason to root for him, right?
Yeah.
Anybody who likes the lone wolf, Shota's your guy.
Now the double dragon. And even if the Creator's Clause shows up at this point.
Foul Tongue Invocation has gained 4. I mean, he's got the Silumgar Scorn.
Yeah, he can just cast the Foul Tongue Invocation, right? It doesn't even, you don't even need to have a creature to target. You're just targeting a player.
Yeah, the instant speed gain 4 life at this point. Although I'm not sure 4 is actually enough to counter a Creator's Clause. Because you can clause for 7.
Oh.
But we have a counterspell.
Yeah,
so
we have a counterspell for that. We've got that one covered. Climbs to 4, possibly 8. Then we're going to see Draconic Roar try to take down the Icefall Regent.
Paying the 2 extra, of course. I don't think I would use my last counterspell on this. I don't think. Yeah, no, I would not. I wouldn't use my last counterspell on this. Let's see what Shota does.
Yeah, he doesn't either.
I mean, if he had 2 counterspells, sure. You know, keep the clock as fast as possible. Cuts 2 draw phases away if I saw Regents alive, but going to 0 counterspells seems a little scary there.
So an Elvish Mystic, I think it was for Jason Chung, but that's just going to die to Silumgar.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Rabble Master.
It's not bad. Second Silumgar Scorn for Yasuoka, though, and don't forget the Foul Tongue Invocation, which, of course, he'll play before combat, before the Goblin comes out. Chung stares at the Elvish Mystic, going, dope.
And Yasuoka claws his way back up to 8 life.
Stone Cold Master.
And starts working. He's got 2 turn clock here on Jason Chung. Oh, 1 turn clock. Sorry, the life totals hadn't been updated.
Apologize to all the New Zealanders who were staying up super late to watch Jason Chung, but this has just been a pleasure to watch.
Here's a Thunderbreak Regent. It's getting scorned, and Jason Chung is going to go to his sideboard looking for some answers. All right, we got a couple of quick messages for you, and then we're going to find out a little bit about how these guys are sideboarding for games 2 and 3.
Game by playing in a Grand Prix. These open tournaments feature the best players in your region as well as top Magic pros. Upcoming Grand Prix include Kyoto, Krakow, Sao Paulo, Toronto, Atlantic City, Paris, Florence, and Shanghai. Visit magic.wizards.com/Grand Prix for a complete schedule. Start on your road to the Pro Tour by playing in a preliminary Pro Tour qualifier. With more than 2,000 WPN locations running events, you're sure to find one near you. Visit magic.wizards.com/PPTQ for schedules and information.
All right, welcome back to the last quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. There you see Shota Yasuoka on your left playing against Jason Chung. And I had a chance to talk to these 2 players before the quarterfinal started about how they expected to be sideboarding here in this position going into game 2. Let's hear what they had to say. I'm here with Shota Yasuoka and our good friend Kyoko to find out, Shota, what's your plan after game 1 in your quarterfinal matchup?
After game 1のクォーターファイナルについてサイドボードお願いします。
サイドボードはベイルブライトやアルティメットプライス、あとドローインスローなどの軽い除去を増やして、メインからちょっと重いカードを減らして、序盤からさばいていく形になります。
He is going to add removal spells like these 3, and he's going to make his deck lighter, remove heavier card, and then make it lighter and faster.
Okay. Good luck the rest of the way in the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
All right, I'm here with Jason. Jason, tell me what you're going to do after game one with these 15 cards.
So I'm playing against blue-black control, and most of my sideboard is more towards the aggro side. So I'm bringing in the 3 Xenagos because Planeswalkers are very good against control decks. And I'm also bringing in the 1 Plummet because he's playing dragons. And the rest of my sideboard is more towards the aggro side, so I only have 4 cards to bring in.
So no Hornet Queen against the control deck.
No Hornet Nest.
No Hornet Nest, yeah. And then what are you taking out?
I'm taking out the removal spells of my deck. So I'm taking out 1 Roast and 2 Draconic Roar. And then the last card I'm taking out is a Mystic, which is because after board he has Drown in Sorrows and the mana dorks aren't as important, and Elfish Mystic is better than Radical Mystic. So I'm sideboarding out 1 Radiclaw and my 3 removal spells.
Okay. Good luck the rest of the way in the quarterfinals.
All right, thank you.
All right, there you go. That's the Cyberplane. I think it's funny. Again, I talked to these players before they played any games in the quarterfinals, and that's twice now where we've heard a player talking about what they were going to be siding out, and it's the cards that were just dead in their hand at the end of the actual game one. So, pretty interesting there. It's almost like they found out some of this stuff playtesting overnight. What did you think of Shota Yosoka's plan of trying to get his deck to be a little lighter, was the term he used. I guess taking out maybe like an Ugin the Spirit Dragon, and maybe, a more expensive dragon, and trying to get down and being able to battle Jason on the earlier turns of the game.
Yeah, it makes great sense to me. Drown in Sorrow gives me the ability to sweep away the mana creatures. I mean, anytime you're playing ramp against control, you want to be able to kill whatever the big threat is that they're ramping into. You just need to kill that. And then they don't have enough threats in their deck. If you can kill the big threats, if you can sort of make sure you never fall behind, make sure you never take those hits, that's why control's been advantaged against ramp style decks historically.
Yeah, and Jason Chung, talked about that struggle. Like he's like, look, my sideboard, I'm trying to get as far as he built his sideboard to be able to deal with as many aggro decks as possible.
No, if he expected a field full of blue-black control, I think he probably would have played a different deck. Mulligan from Shota.
Yeah, we saw 1 land there.
There's a lot of people cheering for Shota here. I know that in his previous top 8 was Pro Tour Charleston, Team Pro Tour. He actually was the champion, so he is a Pro Tour champion, having won the Team Pro Tour.
And he won Player of the Year that year.
He won Player of the Year that year. His teammates were Tomoharu Saito and Kaji, right?
And Kaji, yeah.
And Kaji, who is here.
He's on the Japanese coverage team.
Doing the Japanese language stream for Nico Nico, and was apparently just overwhelmed watching his old teammate make this top 8, just crying tears of joy during the Japanese stream yesterday when Shota clinched that second top 8 finally.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk last year when Mahara got his the big top 8 that propelled him into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame. And I remember talking to some of the Japanese players, and they were all like, "Oh, and Shota, right?" And I'm like, well, I love Shota. I love Shota, but 1 Pro Tour top 8 is a difficult number, and it's completely justifiable for him to be there. But for a lot of voters, that's a big barrier. But you know what? We're underway here. A Temple of Abandon for Jason Chung leads things off.
Yeah, the world seems to be divided into people who don't understand why Shota's not in the Hall of Fame, and people who are like, 1 top 8?
And people who really want to get him there, but...
or like, show me another top 8 or 2.
Okay, and there's a dismal backwater for Shota Yosoka. So again, no super fast draw here for Jason Chung. But again, took out at least 1 Elvish Mystic, he said. To make room for a small number of cards, one of which we see in his hand. We see he's sideboarded in a Plummet. Limited staple. Limited sideboard staple.
Yeah, this hand is a 3-drop and 2 4s. It does have the lands. I mean, it's certainly playable, but no acceleration is kind of just where Shota wants him to be.
There's another dragon coming up. He's got a Stormbreath dragon to add to the collection.
Yeah, the end-step Boon Satyr is nice here. It's going to really put the pressure on Shota. Didn't get to spend his mana for anything on turn 2. And here, he'll only get to deal with either this Boon Satyr or the Thunderbreak that's about to come down.
Yep. So Boon Satyr sticks. Gets in for 4. I feel like we've seen this before. 4 mana, Thunderbreak Regent. Keeps it pretty close to his graveyard.
Yeah, Shota chose not to Bioblight away the Boon Satyr that was attacking him for 4, but instead to sit on Silumgar Scorn mana.
Yeah,
Does have a dragon in his hand to reveal.
Doesn't need it.
Also true.
Doesn't need to give away any information. It is Force Spike right here.
Yeah. I mean, I think if Jason had done nothing, Shota probably would have just Bioblighted the Boon Satyr end step.
Sure.
But I mean, he was willing to take 4 mana in order to be able to use the Silumgar Scorn. Willing to take the 4 damage to get the flexibility.
So there's a Template Deceit. Looks at his cards, pushes 1.
More dragons where that one came from for Jason Chung. He's going to go main phase Bioblight. Doesn't want to risk.
Doesn't want to risk Boon Satyr into Boon Satyr.
Exactly.
It's a weird case where the Bioblight doesn't get both of them. Or either of them.
Right, yeah.
So is there a 5th land here for Jason Chung to play Stormbreath Dragon?
Yeah, he's holding a mana confluence. And Shota's kind of more or less almost out.
Hey, do you want to give us a little update on how there's a Thunderbreak Regent? Give us a little update on how these guys actually did sideboard. What did Yasuoka end up doing?
So the cards coming out are the most interesting ones to me. Ugin, 2 Thoughtseizes, a Jace's Ingenuity, and all 3 copies of Crux of Fate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, he's Bioblight, Drown in Sorrow, Disdainful Stroke, Ultimate Price. But wants to trade 1 for 1. Does not want to try to sweep the board with the 5 mana Crux.
And then what about Jason Chung?
Yeah, 1 Radical Mystic out, the Roast, and the 2 Draconic Roars, like he explained.
Oh, okay.
For the 3 Xenagos and a Plummet.
So here we see Yasuoka play his 5th land. And could be a 2-turn clock
Yeah,
here.
I don't know how Shota gets out of this one. He still can't. He's got Dig Through Time in his hand, but he still can't do it. Only 3 cards in the yard, so can't quite delve for it this turn. He's got the 6 mana Dragon Lord Silumgar. Maybe that can get him out of this. But I mean, he's basically all in on Dragon Lord Silumgar next turn.
So Thunderbreak Regent attacks for 4. And
wow,
Jason, who has to respect those Crux of Fates.
Absolutely. Jason does not realize that Shota siding out Crux of Fate, just declines to play Dragon. Now, all of a sudden, Dragon Lord Silumgar is good enough. The Plummet is nice.
But I think we're actually going to see Jason Chung win this. He's going to be able to flash in. He's going to Stormbreath. He's going to kill the dragon, get his Regent back, flash in Boon Satyr, and then he's got Stormbreath Dragon. That's 12. Yasuoka's tapped out. There we go. Game 3. Jason Chung out dragons the blue-black dragon deck.
Wow, what a flourish for the finisher, Jason Chung there.
The miserly Plummet looking pretty good there.
Yeah. 1 of in the sideboard, and it's exactly what he needed right there. Dragon Lord Silumgar was absolutely going to, I think, win that game for Shota if it wasn't for the Plummet.
Wow, so back to the sideboard they go. Maybe tuning up. Sometimes the players will make slight changes based on being on the play or on the draw.
Yeah, I think Jason Chung, I don't think he was necessarily playing around Crux of Fate there. I think I was jumping to conclusions that probably just weren't entirely accurate. The fact that he had the 12, right, the end step Boon Satyr, and then the Stormbreath, he has no reason to Stormbreath and knock his opponent to 8 with 8 power in play when he can knock his opponent to 12 and threaten 12 the following turn. I think I like Jason's sequencing there once he showed how the flourish could actually work.
Yeah, let's take a look at Stormbreath Dragon. That was a huge card there. We've talked all about these new dragons, but it's a dragon that's been here since Theros that has been just the big haste 4-power flyer. It kills planeswalkers. It's got protection from white. It punishes people for cards in hand if the game goes long. What is this Sphinx's Revelation they're talking about? I don't remember this card.
I don't think that's in our current timeline.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. And ironically, it's also a relic from when it was there for the blue-white decks. When control decks were all blue-white, they had Detention Spheres, they had Sphinx's Revelations. But we've seen people just moving far away from that. You know, all the good black removal, the black sweeper, no more Detention Sphere in Standard. So.
Still comes up a little bit against Ojitai.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. It fights very well with Ojitai.
Yeah, great card. Stormbreath Dragon's I'm sure he's happy about the new timeline he suddenly finds himself in here in Standard.
But Crux of Fate is the reason we've seen so many people go from this blue-white control that was so dominant.
Oh, yeah.
And make this move towards this blue-black control deck that, we're seeing Ahsoka play that can say, non-dragons.
Right. I mean, on the one
destroy
hand,
non-dragons.
On the one hand, it's super interesting, I think, that Standard has no 4-mana Wrath of God effects. Right, the fact that your Wrath now costs 5 is kind of a really interesting thing. I like the way R&D has done that. We're going to have Standard in an era where the Wrath costs 5 mana, but this is not just any Wrath of God. The fact that now those control decks can play Dragon and keep them around, just super powerful, super interesting.
And what's so funny?
I mean, both the design and the development on this card, I think, are awesome.
What's so funny to me about this is that Yasuoka, if he plays this against Jason, is most likely going to name dragons.
I mean, Jason knows
I need to destroy all dragon creatures.
And Jason can diversify his board, right?
Sure.
If you got, I've got Surrak and I've got Stormbreath.
Right.
Okay, I'm not going to get swept by the Wrath of God.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And I think a big part of why Yasuoka decided not to keep them in for that last game, I'll be curious to see how he goes with Game 3.
Shota does get to be able to play in Game 3, which is useful.
Yes.
Certainly helps in this matchup.
You see the players drawing up their opening hands of 7. I see a Bile Blight. I see a bunch of lands for... I see a Drown in Sorrow. So multiple sideboard cards in hand for Shota Yasuoka. Both players keep. Game 3, starting on 7 cards apiece.
One game for the spot against Andre Strosky in the semis.
There's the Elvish Mystic.
It's just the turn 1 Jason Chung wants.
There you get a look at Shota Yasuoka's 375 career pro points.
He's over 400 now.
He is over 400. He's going to be...
Well, he'll be depends how this game goes.
Yeah.
He might be over 400 by the end of the day.
Could go over $200,000 lifetime.
Yep.
Oh, boy. So, a Scry land on turn 2 for Jason Chung.
Is he going to go Radiclaw Mystic and get blown out by Drown in Sorrow?
He very well may here.
It's kind of what his hand wants to do, isn't it?
Let's take a look at what he's working with. He's got an Heir of the Wilds. He's got 2 Radiclaw Mystics. He's got another Elvish Mystic.
Yeah, he's got to play one of the 2 drops, right?
Yeah, he wants to get his Indigos in play. He's going to actually play his Heir of the Wilds.
Sure. Shota played a pair of comes into play tapped lands so that he could play the untapped land this turn and drown.
Yeah, clears up the board, gets to scry for 1. So no turn 3 Xenagos for Jason Chung. Breaks a fetch land.
You can go Elvish Mystic in either the Heir or the Radiclaw. Or yeah, face down Radiclaw works too. Doesn't let it. He would totally get blown out by a second drown if he played 2 creatures there. I think this is a bit of a hedge against that.
And I think, are we going to see a Bile Blight here? He just Bile Blights the morph.
Yeah, knows exactly what it is. Doesn't want to give Jason the mana.
Will Jason
drew land off the top.
Has a 4th land. He's going to be able to play Xenagos here. And how does Yasuoka interact with that card?
It's pretty good against him.
Uses the 0 ability, makes a 2/2 Satyr, has haste. Can also start putting a lot of mana into his mana pool in the later turns where he can use that to pay for his dragons.
That said, it's probably okay in Shota's deck, too. Dragon Lord Silumgar is looking over.
Yeah, that's where Dragon Lord Silumgar really shines, is when you get to steal a Planeswalker. He's like, can I have this Thunderbreak Regent?
Yeah, Jason sounded a little surprised. It's fine?
Does that mean you're going to steal it?
I think Shota's got ultimate price. Probably just sucks up to 3 damage, gets it off the board.
Yeah. Then gets to untap into Dragon Lord Silumgar.
Or he can dig through time.
Oh, he has to dig. He wants to dig for his 6th land here.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have the 6th land. Yeah, dig makes a ton of sense.
Jason's like, I've been in this position more or less before.
Yeah, his hand is Bioblight, Ultimate Price, Dragon Lord Silumgar as he looks at these. 6 land would allow him to steal Xenagos or Thunderbreak.
Man, where did he get all these cool Japanese cards? Little added difficulty level for the spotter entering the hand here.
Land and downfall. Or maybe not.
Really thinking about this. So he's definitely taken a land.
Mm-hmm. Bioblight does a good job of mopping up those tokens, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Think it was the downfall still? Didn't actually see. Trust Jace's ingenuity for the turn. Ships the turn.
Yeah, says pass with 6 mana up.
Yeah, basically leaving up 2 removal spells.
Now, how does Chung play this?
I mean, I think you just make another Satyr and attack, right?
He's going to commit a 3rd Satyr.
What you got? Well,
Attack
I got
for 10.
I got Bioblight. It's a good start. That's gonna work. And then yeah, I'll take the 3, but that's better than taking 4. Down goes Thunderbreak Regent, and leaving up blue. Island, the scariest thing since 1993.
But it hasn't been scary.
I know.
Quite the same way since about 2000 what?
No, I see Island. It's funny too that Shota left the basic islands. I mean, maybe that's how his mana. That's the only way his mana actually worked. But Island is usually this game. Just represents counterspell more than like temple.
Well, it's basically the only thing it really represents, right? It could also,
right. Doesn't have one, but
I want you to think about counterspell here.
And Chung is not going to tap out for Thunderbreak Regent. He's going to play Air of the Wilds instead.
Plays Air of the Wilds, plays Radical Claw Mystic.
Okay, so he did tap out. He could have gotten Force Spiked. Here is Dragon Lord Silumgar.
Wow.
Make a blocker.
Wow.
Jason Chung come up with the Miser's Plummet again. It's exactly what he wants to draw.
Don't believe he did. He's going to play another Thunderbreak Regent.
Thunderbreak Regent. That was the dragon I expected to see the most of. It's not actually worked out that way. This is the only Red-Green Dragons deck that made the top 8.
Yeah, we saw a lot more Dragon Lord or Tarka.
Yeah, Tarka is the most represented in the top 8, and that feels correct based on what traveled through the feature match area over the course of the weekend. It seemed like the biggest, most impactful of the new dragons.
So now, Heir of the Wilds is going to attack and just eat a token.
As a 3/3, threatening to kill Xenagos. Dragon Lord Silumgar just hanging out. Not interested in fighting against the Death Toucher for sure.
Makes the Satyr, passes the turn. What's the card draw for Jason Chung? There's one more card. And he has not shown the spotter yet. I think he put it face down.
Once again, the attack is just Heir of the Wilds.
And we see the same exact block.
Yeah, Shota's just chump blocking with the
He's like, yeah, this is fine. I've got a Jason's Ingenuity hand. He's like, I've played this game a few times this weekend. Just hiding that second card from us. There's Jason's Ingenuity.
Wow.
3 new cards for Shota. Including a pack of Silumgars. Another Dragon Lord Silumgar, Silumgar the Drifting Death, a Foul Tongue Invocation, and the Hero's Downfall.
You just do the Foul Tongue here? Looks like it.
Yeah. Says, you know what, I'd like to go to 14. Rattleclaw Mystic down. 4 life gained by Yasuoka because he controls a dragon. Didn't have to reveal one there.
Drew
but he
another
could have.
Downfall.
Wow. Here comes the Drifting Death.
Yeah.
And this game is spiraling away from Jason Chung. In comes the Heir of the Wilds.
14 life for Yasuoka, so he's not in Crater's Claw range. Doesn't actually have counterspells.
He does not have removal. Oh, wait, that just changed, I believe. I believe he just drew Silumgar's Scorn. Yes, he did.
2 kill spells and a counterspell. That's what he's got. And 2 dragons in play.
Wow.
Triggering Drifting Death twice, which kills Heir of the Wilds.
Wow. Makes it untenable for the Thunderbreak Regent to block. Make some mana.
You pluses?
Yeah. Heroes Downfalls. The Thunderbreak Regent says, yeah, I can go back to 11. That's better than where I started. Wow.
Leaves himself 6 untapped mana, plussing the Xenagos.
Can we go play this deck during the lunch break?
Looks pretty good, huh?
All right. And now, aggro Xenagos, and there's a hand. Jason Chung extends the hand. Shota Yasuoka advances to the semifinals. Blue-black control. Is that all 3 blue-black control decks advancing?
No, it's him and Adrian.
It's okay.
Could be on a collision course for the finals.
Ulschwager didn't get past Strasky.
Right.
So, wow. But Adrian, I mean, if you were going to pick 2 players to be advancing into the semifinals of a Pro Tour playing blue-black control in the dark, if I was just like, who are they going to be? Like, Adrian Sullivan and Shota Yasuoka have to be on your very, very short list of players.
True. This also means we cannot have the final that I think Rich Hagon was dreaming about of everybody dang Chung tonight. No longer possible.
He doesn't even get to make that joke now. You stole it out from under him. So, wow, that's just I'm just so excited. I mean, we can see, all these people sort of out in front of us in the booth, and you see some pump fists. The Japanese coverage team super excited.
Josh Bennett super excited.
Josh Bennett super excited. I mean, all of us who've had the opportunity to go to Japan to do coverage, you see how important Shota Yasuoka is in that Magic community.
No, I posted to Twitter last night. If Shota wins this Pro Tour, I'm absolutely voting for him for Hall of Fame. I might anyway. I mean, I'm going to take a long look at it. I might anyway. But I mean, I definitely think if he's a 2-time Pro Tour champ,
yes,
he's just in.
Yeah, well, 2-time Pro Tour champ trumps any other sort of number considerations.
He's 2 for 2, right? He's got the 18 Grand Prix top 8s, the 7 top 16s. It's not like it's a fluke. It's just tons of results over the years. Okay, maybe he ran a little bad with the 5 top 16s versus only the 2 additional top 8s.
Right. I'm thinking about it myself. We're going to send it back to the news desk, though. We'll find out what those guys are thinking about over there. Is Shota Yasuoka on your Hall of Fame ballot, or does he have to win these next 2 matches to get there?
Thanks very much, BDM. If you choose 2 blue-black control players in the dark, wouldn't they just be blue control players? That's something to think about over lunch, which is half an hour, and we've got tons of stuff to bring you. First of all, let's bring you up to date with our Dragon Tracker. We've been watching the mount up 10s, 20, 30, 40, 50, big drum roll, dragon roll. Now, there's the flames, 101 dragons. Great job, R&D. Great job to the creative team at Wizards of the Coast. All the way through Limited and all the way through Constructed, this really has been a Pro Tour about the dragons. And that's a fantastic achievement to make the game still great and have all that flavor layered so clearly on top. Well done. Hats off to the boys and girls back at Renton HQ. So that's our dragons. We're up to 101. I want to tell you about Twitter and some hashtags that you can certainly take part in. And in particular, we've been running our Fantasy PT through the weekend. Don't think we need you to pick 3 players now who you think might do well at this Pro Tour. But we're very much interested in hearing about your top 5 cards. What have been the best cards of the weekend? And on the right of your screen there at the bottom, hashtag best deck. Is blue-black control the clear winner? Or is there something else that you think, even though it isn't necessarily still going, was the best deck, the best choice of this weekend, maybe the choice for you for your next Friday Night Magic in Standard? So that's the world of Twitter. I've been joined here at the news desk by Ian Duke from R&D. So Ian, congratulations, great job on Dragons, terrific set.
Yeah, thanks very much. We're really pleased with how the Pro Tours turned out. It's awesome to see those Dragons right up there at the top tables.
I'm sure you are. So why don't we take a look at the brackets? We'll walk you through how the morning went. We know you are joining us all the time from around the world. Some of you just waking up. By my reckoning, it's got to be about sort of 7:30 in the morning, Sunday morning in New York, 4:30 in the morning in Seattle, where Wizards is based. We began this morning bright and early, 9 a.m. with Adrian Sullivan's blue-black control, defeating Thomas Hendricks of the Netherlands from the World Magic Cup team in Nice in 2014. It was Sullivan who advanced by 2-1. A fairly predictable victory in some ways, Ian, that one.
In some ways, yeah. I think we went in thinking that Adrian Sullivan had the advantage in that matchup, but as the games played out, there were a number of really close, really influential decisions. So the games are awesome. I can't wait to go back and watch them, even though I was in the booth at the time. I want to rewatch them. They were that good.
Absolutely, yeah. There was some good stuff there. Our second quarterfinal for the Dane Martin Dang with his mono red deck up against the Abzan of Marco Camilluzzi of Italy. Well, this went 2-0 to Martin Dang, and Ian, this time, well, this was not close at all.
Yeah, I think a lot of players going to the match would have thought that Camilluzzi's Abzan control was favored there, but I talked to Dang backstage beforehand, and he was really confident. He knew he was on the play. He liked the matchup. He had practiced it a lot, and sure enough, he took the match in 2 blisteringly fast games.
Yeah, they really were. There was an awful lot of nothing that Camilluzzi was able to do, and you say to people sometimes they have their first top 8. Listen, really savor this because it's Magic tomorrow, and sometimes in Magic you don't play a lot of spells and you die 2-0 and you're done, and that's what happened to Camilluzzi. But a great job by him. 3 Grand Prix top 8s already. Now a first Pro Tour. Sure, we'll see him again. So then we went back to the bracket. We went to the top of the bracket, and our number 1 seed, the 19-year-old from the Czech Republic, Andrej Stransky. He was up against a blue-black control deck, this time piloted by Andrew Olschwager of the United States, with a little splash for Dragon Lord Ojutai. It was Stransky who took this one down with his green Devotion deck, and just Ian, tremendously impressive from Stratsky.
Yeah, a bit of the same character as the Sullivan match earlier in the top 8, but this time with more dragons, of course. And I was really impressed. In the final game, it just came down to some really tight decisions for the control player there about whether to try to attack and put the pressure on his opponent and end the game quickly. But he did so, and it left him open to a counterattack there, and he ended up losing the game to Nissa Worldwaker.
Yeah, that was a pretty extraordinary last couple of turns. It's one of those things where, of course, when you play Magic for real, you usually either just see your own hand when you're playing in it, or you generally stand behind a friend and you're watching just from one perspective. But we saw that door potentially opening. We saw Nissa Worldwaker potentially coming down with a land spare, and that's a very dramatic way of looking at Magic when you have all the answers.
Yeah.
And you're just, if you're rooting on the other side, if you're an Olschwager fan, you're going, don't attack. Don't attack. You can't send the second one. He's gonna kill you. And I've done it. I know there are people screaming at their monitors.
The entire viewership was on the edge of our seats there, just like, no, don't do it.
Yeah, it was terrific. And no complaints to Olschwager. He's had a fantastic weekend. Great job by him. His first Pro Tour top 8. And that brought us to the match that we've just finished. That was Shota Yasuoka with blue-black control against the red-green dragons of Jason Chung. Now, it won't have done much for the dragon count necessarily. That Chung is gone because he had rather more, but it was Shota Yasuoka who advances to the semi-finals by 2-1. But I imagine there were some fluttering Japanese hearts when Chung came back and just crunched his way through that game too.
Yeah, that was really exciting. The one-off plummet in the sideboard, I think, came into play in that second game, allowing Chung to get aggressive and take that game.
So there you see our semi-final lineup is complete. You have the 1, the 5 against, and then the 3 and the 2. We will begin, by the way, this afternoon after lunch with Martin Dang against Adrian Sullivan. So that's mono red for Dang, Sullivan's blue-black control, and then on the other side you'll see the young Stratsky, the young pretender, with his green devotion deck against the blue-black master Shota Yasuoka. Well, plenty more to bring you over lunch. We'll fill you in on all the semi-final action with Marshall and the guys in a little bit. We've also got our final part of Inside R&D coming up, where we got the chance to visit Renton and talk to Ian and all the guys inside R&D about putting together Dragons of Tarkir. But first, Ian, we've just got a couple of minutes to talk about an event that is just starting now to come into view. Now the Pro Tour's almost done, 3 matches still to go, and talk about setting headlines around the world. This is Modern Masters 2015. So much to look forward to. I'm going to start with the headline, which comes from Japan, in fact. Why don't we take a look? And to begin with, well, Chiba announced their registration, pre-registration, on the 7th of April. That was the start of this week. 10 hours later, 4,000 seats at the venue, gone, sold out. Ian, that's just extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. In R&D, we were floored by this. I mean, of course, we knew this is the Magic event of the year. We knew it was going to be huge, but 4,000 seats sold out in just 10 hours. I mean, that blew away our expectations. I mean, we were so happy to hear it.
Yeah, it's essentially rock concert territory. Yeah. It's where 4 months ahead of time, you know the date you have to ring up, and then you ring up and hope you got lucky. I mean, that's the first time it's happened quite like that in Magic history. It's a sign of things to come, because more and more of you are coming to these fantastic events. So that's Chiba in Japan, but don't think you can't go there just because you're not in the main event. There are so many great events waiting to happen there. Where else can we go? Well, there's Utrecht in the Netherlands. We are over 2,000 players there, so now is the time to pre-register. Ian, I imagine you've been to the Netherlands at some point before, yes?
Yeah, I've been to Amsterdam.
Okay, but Utrecht?
I have not been.
Okay, so Utrecht's a pretty neatly kept secret because everyone's been to Amsterdam or Rotterdam, and they're very pretty places for sure. Utrecht's actually a lovely, lovely spot. So if you're thinking, well, I'd like to go, but I don't know anything about Utrecht, it's a beautiful place to hang out for a few days before and after the Grand Prix. So if you're in Europe and you're not working, you've got no excuse at all. Utrecht's just a fantastic venue. Actually, the venue itself is really good as well. So we're over 2,000 there. So by renting 4,000, 6,000. Where else could we play Modern Masters in 2015? Let's take a look. And our third venue, well, that is Las Vegas. We are over 4,000 pre-registered already, but this is not sold out. We've carved out whole chunks of desert for you to play Magic in. So you can certainly pre-register for that event run by Channel Fireball now. Over 4,000 there. So by my reckoning, we are already into five-figure land, which means that in just 3 rooms spread across 3 continents and 3 incredibly disparate time zones, Ian, more than 10,000 people at least are going to be sitting down to play our favorite game.
Yeah, as I said before, this is like the Magic event of the year. Back when I used to play competitively on the Grand Prix Pro Tour circuit, I couldn't travel that much. I didn't go to every Grand Prix, but I always made sure to carve out time to go to a couple special Grand Prix each year.
Right.
And if, as a player, this is one that I would definitely make sure I go to.
This certainly counts as special. Now, there's lots going on before, during, and in a way after. So the first thing to say is that if you have not pre-registered, well, it turns out you can get an awful lot of goodies just for pre-registering. Because the TOs, I love it when tournament organisers are nice and innovative. They have pre-registration awards. And Ian, the tournament organisers, both in Las Vegas and Utrecht, Chiba, they've all come up with these lovely packages where just if you happen to hit the lucky number, the 3,450th player, whatever it is, you get some really cool prizes.
Yeah, we've seen all kinds of exciting giveaways, dual lands, power cards like Time Walk and Moxes, even a full set of the San Diego Comic-Con Planeswalker cards. So, definitely make sure you pre-register, take advantage of those awesome prizes.
Yeah, and I really love those fun, cool things like Garrick's axes are being given away. And that's the sort of thing that not every local game store is just going to have hanging on the shelf waiting for you to, eviscerate your round 5 opponent with. So I think that's just terrific from that point of view. So for pre-registration, you get plenty going on there. Once you're in the venue, well, 2 things to tell you about. First of all, there are dozens of artists coming from all across the world, and they are being spread very carefully around the world as well. So if you're used to seeing European artists, the German artists coming out to European events, you may well see some of them in Las Vegas. If you are used to seeing North American artists at Grand Prix Las Vegas, well, you're going to see plenty of those in Chiba. Just here's half a dozen names that somewhere around the world you can check out, get some signed art, get them to sign your cards for you as well. Ray Swanland is going to be there. Rob Alexander, certainly one of my favorite Magic artists of all time. Alexi Bricklow, if you've got some Jace the Mind sculptors that you want signing, he will certainly do that for you. RK Post is going to be at one of the GPs. Pete Venters. I know that Mark Tadine, who has a history of Magic that goes right back to Alpha, well, he's going to be in Chiba, for example. So if you've not had the chance to meet him, and he's a great guy, terrific artist, but also a terrific human being, you'll have a lot of fun with the artists. And alongside the artists, of course, all the vendors there, so you can get all the cards you want for your favorite decks, your commanders, your tiny leaders, your standard, because I think there are going to be some very popular cards coming out of this weekend, and so on. It's going to be a great experience there. But of course, it's possible that you may not be able to reach Chiba or Las Vegas or Utrecht. Well, if you can't do that, what would we like you to do? We would like you to join us, because here on Coverage, we will be at all 3 events, and we've got some very special things planned for that event. Just because of the time zones, wherever you are in the world that weekend, you can be guaranteed to be seeing live Magic coverage. Chiba will run into Utrecht, because as the Chiba day finishes, we'll be gearing up the European team in Utrecht. By the time you're in round 7 or 8 from Utrecht, people will be building their sealed decks in Modern Masters 2015 in Las Vegas. And before you know it, Saturday will be just finishing in Las Vegas, and we'll be into the day 2 drafts back in Chiba, and the cycle begins again before ultimately the whole weekend will culminate in what could be the 3rd or even the 4th Grand Prix final coming to you from Las Vegas on Sunday night. So wherever you are around the world, make sure you are part of the global celebration that is the Modern Masters 2015 weekend. I cannot wait. It's going to be so sweet. So that's what's going on in the world of Modern Masters. I wonder if Luis will have actually signed all 10,000 tokens by then. Good luck with that. Meanwhile, it's time to go inside R&D. If you didn't get the chance to see us on Friday and Saturday lunchtimes, you can catch those up later on YouTube. But this is our final part as we explore the inner workings of Dragons of Tarkir. dragons, 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 dragons. Okay, so we started with a time travel story. The first part was, our main character visits a world gone bad, and he then goes back to the past and changes it, and then a world gone worse. Although Sarkin really likes it this way, but for everybody else, a world gone worse. And so we knew we needed to have what was the worst. What crazy ending did we have? What world did we come to? Like we started with a warlord world. What was nuttier than that? So we went to the creative team and we said to them, we need a bad world going into an even worse world. And they came back and they said, okay, first, we have warlords. I'm like, oh, okay, sounds good. Into dragons. And I'm like, sold. We can do dragons. So we knew going in, this was the set where we have done quote unquote dragon sets in the past in which there weren't a lot of dragons. We're not making that mistake anymore. This is a dragon set. This will have more dragons packed in per square inch than any set we've ever done. This is going to the highest ASFAN of dragons. This is going to be the dragon set. That was the plan.
The most important aspect of the Dragons of Tarkir design is, this is a shocker, the dragons. We knew this was the dragon set. We were going to blow dragons out of the water. There were going to be more dragons in this set than any other set in history by a wide margin. But dragons are very specific. We weren't going to have, 0/1 dragons. You're not going to have 12 mana unplayable dragons. They're a narrow band. In this world, the metaphysics of this world, dragons emerge fully formed from dragon tempests. So there aren't dragon eggs, dragon hatchlings. There are full-grown, honest-to-God dragons. So how could we have that many of them while they were still in a narrow band? And that was tough to do. We were playing in a small power and toughness window. We were playing in a small mana cost window. The main way we got to spread it out is just with color diversification. This wasn't a set in which dragons are red, the end. Dragons were for everybody. Dragons were for every color individually, every color pair. So you could have your red dragon and your white dragon and your blue-black dragon, and that would enable them to spread out while still inhabiting this narrow band of mechanical numbers.
Okay, so here's the problem. We want to set stuff to the gills with dragons. But dragons are giant flying creatures. They end games. And so the point is, how do you infuse a set with lots of dragons when every single dragon, normally in a game, if you get a dragon out, you're like, this game's ending soon, I got a dragon. And we're like, no, we want an environment where everybody's playing dragons, especially in limited. So how do we make it, how do you fit that number of dragons in the design and not have dragons overwhelm everything? And that was a very delicate touch.
Where possible, design sought to have the dragons be the embodiment of their clans. We couldn't do it in all cases, but when we could find a dragon ability that played well with that dragon clan's keyword ability, that was gold. So for example, Pristine Skywise plays beautifully with Rebound.
Deathbringer Regent was a very fun dragon to work on in this design team. It was originally submitted as a card that when it entered the battlefield, it destroyed 6 target creatures. That's a very exciting line of text, and it's also a very dangerous one. It could lead to a very oppressive card. So we played around with a number of different ways to word that, a number of different ways that he could come in and cause mass destruction. I believe at one point you were able to choose up to 6 target creatures, which was clearly the most oppressive version. Where we ended up was that if there are 5 other creatures, then he eats them all.
So Thunderbreak Regent is an example of what I would call a more interactive version of the hexproof keyword that we've been used. So instead of you just can't interact with this creature, you can, but hey, Thunderbreak Regent's gonna smack you in the face.
One of the constraints Creative gave to us in this world was that there were no baby dragons. The dragons all come from dragon tempests. And so they're formed, as adults, essentially. That meant that we had to figure out a way to incorporate dragons without having small dragons. One of the ways we did this was adding the Megamorph cycle. So there were dragons that you could play on turn 3, but weren't necessarily, little 2/2s or something like that.
So the uncommon cycle of Megamorph dragons, they all have very similar things going on. They cost 6, they Megamorph for 7, they all fly, they're all 3/3s. When you turn them face up, they become a 4/4 because of Megamorph, and finally they add a counter to all your other dragons. So this is doing a lot of things. It's letting you play more dragons in your deck. You have a 3-drop in your high mana cost dragon deck because you can Megamorph it. It rewards you for playing other dragons because the turn face up trigger rewards your other dragons. And we did this over and over with a 5-card cycle to repeat these kind of themes that we wanted to happen.
The hope was during the draft that these dragons would be more likely to get picked around. We wanted people to build tribal dragon decks, and so if everyone's just first picking, second picking a dragon, everyone sort of ends up with the same number of dragons. So these were dragons that were actually during a draft meant to sort of float around the table and that somebody could actually pick up a bunch of dragons and be more likely to turn on their cards that rewarded them for having dragons.
There are lots of dragons in this set. You want a bunch of them. This individual one isn't going to take over the game, but it's going to play a very key role in your dragon deck.
So Enduring Scalelord is perhaps the most fun dragon that you could have on the battlefield because when you bolster your other creatures, the Enduring Scalelord also gets to piggyback and have extra counters added. If you have 2 Enduring Scalelords, they actually trigger on each other. You can make them as big as you want.
For Dragons of Tarkir, we knew we were making the dragon set. Now, we asked ourselves, why are we making the dragon set? Because players love dragons. Why do players love dragons? Because they're huge, kick-ass creatures. Now, this posed an interesting challenge for us in how do you craft an environment completely around huge, kick-ass creatures that tends to steal the upper end of the magic curve.
The easiest way to do that was to make spells that got a bonus when you had a dragon in your hand or in play. That way, it wasn't just I have a dragon in play, I have a second dragon in play, I have a third dragon in play. I'm already kind of winning at that point. Instead, we will let you cast Draconic Roar on turn 2, revealing a dragon, give them the kind of here's what coming for you idea, and still be able to play with your dragons even though you can't quite cast them yet.
Silumgar's Scorn is in a cycle of spells that want you to have a dragon, control a dragon. At first we only let you reveal a dragon, but then you would be sad if you actually played your dragon because now your spell's less powerful. So we ultimately let you reveal one or actually control one, and in either case you would have the powered up version of your spell.
It was important to the design team that there was a dream of letting Dragon Tribal work, and it's kind of hard to work in Limited, but certainly in Constructed you can build a deck that's just full of dragons. So things like Dragon Lord Servant. Well, that makes your dragons cost 1 less. All of a sudden, instead of casting dragons on turns 5 and 6, all of a sudden you're casting them on turns 4 and 5. And Dragon Tempest is a card where you cast it on turn 2, all of a sudden your first dragon, well, that's okay, but your second and third dragons, they're really tearing up the board.
We've never done gold commands before, so this was kind of new territory. We built them like a Tarkus command with a red ability, green ability, green ability, and ultimately, you have to make each choice relatively equal to each other choice because the very best 2 choices will actually determine what the whole thing is actually going to cost in mana. And we don't want to end up with a card where you only choose the 2 best modes. We wanted everything to be equal. So it's actually a problem where you need to choose the mana cost first and decide what can belong on the card.
And as well, one of the important things with the commands was quite simply just putting something at a lower mana cost that would be just this really iconic part of the set. We knew that the higher mana costs were going to be filled up with your dragons. We wanted to make sure that this was something that could slot in reliably into the lower parts of your curve and tie in thematically with the Dragon Lords and the other dragons.
Dromoka's command was one of the ones that we were really trying to figure out how to place it so it would fit well into the current standard metagame. The ability to prevent damage was there so that cards like Anger of the Gods wouldn't be able to just wipe out all your small creatures. Sacrificing Enchantments is there because, well, we kind of knew how good Courser was, as well as many other enchantments that are running around standard due to Theros. Want to have an answer there. Then you could put a +1/+1 counter on it because, well, that's always pretty good. It's a great combat trick. And fighting, especially when combined with the +1/+1 counter, gives you a great way to have a pretty powerful removal spell in 2 colors that are really not very well known for their powerful removal.
Okay, so this year is my 20th year working at Wizards, and I've worked on a lot of sets. 20 years worth of sets. And I've done a lot of blocks. And this is the tip of the hat, the bow out of the 3-set block. And the thing that I'm really proud of is, like, the reason we changed away from 3-set blocks is that they're really hard. I mean, really, really hard to do. But, like, I feel like we nailed it on the way out. Like, nailed it! Like, this is what a 3-set block was meant to be. This was, like, in some ways, it's the perfect 3-set block. I don't know if it's gonna do better than this. Hey, let's bow out, let's move on to the new thing. And so Dragons of Tarkir brings to an end Tarkir block, the last 3-set block. But for every ending in Magic, there's a beginning, and our next beginning on Inside R&D will be Magic Origins. Join us for that. But until we meet again on Inside R&D, for everyone at Wizards of the Coast, I'm your host, Rich Hagan, saying bye.
All right, welcome to the news desk here in Brussels. I've got Ian Duke with me. We got a couple of minutes here, Ian, before we get back to the main tournament to take a look at a bigger picture perspective. I know a lot of our viewers love to play Standard, and they're going to want to know, well, what are the big decks to come out of this tournament? A lot of new cards, and this is the first time that the pros really got to dive deep on them. So I thought we'd take a look at the metagame breakdown. Now, the metagame breakdown shows all the different archetypes that were played over the course of the weekend, but we actually have two kind of stopping points for it. We have the day 1 metagame breakdown and the day 2, and it's really interesting to see what did well. So let's take a look at the day 1 metagame breakdown. This shows us what people showed up with at the Pro Tour. And what do you make of this, Ian?
Yeah, so red aggro being the most popular deck, a little bit of a surprise. I mean, of course, red aggro's been around through the past couple Standard seasons, but not quite in these numbers. So I think that tells you something about the gains that red aggro has gotten from Dragons of Tarkir. Cards like Dragon Fodder, sort of assisting the go wide strategy, coming down lower in your curve underneath Hordling Outburst, and Atarka's Command has been one of the other breakout cards here for the red aggro decks.
We've seen that responsible for huge chunks of damage over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, quite a powerful card, especially when combined with the more token-based strategies that we've seen from red aggro this tournament.
That's right. Now, before we move on to the day 2 slide graphic here, I want to ask your opinion. So you see that red aggro and Abzan aggro make up 11.5 and 10% of the field respectively. You know, those aren't huge numbers in and of themselves. You know, sometimes you'll see formats where there'll be a deck that represents 20% of the field. Not in this case. What do you make of that?
I mean, it looks like a really healthy Standard environment. There's a lot of diversity there. There are, of course, some color combinations that have multiple decks within that color combination, like there are multiple blue-black control decks. There's multiple Abzan control decks, but still, even within those, there's a huge variety of different cards you can choose and different sort of tempos that you want to set your deck at. And I think having that choice really makes for a healthy Standard where players can tailor the deck to the way they like to play.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at what happened in day 2. Now this is really important, right? In some ways, the day 1 metagame reflects the players' opinions on what they think the format will be, and this kind of shakes out what the format actually looks like. And as you can see, red aggro is still at the top of the field as far as number played and percentage, though it's been tightened up a lot, mainly by blue-black control, which makes the jump from down in the lower part all the way up to 11.2%. Also, if you note, the day 1 slide had 32 copies of blue-black control. A full 29 made it to day 2.
Yeah, that's an exceptionally high, what we call conversion rate from day 1 to day 2, and that means that blue-black control was definitely one of the top performing decks in the Swiss of this tournament. One thing that's interesting to think about is I'm sure that the players who chose blue-black control were the players that were a little bit more well-prepared for this tournament, right? They know what they're up against. They know how to build a control deck to beat the expected metagame. And I wonder if that also contributes to the fact that those players were the ones to convert well from day 1 to day 2. Just food for thought.
That is interesting. Yeah, I'm curious about that. And we do have multiple copies of blue-black control in our top 8 here as well. Okay, let's shift our focus, though. We've still got a tournament to finish here. The quarterfinals are finished, and we're going to start setting the stage now for the semis. So we can take a look at what the quarterfinals look like. You can take a look at the bracket and how Andre moved on to his match against Shota, and you can see Martin Dang and Adrian Sullivan on the bottom. And Right now, we're going to set the stage for that bottom one, starting with Adrian Sullivan in his first Pro Tour top 8 after a long career in Magic. He is a stalwart of the Midwest Magic scene. He's from Madison, Wisconsin. He's been playing for a really long time. And, just based on the buzz from social media as well as in the room, when we announced the top 8 yesterday, a lot of fans out there too.
Yeah, he's been a top personality for as long as I've been playing Magic, back since the mid-90s. He was sort of a prolific writer in the infancy of the Magic internet era. And he's just been, he's been a spokesman for the game and just a high-profile player for quite a lot of time. He's got a lot of fans out there. People are really excited to see him make his top 8. He's really excited to make his top 8.
He's very excited.
Yeah, he's just been bubbly and energetic and just really enthusiastic the whole time. So I'm definitely rooting for him.
Yeah, he's already upgraded his top 8 appearance to a top 4 as he moves into the semifinal. And, I think one of the cool things and the things that really stands out about Adrian for me is his uniqueness in the game. People noted when he plays, he actually sets the card kind of weird and, he does this upside down lands and all that kind of thing. And people are like, well, what is he doing that for? But it's funny because that actually kind of reflects out on his whole personality. He does things his way, even when it comes down to things like playing the game and building the decks.
Yeah, he's definitely an extroverted personality for sure. I think where that sort of card positioning comes from is teaching lots of players to play Magic, right? Like, he has the expectation that, well, I've put these cards in my deck, I know what they do, maybe my opponent doesn't. So if I face them toward my opponent, maybe they're a little bit easier to read, the orientation might be a little bit more helpful for them. I don't know whether that's the case or not, but I think that's the origin of sort of where that playstyle comes from.
Yeah, okay. Now, and also it's kind of interesting just, we saw him board into a 61 card deck.
Yeah.
Right? That's something that, most of the pros out here would just never consider doing. But like I said, Adrian, he's got his own style. He's not afraid to play it. And so far it's working for him. He finds himself in the semis. Let's take a look at his deck. He's playing blue-black control. And he is a control player at heart. For the most, he top-8'd the GP in Chicago, also with a control deck as well. Talk to us a little bit about how this deck plays and what to expect from it.
Yeah, so this is a particularly controlling version of blue-black control, which sounds a little bit weird to say, but I want to distinguish it a little bit from the more dragon-based control decks that we've seen elsewhere in the top 8. He's very heavy on counter spells. He's got beyond the 4 dissolves, also spills into a dissipate. He's got lots of card drawing, Dig Through Time, and Jace's Ingenuity, and Dragonlord's Prerogative. And notably absent are win conditions. He's actually relying on planeswalkers like Ashiok and Ugin to close out the game for him, and he's certainly not in a hurry to do it.
Yeah, and that is really one of the spectrums that we've seen kind of played around with here when it comes to these control decks, right? A lot of these control decks that we've been seeing this weekend have played dragons, right? We saw the dragon counter eclipse 100 for the weekend here, and I'm not really surprised to see that, as even the control decks are playing these 5 and 6 mana dragons, and relying on those to to finish off the game for them. But when we take a look at what Adrian did, he decided to push things out towards the extreme and have as few win conditions as possible. What's the reasoning for that?
So the reason for having fewer win conditions means you get to add more cards to your deck that actually help you control the game and get to the point where you're ready to win, right? If you draw cards like Silumgar the Drifting Death early in the game against a mono-red aggro deck, that's not really going to help you stabilize. So the fewer cards you can devote toward actually winning the game in the late game, the more cards you get to devote toward getting to the late game, and that's the big advantage there.
All right, speaking of the late game, his opponent is going to do his absolute best to prevent him from doing it. This is Martin Dang from Denmark. He is the GP Liverpool champion here this year, 33 years old, and he brought a significantly different deck to the table. But before we get to that, talk to us a little about Martin. He's been on a bit of a tear lately. He won a GP, and now he finds himself in the semis.
Yeah, he's just been on a tear, like you said, all weekend. I talked to him a little bit backstage before this morning. He's super positive, super energetic, and really optimistic about his chances here. He really liked his quarterfinals matchup. As it turned out, he was right about that, advances to the semifinals, and I think he's actually got a pretty good matchup here against Adrian Sullivan's blue-black control.
Yeah, one of the things that really struck me about Martin was his enthusiasm. He was in the King of the Hill table for multiple rounds. He didn't want to leave it, but even after almost every win, I saw him give a little fist pump, a little yes, we did it. And in fact, he did that after he won his quarters as well. And you can tell how much it means to him. He's pretty cool when he's playing. He doesn't look super emotional, but afterwards he lets a little bit of it go.
Yeah, you can tell he's really kept his eye on the prize the whole weekend, and that's the way you have to play these tournaments. Each round is its own. You need to do your best in every single round, put the past behind you, put the future aside for now, just focus on the present, and he's kept that focus the entire tournament, and as a result, he had one of the best performances in the Swiss in Constructed, so that's great for him.
He crushed it. He is going to be on the play as well, I believe, here. Let's take a look at his deck. Now, his approach to this metagame was significantly different from Adrian Sullivan's. He's on, we're calling it red aggro. It's not technically mono red. We'll talk about that in a minute, but just give us a big picture on what this red aggro deck's trying to do.
Yeah, so these two players almost on opposite ends of the spectrum, whereas Adrian Sullivan is the control player's control deck trying to beat the other control decks. Martin Dang is the hyper-aggressive red aggro deck that's trying to go underneath what everyone else is doing. And when I say underneath, I mean he wants to come out faster and he wants to end the game before his opponents can reach their powerful mid and late games. So he's got tons of small creatures leading off with one-drops like Zergo, Bell Striker, and Monastery Swiftspear into a sort of a token-based turn 2, turn 3 with Dragon Fodder and Hordling Outburst. And then that really lets him leverage the power of a Tarka's Command, a hugely powerful new spell from Dragons of Tarkir. Getting in tons of damage with his tokens and then finishing the game with direct damage like Lightning Strike and Stoke the Flames.
Speaking of direct damage, see a one of up there. We got to see it on camera, and I think it's kind of insane and really have been effective for him so far. He's got one Become Immense in his deck. What's that all about?
Yeah, so we talk a little bit about delve spells. The first one is a lot better than the second one, and so on and so on. And like the one Become Immense is, I'm not going to say it's free in his deck because there are awkward draws that you can get with it. But as he's casting spells like Dragon Fodder and Hordling Outburst that are like creatures, but they go directly to the graveyard, adding in some direct damage in the mid game. That Become Immense, often for just 1 or 2 mana, can represent 6 damage on a single token that slipped through blockers.
Yeah, and I think that we've seen that where he's gotten off to quick starts with his cheap creatures, but as the bigger decks sort of start to set up their defenses, it starts to look bad, and all of a sudden he just turns all of his creatures sideways, and it can never be good news for the defending player, and we've seen Become Immense deliver the hammer blow pretty
Yeah, as a matter of fact, that's what ended game 2 of the quarterfinals. Camaluzzi landed a Siege Rhino, sort of threatening to help him stabilize, but Martin Dang had just 1 extra creature that slipped through the Siege Rhino, Become Immense, bam, take 7.
The biggest goblin ever. Yeah. And it is just a one of, it's not a core strategy for the deck or anything like that, but he can just sort of, oops, gotcha every once in a while. Now, so that sets us up for our first semifinal here. I want to know what you think of this matchup, though. These decks are on about as polar opposites as you can get for Standard. A very fast, aggressive deck against a deck looking to make the game go as long as possible. How does it play out?
Yeah, well said. I mean, traditionally in game 1, I think the hyper-aggressive red deck has a sizable advantage against blue-black control. So I think we'll see Martin Dang a heavy favorite in game 1. Games 2 and 3 are a different story, though. I overheard Adrian Sullivan talking a little bit about his sideboard plan for these red decks, and he likened it almost to transforming into like a mono-black control deck, right? He gets to bring in extra copies of cards like Bile Blight and Drown in Sorrow, right? Farika's Cure, these things to shore things up a little bit, and meanwhile he takes out counter spells, right? So he's reducing the blue component of his deck, playing up the black removal component of his deck.
And he feels like he can transform that pretty significantly, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what about for Martin here? His game plan is pretty straightforward. He needs to get Adrian dead as quick as possible. What are the key tools that he's going to use to make that happen?
Yeah, mostly he just wants a fast start with cheap creatures. A lot of the reactive spells that Adrian has access to cost more than the threats that Martin Dang is presenting. And it's sort of a classic case of threats versus answers, right? Like if you draw the wrong answers for my threats, or I draw more threats than you have answers, or you don't have enough time to deploy your answers, the deck with more threats is going to come out on top there. So I think Dang is just hoping that Adrian Sullivan has a little bit of an imbalanced draw and he can capitalize on that.
All right, well, you know what? It's time to find out if that's the case or if it's the other way, perhaps. We don't know yet. It's time for the first semifinal match here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
All right, here we go then. It's time for the first semi-final. Adrian Sullivan, Martin Dang, let's get it done. afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. You are welcome to this, our first semi-final of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Hall of Famer Louis Scott Vargas and the Pro Tour historian, Mr. Brian David Marshall. There you see the feature match area. Just one table remains for this man, Martin Dang of Denmark, in his 11th Pro Tour, his first Pro Tour top 8. Can he get it done with mono red aggro? Or will it be this man, Adrian Sullivan from Madison in the United States of America, his first Pro Tour top 8 as well. He will be using the tools of blue-black control, the sporting handshake, and we are go. Brian David Marshall, what can we expect in this matchup?
Well, we can expect Adrian Sullivan to be on his back heels here against the very fast red deck from Martin Dang. His deck is not suited to fighting this particular matchup. Game 1 gets much better for him after Game 2, I think. Luis?
It does, once he gets more black removal spells and has a little bit more ways to stop early aggression like the turn 1 Zergo Bell Striker that Martin has.
Talking to Adrian just before the match, he felt he was close to 50-50 for Game 1. Maybe that's a little optimistic, but he did feel he had a decent shot at one before things got a lot better.
And if you're just getting up to watch, we should give you a little heads up about how Adrian Sullivan plays his cards. His lands are going to be in front of his creatures. They're going to be upside down facing his opponent. His exile zone is going to be beneath his deck, and his graveyard is going to be closest to the table edge next to him. So it can get a little disorienting at times if you're watching this. You say, why are those exile? That's not it. That's where his zones are. He plays everything upside down for the ease of his opponent to read his cards.
So Adrian had an interesting decision this turn. He chose to play an Opulent Palace tapped instead of playing a Polluted Delta. The Delta would have let him cast Bioblade on Zergo, but he wouldn't have been able to cast either of his 2 Dissolves next turn. He has no more lands in his hand. So he chose to play a tap land against a mono red deck instead of playing a removal spell, which is a very defensible line of play given that he's got double Dissolve in hand, and that's in fact one of the choices that the blue-black deck has to make. Even though it's a 2-color deck, it's still trying to cast Bioblade on 2, Dissolve on 3, and that's not very easy.
Martin Dang adds Monastery Swift Spear to the board. It has haste, of course, so in it comes. Sullivan at 18. Martin Dang's 20 life is going to be largely irrelevant until we know, probably, that Sullivan is just going to win, regardless of Dang's life total. So certainly Sullivan's 18 is what matters right now.
And there you see a forest that's there for Tarkar's Command and for Become Immense.
Most notably Become Immense, because that's the sweetest of the two. But Tarkar's Command is the 4 of. Become Immense, of course, the 1 of.
There's a Lightning Strike in combat from Martin Dang.
And that, of course, triggers Prowess on the Monastery Swift Spear.
So Adrian has to decide whether he wants to cast Bioblade, which is what he does, or cast Dissolve. I like casting the Bioblade because it prevents only 2 instead of 3, but now the Swift Spear is gone. It means that next turn, if you end up casting Dissolve, you take less damage from Martin's creatures. And Martin had a hand with not a ton of creatures. He only had the Zergo in his opening hand, drew the Swift Spear, and now is actually pretty close to being out of permanent threats once Adrian kills the Zergo, which he may do post-combat here because he wants to keep Dissolve up.
How many cards do you have? That's a lot of cards.
That's a lot of cards, says Adrian.
So another Lightning Strike and a Stoke the Flames in hand for Martin Dang.
But unfortunately, 2 lands. And one of the parts about the red deck is if you draw exactly 3 to 4 lands, your deck is awesome. When you draw 5 or 6 lands, which is what's happened here, the deck becomes a lot less powerful. Just because the extra lands don't do anything for you. You have nothing to spend it on.
Martin passes the turn.
I mean, he's only running 20.
Now do you just Stoke the Flames here in response?
I like stoking here because it costs so much mana and because I think it's obvious that Adrian has a counterspell in hand because he took 2 from the Zergo, and 2 points of damage is no joke against a red deck. So it's clear Adrian's leaving mana up for Dissolve. This way you get to use your mana now. When Adrian passes the turn, you get to untap, and then you've already resolved your stoke. You don't give him an opportunity to cast Dissolve.
Sullivan at 7. Dang, of course, still at 20. So Sullivan kind of running out of choices here, so he has to take the extra point there as he fetches up what I think is a Tempest Mountain.
It's actually one of the Saga Islands, and I know that because David Ochoa plays that island in every constructed deck that he uses islands.
Oh, wow.
So, and the reason Adrian used the Delta there is because he wanted to keep Dissolve up. He's not playing anything this turn, but he doesn't want to get into an opportunity where he has to crack a fetch, and in response, Martin starts burning him out.
Right.
You're used to your lands, operating at mana source speed, uncounterable, but turns out Polluted Delta actually isn't just a normal activated ability. Your opponent has a window there.
And against a burn deck, that can be incredibly relevant.
Yeah. Though the life total is quite relevant here.
How many cards he has? No one mulligans. 6. Can I see how many?
How many cards do you have in your hand?
6. I played this.
Just checking that there are the right number of things on the right side.
Yeah, and of course Polluted Delta counting as an extra because it went ahead and got an extra card.
I believe he has drawn.
Okay. Then we agree? I have already drawn. Excellent. I just wanted to make sure.
Right, so they were just checking, have I done my draw step?
Yeah.
Yes, it would be very bad. And if I didn't draw a card and I should, that would be bad too.
Nice.
So this game is fairly close. Martin now has Lethal Bird in his hand, but he's got no threats in play. Adrian has no reason to tap out, but Adrian also, he's hitting a land drop this turn, but was missing land drops. At some point, Adrian's going to have to tap his mana for something. And here, Martin having 6 or 7 lands is actually good.
That was very patient, though, because when Adrian shipped the turn, Martin, I would have thought a lot of people would have just reached out with the lightning strike and gone, let's try and put you to 3 right here, right now. But instead, he's like, no, that's fine.
Well, Martin's in a situation where he's actually very favored to win this because Martin has so many lands that he can always keep up double Lightning Strike. If Adrian ever taps below 3 mana, both Lightning Strikes are going in Adrian's face.
Right.
So here's a dragon fodder.
And Martin's under absolutely zero pressure to do anything. So now that Adrian cast this Dissolve, I would expect...
Yep.
Boom. That's the end of that.
Turns out 2 strikes and you're out.
Yeah.
And so that gives game 1 to Martin Dang of Denmark. So we'll be right back after these short messages from your local or even international station.
Your dragon, their doom. Dragons of Tarkir is now available on Magic Online. Dive into the new set by signing up for Magic Online at mtgo.com. Are you new to Magic or know someone who is just starting out? You're in luck because Magic Duels is the best way to learn Magic and a great way to teach your friends. Look for Magic Duels Origins this July on Xbox One, PC via Steam, and tablet via iPad with PlayStation 4 joining later this year. Visit magic.wizards.com/duels for more information.
So there you see the players. They are getting into their sideboard action. Adrian certainly feels he's much better positioned after game 1. Luis, does that sound pretty right to you, that things are going to swing certainly more towards the control player here?
So it's actually kind of funny. I just saw that Matt Sperling and Bob Marr, 2 members of Adrian's team who've tested the matchup, they believed it was 30% Adrian to win game 1 and 75% to win games 2 and 3, which I have to admit I'm a little skeptical of. I think that 75% with Martin on the play seems aggressive to me.
Right.
So what he's bringing in is, 2 Drowning Sorrows, a Farika's Cure, and then does he bring in Negates, Thoughtseize? I mean, how is this so transformative? I guess maybe the Tasker, the Golden Fang is probably pretty good.
Tasker seems like it would be an auto-include just because it's a good blocker.
Right.
Drowning Sorrow and Farika's Cure are both very, very good as well. You don't generally want the counter spells. I don't like Thoughtseize very much, though I could see some board plans leaving some number in because Adrian's deck has so many expensive spells. Also, cards like Ugin are definitely not the kind of thing you want in this matchup. Yeah. I certainly agree with them that it gets better for Adrian post-board. Game 1 is Mono Red's game, or at least it's favored, but post-board Adrian does have 3 mana wipe the board effects, and Bioblood sometimes even a 2 mana wipe the board effect.
Sure, but I mean, but counting up those cards, it feels like a fairly small number of cards to have such a huge swing on the matchup.
Yeah, which is why I think 75% seems a little high. Though I wouldn't be surprised if 30% was also a little low. I could see Adrian winning more than 30% of game 1s. I mean, that game, had Dang drawn 1 less spell that game, or at least drawn it at a different time, I could see it go the other way.
Now, what about Dang? In his sideboard, he's got Eidolon of the Great Revel, Goblin Hail Cutter, Rabble Masters, Destructive Overlay, Hall of Triumph, 4 Roast, and Scouring Sands. Other than maybe the Rabble Masters, is there anything he's bringing in here?
I mean, I could see Eidolon. It's a sorcery speed card that doesn't really add up with a lot of your other cards. all that well, but it's also pretty punishing to spells. And Deng does have cards he doesn't like in his main deck, like Frenzied Goblin or Wild Slash are not really what he's looking to have. So he's got enough options to take out that, yeah, I would imagine the Eidolons come in.
Louise, I want to ask you about a card in the mono-red deck, Zergo Bellstriker. There you see it on the screen. I'm very interested in this word, legendary, because on the face of it, you expect 6 and 7 drops to be legendary, and that's fine. So you only play 1 or 2 of them, you want to draw 1 copy of them. But ideally, if that word legendary wasn't there, of course you'd be playing 4 Zergos. How did your team and other teams go about approaching the legendary restriction on Zergo Bellstriker?
Mainly what it does is it reduces it from a 4 of to a 2 to 3 of, more often a 3 of. It's a 1-drop, so when you cast it, its lifespan is generally not all that long, so drawing 2 is not horrible. And Zergo's a decent top deck later because of Dash. But yeah, Zergo being legendary definitely impacts the number of copies you'll play.
And you see here 3 copies in Martin Deng's deck list, and not, clearly it would be if it was actually just some guy, it would clearly be just 4 of them in his deck.
Definitely.
Yes, one of the nice flavour changes, the way that the Khan's transformed, sort of trumped by the Summit Prowler, which is one of the great, for those of you who haven't seen, identical artwork. Oh, except the dragons in the background.
This is a pretty significant transformation in this case, though, where it goes from, limited, pretty good card to standard bombs by downgrading his power his power and his casting cost.
Someone cast a Shrink on Zergo Home Smasher, taking him from a 7-2 to a 5-2, but also trim the casting cost by 4/5, which, turns out that is the one way to get into standard.
Yeah. Be red and cost 1.
Yeah.
Lean, mean red machine. Zergo Bellstriker there, which could be the turn 1 play.
4 different
Martin
creatures
Deng.
who are red 1-drops in Martin Deng's deck. The Foundry Sheet Denizen, the Frenzied Goblin, and the Lightning Berserker. Oh, actually 5, also counting the Monastery Swiftspear. So.
Yeah, I really hoped Deng during this tournament comboed the 1 of Frenzied Goblin with the 1 of Lightning Berserker with the 1 of Become Immense, just to Tron up and deal like 12 in a single turn.
Players are looking at their opening hands. There you see Sullivan's Grip. He's got 4 lands, 3, some temples there. He's got a Farika's Cure, Bile Blight, Crux of Fate. Will it be dragons? Will it be non-dragons? Well, we'll see what happens. And over here, well, we've got 3 land in the middle there. You can see Become Immense. And the players are going to keep. So Sullivan's away with a temple, and it's going to be a point of self-inflicted burn on Martin Deng as he goes and finds the mountain that he wants. And he is putting that into play tapped because, as BDM says, so many 1-drops, and there you see, it looks extraordinarily likely that you're going to see a Swift Spear turning sideways.
It looks like he also just drew a Lightning Strike on turn 1, so how do you feel about this hand?
This hand is solid. It's missing a powerful 2-drop, but it does have, Hordling Outburst, Become Immense, Lightning Strike. It's got a decent amount of spells in Atarka's command. The red deck has trouble mulliganing hands that have like 4 or 5 spells in them.
And two Wooded Foothills and Become Immense. That's like the combo.
Yeah. So more importantly, Adrian found a second land that came into play untapped. His opening hand was all temples, but because of the Urborg on turn 2, Adrian has basically the dream hand, and this hand does look like it's above 75% to win this particular game.
Yeah.
With turn 2 Farika's Cure, turn 3 Bile Blight on the play, that's exactly what you can ask for.
Yeah, Martin looks a little bit resigned here. He's like, this one's not going to go as well for me.
He's correct. It probably isn't. As we see interplay tapped once again.
So interesting here, Adrian decided to play an Opulent Palace instead of one of the 2 temples in his hand. So he's choosing to defer the Scry until a little bit later, perhaps trying to see what Martin plays on his next turn, because Martin didn't play a 2-drop. It's possible that Martin doesn't have a creature next turn, at which point you kind of don't mind scrying removal to the bottom, but if Martin plays a creature and you kill it, you might then want to start scrying removal spells to the top. You want to know if this is turning into one of those burn games, kind of like the way the last game finished.
Sure. And that seems to be the way Martin wants to play this. Fires off a Lightning Strike at the end of the turn.
Yeah, and Martin has Lightning Strike, Stoke the Flames, Atarka's command. He's got 3 burn spells in hand. He's got to start using them. Well, he needs to start using the first one. He's not in as much of a hurry to use the other 2.
Here comes a Goblin Rabble Master.
Which I imagine is not going to leave the main phase. Yeah, that would be a Rabble Master.
Oh, no, that was actually a Hordling Outburst.
Right.
I all the different promo art cards here.
Well, there's another promo Hordling Outburst in hand. So now Adrian plays his Temple. The question now is if you see a 2-drop removal spell or a Drowning Star, do you keep it on top? Because Martin could easily have multiple 3-drops in hand. He didn't play anything on turn 2 except a burn spell, which very clearly not as high a priority as casting a permanent threat.
An even shinier Hordling Outburst.
And this time, yes, okay. And then go away. Bile Blight, big friend to blue-black control players. As we see more scrying action from Sullivan.
Is there enough burn in Martin's deck for him to finish him off?
It's unlikely that he can deal an actual 18 points of damage with burn. But, Adrian hasn't found a dig through time or an ingenuity yet, and it's possible he shaves some number of those cards because they're only good once you've stabilized. It's unlikely, but Martin can outdraw Adrian here. Martin can draw something like 5 spells or so over the course of 7 turns, whereas Adrian, if he just hits more land and removal, if enough of those spells are burn spells, Martin could pull ahead.
Also, if he gets to the point where we've got one Hordling Outburst, we know that there's a Tarkar's Command. That's something that represents quite a lot of damage, should he be able to get himself into that position. There you see a Tarkar's Command, so it would be 3 to an opponent, and creatures you control get +1, never mind the reach, particularly.
So now a Rabble Master, make a Goblin attack, but everything's going to get cruxed away.
Yeah, and Adrian has a Hero's Downfall in hand. He's still got removal, but, if Martin, if his creatures even get 1 hit in, that counts as a success. And, he's going to play an Eidolon of the Great Revel here. If that gets 1 trigger off before it dies, these do add up. Adrian does eventually have to win the game. Adrian's hand is all removal spells at this point, and luckily he's got Silence the Believers. That's actually high enough cost that it can kill the Eidolon without getting punished. So that at least is good. And Martin did draw a land there, which is exactly what Adrian needs, but at some point, Adrian does have to find either a draw spell or an actual threat to close out the game, because Martin will eventually draw enough damage. That's all his deck is.
Right.
So here's Silence the Believers. Without the Strive, no need.
So you take this opportunity to stoke.
Exile.
Given that Adrian can't counter it, and it's an expensive spell, and it's the most damage, I think that, yes, now would be a perfect time. Oh, Adrian could counter it if he had Negates or Disdainful Stroke. Disdainful Stroke, very, very unlikely to be in the deck. Negate is not unreasonable to have a couple copies of, especially if Martin is heavily on the burn plan.
All right, so Martin waited until Adrian's end step to cast it.
Though the way Adrian's boarded, it looks like burn spells or counter spells get a lot worse, just because Adrian is boarding in tons and tons of black removal, and is going to be tapping out to do that, fairly often.
Yeah.
So there is another Eidolon.
So Adrian is going to kill it this turn, likely with the Hero's Downfall. That's going to still cost him 2 points of damage.
So, drops to 11. Here comes Dragon Father.
It's just relentless, isn't it, this red deck? You sit there thinking, yep, I'm on 17, I've got cards in hand, things are good, I've got rid of the early threats, you weren't quick. And now here I am at 11, I'm down to 2 cards, you've got threats back on the board.
And this is likely going to trade for a Bile Blight. Adrian doesn't have to do an end of turn. He's got enough mana that he could wait, but it depends on how likely he thinks he's going to need it on his turn.
If he waits until Martin's next turn, that could get a little big for his liking.
Yeah. Become Immense is likely going to get negated, which is what Adrian did draw. And again, Negate's looking better than Dissolve to me in this matchup. Even though Martin's got a decent amount of creatures, a lot of them are Hordling Outburst and Dragon Fodder, which do get countered by Negate.
So here's the Lightning Berserker, the one of from Martin's main deck. Remember, if he wins here, that's it. No game 3. Best 2 out of 3 here in the semis. 3 out of 5 in the final. But first you have to get there. Dang says, I would like to Tarkar's Command. And Dang looking pretty calm and fine here, and Adrian looking like he's really got some stuff to puzzle out. Tarkar's Command, yes, he says.
Adrian could actually trade all of his cards for all of Dang's cards if he wanted. He could have gone Negate, Bile Blight, and Hero's Downfall. He's choosing to do 2 of the 3, though.
The board is clear once again with Sullivan.
Oh, the Radiant Fountain.
I was about to say 8, but no.
Yeah.
Foundry Street Denizen.
There it is. This is exactly what Adrian needed. Interpret the Signs is going to give him a massive influx of cards, and it's kind of what he needs to put the game away. This kind of game is losable without a card like Interpret the Signs, but once you hit Interpret the Signs, then assuming he finds a card with mana symbols in the upper right, he's in pretty good shape.
This feels like a signature Adrian Sullivan type of card here.
It's actually ultimate price and 2 land, I think. It is.
I could see keeping Ultimate Price and Radiant Fountain and then putting Pluto Delta on the bottom. I think putting all 3 on the bottom and potentially hitting a land seems so costly.
He wasn't super happy with that.
No, and that did not lock the game up. Adrian did not hit a 4 or 5 drop to really get the game to a spot where he's got full control. He's in good shape. Adrian's definitely ahead here, but the game is not over.
He's going to be able to go to 12 next turn. He's got another Fountain in hand now.
And he's got Ultimate Price and Negate and has enough life that I don't think he needs to use the Ultimate Price unless Dang does something that prompts that. If that something has become immense, Ultimate Price is going to be very, very good.
Sullivan says, sure, I'll go to 9.
Adrian's been really good about holding his cards to the last possible moment that he needs them.
And Deng's doing a good job of being patient here as well. He could have gone for a Become Immense that would have been fairly disastrous, but he's content just to peck away for 1 a turn, it looks like. Adrian can't actually take infinite hits of 1. 1 damage is a real amount here.
11.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, Dismal Backwater is like a time walk.
Yeah. I knew that card was good.
Here comes.
Yeah, and here's where Adrian is rewarded for not using his Ultimate Price, because a Goblin Rabble Master is going to come out.
5 mana. You've got nothing that costs 5 mana. Maybe 6. Oh.
Deng doing a good job concealing what he was going to play by grabbing all his lands.
Yes, says Adrian.
No.
I'd like to attack. No, 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 no.
Okay, so get in for 2 this turn.
11 to 9.
So
2 damage? Yeah, maybe.
2 damage, maybe.
I think this is a good spot to use Become Immense. Adrian is just very willing to take the 2 here. 2's a real amount. And he just used a removal spell, and Rabble Master only has 2 cards. I mean, it's not going to work because of Negate, but it's still, I think, given the information that Martin has at his disposal, I think this is a very reasonable turn to use Become Immense.
9 it is.
It's going to work out better for him not to, but I don't think, I think the earlier turns he should not have used it. That was the first turn where I think it's a good consideration, and he did consider it.
Adrian has drawn spell, so...
Bioblade, it looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Got 11 lands in play.
And 9 life to play with. Another Foundry Street Denizen.
This is going to play right into Adrian's hand here if he wants to trigger the Foundry Street Denizen.
One of the likely outcomes of this turn is that neither player has cards in hand, because Deng's going to cast Foundry Street Denizen. Adrian Sullivan's going to very clearly be happy to Bioblight the 2 of them. Become Immense is going to come out for Martin, and Adrian's going to negate it.
Now, which Bioblade? Yeah, you target the just played.
You want to target the attacking one in case of like a lightning strike.
So a little bit of delve action to finish off the Become Immense. There's the negate. Red hot stack action.
Hell bent for Adrian Sullivan. Lightning strike in hand still.
I actually like lightning striking your own Foundry Street Denizen there. I think a Foundry Street Denizen is slightly better than a lightning strike. Is that a Rabble Master?
Ooh.
Oh, it looks like, yeah.
I can't tell the difference.
That's a Rabble Master. This game could be over in like 1 turn, 2 turns.
And that puts Dang into the driver's seat again. He's 1-0 up. He managed to run Sullivan out of cards. What has Sullivan got here? He's got a Drown in Sorrow.
Wow.
That was a nice draw, Adrian Sullivan.
He did not have very many turns to draw that.
Well done. But
like
there's
danger
more.
something.
Yeah, and every time, this is the great joy of Mono Red. It's Zergo.
He dashes it.
In for. So, yeah.
And plays around if there's another Drown in Sorrow or something like that.
Adrian just drew. So Martin's 1 point short of advancing here.
Can he do it? He's drawn Mana Confluence. I'm going to dash again. In. And the sorcery speed removal can't handle Zergo.
A dangerous polluted delta.
Is Martin Dang into the final?
He just has to cast his Lightning Strike, which he may or may not want to do now. I think it's reasonable to not do it now because you don't want to give Adrian a scry off Dissolve.
Sullivan down to 2.
But Adrian's just going to die to Zergo, even if Martin doesn't cast Lightning Strike in one turn here. And Martin's definitely going to be dashing Zergo in next turn.
Adrian Sullivan, he's drawn a land. Passes the turn. Martin Dang, I'm just going to go thin my library a bit. No reason not to do it all properly.
Well, you want to have an extra burn spell for this still had all these.
Right. But Martin Dang, and you just see him there leaning back in his chair because he knows what he's got. He knows what trouble Sullivan is in. 2 points left. Adrian Sullivan's had a fantastic run. Pay 2. Zergo, dash. Pay 1. Monastery Swift Spear. Haste. In. Next word, handshake. There you go. Martin Dang of Denmark by 2-0 defeats Adrian Sullivan in the first of our semi-finals here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. And we thought he was favoured in game 1. We thought Sullivan was favourite in game 2. But ding dong dang, Zergo rings the bell for Martin Dang of Denmark. Goodness me, the legend gets the job done. So congratulations to Martin Dang there of Denmark, who claims the semi-final, and the players there getting into the discussion afterwards. But, well,
just
dash.
A parade of, like, Rabble Masters, Hordling Outbursts, cards that just really demanded Adrian respond to them, you know, individually, and then he just ran out of answers.
I mean, Dang definitely outdrew Adrian in the middle of the game, especially after the whiffed Interpret the Signs. But Adrian's game plan went textbook there. He had 2-drop on the play, 2-drop, multiple drowns, had a counterspell, and he still lost that game. If he's going to lose that game, then you know that's going to be a tough matchup.
Mono Red is through to the final. Who joins it? Will it be Green Devotion? Will it be Blue-Black Control? To set it all up for us, let's hand you back to the news desk. Here's Marshall Sutcliffe and the team.
Thank you, Rich. So we're back here at the news desk. I've got Randy Buehler. I've got Ian Duke. Got a little bit of business to take care of, though, before we start setting up the next semifinal. I got to know how many dragons have been played this weekend. We've been running the dragon counter all weekend. I thought we'd take a look at that. So let's light the fire under that and see what we ended up at here after the round. 101. I'm pretty excited that we broke the century mark for the dragons.
I agree.
Would you have thought that would happen? I'm curious.
Yeah, I've been expecting dragons all weekend.
Right.
I mean, 100's a lot. I didn't know if we hit the actual number, but I'm certainly not surprised by it.
Yeah, none for that match, but there could be more in the future.
I think Ugin's the only one they even had between their lists. So.
Right, and yeah, only one of those. So let's take a look here at our bracket. We can set the stage going into our last semifinal match. We are working our way through this tournament at breakneck speed. The help of Mono Red, not too bad there either. But you can take a look at the quarters as they broke down. Adrian Sullivan, of course, advancing. Martin Dang joining him. And on our top bracket, Shoti Asoka and Andre Strasky are who we're going to be talking about here, because that is our next match, and this is a huge one for both of these players. Now, they're both kind of at different ends of the Magic spectrum. Shoti Asoka has been playing and succeeding for a long time. Andre Strasky has been playing for a very short period of time, but succeeding the whole time that he's been playing. I want to start with Andre Strasky. Let's take a look at Andre. He's only 19 years old, from the Czech Republic. And this is already his second Pro Tour top 8. He's got 38 lifetime pro points. And you can see well-rounded player there. Standings by format. Booster Draft 5-1. Standard 8-1-1. He crushed this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And what really stuck with me, Marshall, is your interview with Stanislav Siska earlier. that he's just a great student of the game. He puts a lot of effort into learning, to absorbing information from his fellow players, and it looks like he's got a long, promising career ahead of him.
Yeah, Stanislav thought that as well. The things that really stand out about Andre, for him, now remember, they all live in like a magic house over there.
Yeah.
Also Ivan Floch lives there as well. Is that Andre is humble. It's pretty easy when you're 19 and you come in and you make a top 8 at the Pro Tour, and you even do another one, to let it just go to your head. You can get that overconfident thing going. When you're young and you're kind of like, I got this game figured out. This is all me. He's not like that at all. He apparently is very. He asks a lot of questions. They had Martin Yuza over to do drafts. He was asking him questions about that too. So he thinks, Sivka thinks that Andre is going to be one of the big stars in Magic in just a few years. And he's making a case for it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's take a look at Andre's deck. He's playing green Devotion. It's got a little tiny bit of red, but this is basically a mono green deck, Ian.
Yeah, with some unique twists here, actually. So a couple things that are interesting about this deck list. He's got a little bit more of a beatdown element than many green Devotion decks, too. He's got Serac the Hunt Caller and Boon Satyrs, so he's capable of putting some aggression on these blue-black control decks, like what Yasuoka's playing. But more than that, the really big innovation here is the presence of 4 copies of Dragon Lord of Tarkir, just a tremendously powerful card. She comes down, she can wipe your opponent's board. She's an 8/8 flying trampler for only 7 mana.
The big flampler, yeah.
Yeah, and to support Dragon Lord of Tarkir, he has his Nykthoses, of course, as per a traditional green Devotion shell, but he also has See the Unwritten.
That's sweet.
Yeah, so this is a card for 6 mana. You can look at the top 8 cards of your library. If you have Ferocious, if you have a 4-power creature, you get to pick 2 creatures from the top 8 and put them directly out of the battlefield. Of course, 2 awesome creatures to choose from would be Dragon Lord of Tarkir and Serac the Hunt Caller. You can give Atarka haste. She cracks it for 8, rather, in addition to sweeping your opponent's board. So some powerful plays that this deck can muster. And again, like I said, also capable of beating down, which is important against the blue-black decks.
One of the cards that stands out to me, Ian, as well, considering that Andre is about to play a control matchup, is Whisperwood Elemental.
Yes, that is going to be probably the key card in the matchup. What's so special about Whisperwood Elemental is that, so of course, the longer it stays on the battlefield, the more creatures it's going to put into play. But also, it gives you resilience against cards like Crux of Fate, which Shadow Yasuoka is, of course, playing. So once the Whisperwood comes down, if it's not countered, it's really going to protect your board, put pressure on the opponent by itself, and then give you resilience against the sweeper as well.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, too, about Dragon Lord of Tarkir, which you just mentioned. She's probably not going to be killing too many creatures in this matchup. There are a few. We'll talk about that in just a minute here, about what Shota's up to. But just the 8/8 flying trample is just a house in the air.
Yeah, it's not one of the best cards against a control deck, to be sure. But game 1, when you're stuck with it in your deck, at least it's a threat that's capable of winning the game by itself. And if the game plays out in such a way that both players sort of trade 1 for 1 for a while, and Shota gets low on answer cards, if Dragon Lord of Tarkir comes out and sticks, 8/8 flying trample ends the game in a hurry.
Okay, let's move on now to the opponent. That's Shota Yasuoka from Japan. This is his 2nd Pro Tour top 8. A lot of success at the Pro Tour level, but only 2nd top 8. I think a lot of people are surprised that this is Shota's 2nd top 8.
Yeah, the 7 top 16s, it's almost a fluke that out of 7 times he's been in the top 16, 5 of them have been 9 through 16.
That's like a match, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Win a match, top 8 in any of those.
Maybe even tiebreakers, right?
Right.
375 lifetime pro points. So he is right on the edge of going over 400. He's got the 18 Grand Prix top 8s with wins there. He is actually a Pro Tour champion as well. Pro Tour Charleston, his previous top 8. Team constructed Pro Tour, which his team won. It was him, Tomoharu Saito, and Tomoharu Kaji.
And he also was Player of the Year that year in 2006. So he's got a fantastic resume, 30-year-old from Japan. And he's also considered one of the best deck builders for Constructed, as well as players. He gets a lot of respect for the brews that he's willing to bring to tournaments and how well he does with them. Also, little things that maybe aren't as high on some people's list, but like he plays so fast, yet so well. It's hard to understand like how much horsepower he actually has going in that head.
Oh yeah, and a lone wolf too. It's not like he has an elaborate team of people that are feeding him ideas or handing him decks. It's just him. Who did you prepare with? If you look at his player profile, it says no one.
Yeah.
Just disappears. Yeah, disappears, emerges every couple of months and crushes the Pro Tour.
Okay, let's take a look at what Shota's playing. Randy, real quick, give us an overview on what Blue Black Control is up to in the hands of Shota Yasuoka.
Yeah, this is the new flavor of Control deck. Get used to it. I think this is just the way Control is going to work for
all about dragons?
a year or 18 months or so now. It is about the dragons. He's got 6 dragons, a couple of Dragonlord Silumgars, a Drifting Death, 3 Icefall regions because he really wanted a 5-drop, couldn't have too many 6s, and Ugin if you're going to count that as a dragon. So that presence of those half-dozen dragons allows him to play Foul-Tongue Invocation, gaining life while killing a creature. It allows him to play Silumgar Scorn, which I think is really the most impactful addition to this deck. The dragons plus dragon reveal cycle really sets everything up. Ultimate Price makes the mana a little easier too. That's maybe the hidden thing with this deck, the way Blue-Black Control has changed. You're no longer trying to go Bile Blight into Dissolve with your mana base.
Which is a tough sell.
It is tough. I mean, he's still got a couple of Bile Blights, but it is a lot easier to go Ultimate Price into Dissolve, or just to go Silumgar Scorn into Dissolve. You get to be a little more blue-based with your mana. I mean, some people are going to splash white in this deck. Shota has decided to have the more consistent mana base. He's not splashing white for Dragonlord Ojutai. He's like, Icefall Region is good enough for being my 5-drop dragon. The rest of the deck, ways to kill creatures, ways to draw extra cards. You see 3 copies of Jace's Ingenuity and 3 Dig Through Time. So he's got the late game. If he doesn't get killed, he's able to just draw extra cards, continue to trade with his opponent, and then eventually a dragon's going to come down and just mop things up.
Yeah, the Icefall region, I heard him say it was quite good against the green decks, which is, of course, what he is about to face right now. It is time for us to head back down to the booth for the second semifinal match here from Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir.
Will a decade of life and a decade of Premier Play experience make the difference for 30-year-old Shota Yasuoka against 19-year-old Andre Strasky? Let's find out. Welcome to our second semi-final here at Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Rich Hagan sitting alongside the best 6 initials in the business, BDM LSV, Brian David Marshall and Louis Scott Vargas. And you see the players getting ready to go into action, beginning with the 19-year-old, the teenager Andre Strasky from the Czech Republic, already in his second Pro Tour top 8 of the season, mind you, from Khans of Tarkir. He finished 6th there already into the final 4 here. His opponent on the other side of the table is the Japanese master of control, Shota Yasuoka. Brian David Marshall, as we see blue-black control for Yasuoka and green devotion for Strasky, what can we expect from our second semi-final?
Well, you know what? When I was talking to the players from Cabin Crew, they said, that Strasky was fortunate that he didn't play a lot of control decks in the Swiss because his version of Red-Green Devotion was much more vulnerable to control than the version Thomas Hendricks played. So I think we're expecting to see him get blown up here by Yasuoka over the course of this game.
Yeah, the lack of Genesis Hydra is really a big deal. Genesis Hydra is a way to get an uncounterable threat on the board because the spell you find in the top X cards just goes into play, or just gets played. Or the permanent rather just gets played. You can't counter it. So
right, where he's in place of that, what he's playing is See the Unwritten, which is very counterable.
It is very counterable. It's much more explosive when your opponent's not countering it, but when they are, it's a little a little lacking. And here, Andre doesn't have a spell on 4 mana, which gives Shota enough time to get things set up. Though Shota did have double Silumgar Scorn, and that's one of the strengths of the card. He would have been able to counter it even on turn 2 here.
So we are going to see a counter straight away because that is a significant threat there, Whisperwood Elemental.
Doesn't even have to reveal a dragon, just gets to force spike it.
And that shows how strong the card is, where Shota did not even have to reveal because, when your opponent's playing their spells on curve, there's no mana left over. So this turn he's going to have to reveal, but at that point he's glad to do so.
5 more mana for a second attempt at the Elemental. So 2 blue, and there's the revealed dragon for you.
Shows off an Icefall region.
The second most popular dragon here at the Pro Tour. Icefall Regent.
So I like casting Foul-Tongue Invocation here. the Caryatid's going to eat the Foul Tongue Invocation no matter what. So making Andre sacrifice it now, instead of playing an Icefall Regent, which can't even tap anything, it also keeps Andre off 6 mana to cast something like See the Unwritten, or even closer, get too close to 7 mana for a Dragon Lord Atarka, which is
where he'd be this turn.
That's his entire hand. It's just 2 Dragon Lord Atarkas.
They get a look. And an Icefall Regent comes
down we come, and already Shota Yasuoka is into, well, essentially beatdown mode. It's like, this one's done. I put the relevant 2 spells in your graveyard, and now we're in business.
Well, Andre's going to use his second copy of Nykthos here as a one-shot mana because he has to sacrifice one of them.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to slam down Dragon Lord, and unlike the forefather of Icefall Regent, Frost Titan, you can just target the Icefall with abilities without having to pay any extra mana.
Right. So there is the Dragon Lord. Away goes Icefall Regent.
But speaking of Dragon Lords...
I would like
an 8/8
It is so good, I'd like one.
Yeah, but what about this?
Wow!
So it's not as much of a blood as you might think, because you have to sacrifice the one that comes back in there.
And give it right back now, you bad not control player.
It's the hottest new game, Dragon Ball.
The last 5 spells that went on the stack were dragons. The last 4 were Dragon Lords.
I tell you, aggro on aggro
Last
doesn't
6
look this
spells now.
fast. Oh, wow.
The dragon counter is dinging like a Vegas slot machine right now.
That's the game!
Everything that got cast was a dragon or referred to a dragon. That's all that happened.
Oh, wow. That's one to watch back in a few years' time and go, remember DTK? Goodness me. Shota Yasuoka leads by 1-0. And my word, just outstanding stuff. We'll be right back after this.
Outfit your Magic collection with the newest Dragons of Tarkir accessories from Ultra Pro. You can see the full array of card sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, and portfolios of your favorite Magic artwork at ultrapro.com. Standard is the name of the game at Dragons of Tarkir Game Day. Put what you've learned from watching the Pro Tour into action on April 18th and 19th at your local game store. Visit magic.wizards.com/gameday for more information.
Okay, so Luis, let's find out how terrible a human being you are. So you're sitting there and you're deciding to play with a nice new playmat with one of the Dragon Lords and so on. Is it the playmat of the deck you are playing because you want to be neat and tidy? Is it the playmat of a dragon you're most definitely not playing to misdirect the opponent? Or do you just select one at random from your sizable collection at home?
I would probably just use the Silumgar playmat regardless of which deck I was using.
Because it's just really, really sweet.
Yeah, and if I happen to be playing the deck of those colors, then yeah, maybe I give up some info, but I figure it'll balance out.
Okay, why don't we get to the sideboards then, get a sense of what the players are doing. And we begin with Shota Yasuoka, blue-black control, of course, lots of singles. Bile Blight, Dragon Lord's Prerogative, Virulent Plague, Ultimate Price, Negate. Gentlemen, take it away. What goes on here?
Disdainful Stroke seems like an obvious choice here. You want to get those right into your deck. Ultimate Price, I'm not sure how. I mean, if you think that the Dragon Lords are going to just be the big threat that you need to deal with, or a little less exciting.
I like Ultimate Price. It kills Pelucranos, Courser of Krufix, Boonsatyr,
Plenty of targets
Whispered
still.
Elemental. Yeah,
Oh yeah, killing Whisperwood is
Surrak the Huntcaller. There's enough targets. And the thing is, Dragon Lord Atarka may not even be the card that Andre wants 4 of in his deck, just because it costs so much mana.
And that's something he cited out in his last matchup.
Yeah, and this is essentially the same matchup. Instead of Ojutai, you just have more Icefall Regents. Otherwise, it's a pretty similar set of cards. I would be interested to see if Shota sides in Negate against the Planeswalkers. Strosky's bringing something like 7 Planeswalkers.
Sure. What he against Andrew Olschwager, he brought in 4 Nissa World Wakers, 3 Xenagos Revelers, and 3 Arbor Colossus.
Well, let's take a look at Andre Strasky's sideboard and see what he's got to work with. It's a pretty straightforward sideboard, in fact, very close to your kind of 3-3-3-3-3 kind of feel. Full set of Nissa World Waker, which we've seen do sterling work today already. 3 Xenagos the Reveler, 3 Arbor Colossus, full suite of Nylea's Disciple, and then that lonesome Voyaging Satyr. So what do we think here? You say that
he's going to bring in all 3 cards on the left. That's what he did in the last matchup.
A total
and
of
this
10
is similar
cards.
enough.
Yep.
The Arbor Colossus was amazingly strong versus Olschwager. It just was something that he absolutely had to kill. and it gives Strasky a way to actually deal with, another way to deal with the Dragon Lord Silumgar.
Yeah, it's a big threat by itself, and it also just picks off all of Shota's creatures.
Yeah.
So you're bringing in 10 cards. On the one hand, you think, how fantastic. Look at all these extra threats, these different approaches, these shoring up the defenses that I get to do. 10's a lot to bring in. But on the other hand, if you're having to bring 10 in, how much difference is that actually making, Luis, in this matchup, do you think?
The Nissas and Xenagos are clear upgrades here over creatures that just die to removal spells. Arbor Colossus is one of those creatures, though. So it certainly should come in. It's good, but it's not fundamentally changing how the deck works. See the Unwritten is not the kind of card you want in your deck.
Yeah, he gets See the Unwritten right out of there. He gets 4 Dragon Lord of Tarkas out of there. And then I think he just picks off, shaves a couple of
I could see like
creatures.
Pelucranos being one of the weaker creatures because there's nothing really to fight.
Yeah.
That's not a sentence you hear very often. Oh yes, I can see Pelucranos being one of the weaker creatures.
Something
I
from
understand.
the lower end of my curve, Pelucranos.
Yeah, it is more near the middle of the curve than the high end of the curve. That's for sure.
We talked about in the first semi-final how Martin Dang, by virtue of being the highest seed, not only would he get to go first in game 1, but should it go to a game 3, he would be on the play again. How helpful is it to Shota that at 1-0 up, even if he happens to lose game 2, he gets to be on the play in a potential decider? Is that a big deal for the blue-black, or less so?
It's less so with this build of blue-black, because Silumgar's Scorn means that even on the draw, Shota has a 2-mana counter which can become online before Andre can really start playing his 4-drops, even with an Accelerant. So that's one of the strengths of playing the deck with Silumgar's Scorn, is you kind of get to be on the play even when you're on the draw, at least in terms of having counter magic up.
Let me ask you something about Silumgar's Scorn. Do you think that that's going to really change the way people are playing in Standard in terms of playing things exactly on curve all the time?
The thing is, you can't really delay your whole deck by a turn because they could just have a dragon in their hand. It's just so easy just to have one of your 6 or 7 dragons in your hand. You do. You just have to accept that if they build their deck with these cards in it, they're going to have good turns because of Silumgar's Scorn.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Shota Yasuoka. And yep, he's happy with that. He's got 3 land, 3 spells. He's going to draw into Crux of Fate here at the start of game 2. Strasky opened up with a forest. You see there, we see a Courser of Krufix in his hand. He's just drawn Arbor Colossus. There's a second Courser of Krufix.
And it's funny that the way Strasky boarded by taking out his Dragon Lord of Tarkas, Crux of Fate is just a one-sided Wrath of God. It's a plague win because Shota just has all dragons. It won't kill any of his creatures. Whereas some red-green decks play their own dragons, then Crux becomes kind of a double-edged sword.
Land number 3, and we will see it caryatid. So acceleration for Strasky. Yasuoka just pauses for a moment before drawing into Icefall Regent, then sacrifices land.
Yeah, he wants to sacrifice the Delta before playing Temple of Deceit so that he can scry without having to worry about shuffling a card you scry to the top away. And what Andre did was interesting, too. He could have played one of his 2 Coursers of Krufix. Because he drew a Caryatid that turn, he wanted to play that. He doesn't want to play a Courser until he's got a land drop ready to go. So that even if it gets hit by a removal spell, he gets a 2-for-1.
And also, if he keeps the Windswept Teeth up, he gets 2 shots to hit a land off the top, right?
Exactly. Fetch lands and Courser have been a very good combo this whole tournament.
There you see Strasky's hand, the double Courser we talked about, the Arbor Colossus we saw him draw up front. Nissa Worldwaker now has been added to the mix at 5 mana.
And that's one of your more valuable spells in this matchup, so Andre is going to wait to resolve that until either Shota taps out or he just runs out of other spells. That's one of the last spells you want to put on the stack.
Certainly 1 Pelucranos left in the deck at least, because that's on top, revealed by the Courser. As you see the 30-year-old Yasuoka there. And there you get a glimpse of what Nissa Worldwaker could be doing for Andre Strasky later in the match.
So it looks like Shota could have used Ultimate Price on the Courser, has decided maybe that Crux of Fate's going to clean things up enough that he's fine with Andre just getting these extra lands and keeping up just all counter magic.
And also having a little bit of a wandering eye for the post Crux of Fate game, right? Like he's like, well, I get to know what you draw also for a couple turns until I Crux of Fate.
Yeah, the fact that Shota now knows, at least one of the cards in Andre's hand and another one that he's drawing next turn does help.
So I can tell you that Andre did actually side exactly as we suspected. the 10 cards out in, the Nissas, the Xenagos, and the Arbor Colossus, and took out the Autarkas, See the Unwritten, and 2 of the Mystics, Rattleclaw Mystics.
Yeah. And Shouta actually boarded in another Bioblade, which is funny because he's playing against a deck full of giant green things, but Bioblade attacks some of the cheaper mana creatures, and it kills Boonsater, which is an annoying threat.
So here comes Polukranos to join Courser of Krufix from the Stratsky side of the table.
So this is kind of awkward for Shouta. If he had a 5th land, I imagine he would have taken the opportunity to just cast Crux of Fate, but he doesn't know if he's hitting his 5th land next turn. He has double Crux in hand, so I could see wanting to either counter Polukranos or just kill it with Ultimate Price. And I'd lean towards countering it a little bit just because when you tap out for Crux, you need an Ultimate Price to clean up whatever's next. Though, if Andre, gets to resolve a Nissa because of Crux of Fate, then Andre's going to be in very good shape.
But he does Disdainful Stroke it.
Yeah, the Polukranos does not resolve. It gives Shouta a few more turns. I mean, he can just keep getting hit by Courser. It's annoying that, Strassy's going to keep playing extra lands off of it, but ultimately, Shouta can give him that because he's got a lot of powerful sweeper spells in hand.
Away goes the Windswept Heath because Strasky's not interested in having another Courser on top, so he gets to search up that forest and then rolls the dice to see what ends up on top next time.
And this is now just Strasky wanting to deploy threat after threat, eventually forcing Shouta to do something, especially since Shouta's already missed a land drop, so Strasky knows that he's in good shape. And the end goal is just to resolve Nissa.
Another Windswept Heath. In comes the Courser. We've seen this game before.
Well, Nissa's a little worse against this version of Blue-Black than the Perilous Vault version.
It is. Perilous Vault does clean up Planeswalkers quite nicely, though this version does have dragons. Getting to play, Dragon Lord Silmgar and take Nissa is a pretty big game. You could actually, if Shout has enough mana, like if Strasky has no other creatures, play Dragon Lord, take Nissa, make one of your lands a creature attack Nissa. That's awesome.
So Arbor Colossus from Strasky.
That's going to eat an Ultimate Price. No. Oh, he's going to Silmgar Scorn it and reveal the Icefall region. Sure.
Yeah. Just hard counter.
Yeah, because Shouta has double Silmgar Scorn and just the one Ultimate Price, I think he really wants to conserve that for post-Crux cleanup. Unfortunately, and I think he knows this, post-Crux cleanup is often going to involve a Planeswalker, which is not good for Shouta.
Yeah, and still no 5th land. That's not good for Shouta either. What is good for him is that he leads 1-0. So should things go horribly wrong, there is always that game 3 in the back pocket for now.
Yeah, but if you're Shouta, you really want to lock this up now.
Yep.
You do feel better about missing land drops when you're up a game. That is just factual, but it is still not the situation you want to be in.
No.
And Andre wishing those 2 cards from the other order. He cracked Windswept Heath upkeep to shuffle away a Caryatid, but then drew the Nykthos, leaving Elvish Mystic on top. And those are the ways of Courser.
Okay. So it looks like he's thinking about whether or not he wants to play a second Courser here.
I think Andre's come to the conclusion that one Courser a turn is just not going to punish Shouta for missing land drops. And I think he's accurate.
Let's start the clock. 16 life right now. 14. So 4 turns right now.
Yeah, don't love playing Arbor Colossus there, especially since Shouta did just draw the land. The question now is, he really just wanted to hit land drops because now he's in a position where if he casts Crux, which it looks like he's going to because I think he has to, he's just aware that a Nissa could just end the game. Of course, he could hope that Andre's hand is like a Xenagos, which he wouldn't be able to cast.
Right.
But Nissa is going to be the card that's going to come down next.
Can he not also hope to keep drawing land and just go, yes, I'll go to 9, I'll go to 5, I'll get to 7 mana, then I'll cast Crux, then I'll have 2 mana up?
That's his normal game plan, but the thing is he doesn't know he's missing if he's going to hit land drops. So Icefall Region actually plays around this a little better because now, even though Andre plays Nissa, Icefall Region can then attack the Nissa. So I like this play much, much better. Yeah, this is just superior. And this is why Crux is so good.
Through the
exactly.
Crux. Yeah.
Crux is just Plague Wind here, which is why it's so awesome.
So on this occasion, the fact that Icefall Regent is a dragon is going to be thoroughly relevant when that Crux of Fate decides to do its either-or little dance.
You know, way to draw a card in this deck.
Well, Corsair is the way, and Andre has controlled his draw step a few times, but yes, he definitely could use divination, of course.
So it looks like Strasky's considering that now is the time for Nissa.
The problem is it just gets devoured by this Icefall region, and you're not doing enough damage to really pressure Shota
So you
here.
think Arbor Colossus instead here?
Arbor Colossus, and then use Nykthos to the Arbor Colossus. Actually, he can Nissa, untap lands, like he could do it all.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Oh wow, look at that. He plays
Arbor
Arbor Colossus and has the mana to activate it.
So now, yeah, I wonder if it was actually better to potentially play Nissa, use the other ability to untap lands, because now Shota just has to cast Crux of Fate, right? Well, you know, he could still... Andre's playing like he has Nissa, and he could just wait and ultimate price the Arbor Colossus, take 4. The problem is, even if you knew that Nissa was in Andre's hand, even if you knew that was that last card, I don't know if that wins you if it wins you the game to try to play around it. I think you might need to just cast Crux and just hope you can survive the fallout here.
Yeah, that's what he does.
So the board is clear for a moment or two, but Strasky is the player untapping, and that's going to be a big deal, because Shota Yasuoka can sit on his hands while he waits to see what we already know, which is that there is likely to be a Planeswalker in his immediate future.
Or can you just cast Whisperwood Elemental here?
You can do both. You can still cast Nissa and untap 4 forests.
Sure.
And then slam Whisperwood. Another reason to cast Crux, by the way, is that Whisperwood Elemental, when it sacrifices it, it then makes it so Crux, every time it destroys a non-token creature or a face-up creature, it puts another, it manifests. So you really don't want to Crux into Whispered Elemental. It turns all your creatures into 2/2s.
There you got to look at the powerful Fate Reforged Orc Rare. One of my favorite cards in that set.
Yeah, this card has proven to be a constructed powerhouse. I'd say it's not too bad in Limited either.
Yeah, I first pick it in Cube, but it's because I always want to be blue-green opposition.
Yeah, that card does that. So you don't see Nissa untapping lands all that often, and it's really a shame to have that happen and then get eaten by a Hero's Downfall, but it does let Andre play around counterspells. He would have 2 threats in play. He'd be very resilient to Crux. Even something like a Dragonlord Silumgar, he'd be a little resilient to. That's one of the cards that's got to worry him the most here. Dragonlord Silumgar might just be Shota's best card in his deck against this deck. It steals anything. It steals Planeswalkers or creatures.
Yeah. Whichever direction you go. Okay, so here it comes.
Nissa.
There.
Starts at 4.
Says, you know what, I'm fine just attacking you.
Pile in. That's a 4/4 dude.
Though having the Elvish Mystic does help a lot, because it does mean that you could at least soak up some of the damage from the land if Dragonlord Silumgar comes down. Also, Shota's actually 2 lands short from even attacking it back, so
Right.
yeah, this seems like a good line of play.
And the Mystic also gives you some Scorn protection.
Yeah.
I mean, not Scorn, Foul Tongue Invocation protection.
Yeah, which Shota did actually side out 2 of.
So Yasuoka, having cast his Crux of Fate to try and stabilize, now back in trouble
he has
again.
none left in his deck.
Yeah, it was a Crux knowing that this was one of the potential outcomes, and I don't think Shota was too happy about that, but he also didn't feel like with only 5 lands out, he really had a choice here.
Wow, just scoops it up. He's like, yeah, I can't do this.
I can't beat you from there, which means we will have a game 3. We go to a decider between Andre Strasky, 19-year-old from the Czech Republic, against the 30-year-old from Japan, Shota Yasuoka. And Yasuoka will be on the play in game 3, trying just to get stabilized against what are some very, very big threats.
Yeah, I mean, what did you think of the opening hand for Yasuoka there? I mean, he went down to 6 cards, and it looked like he was a little bit constrained there.
One of the features of basically all these blue-black decks is they're not playing the actual card divination because it's sorcery. When they have these like 3-land hands, They're really just counting on Scrylands to get them out of it. They can't really draw extra cards until Dig or Jason Ingenuity get online, and those cards take other cards to get online.
Right.
So,
meanwhile, the green deck had the 3-mana spell that was helping him dig deeper into his deck. He had the Courser of Crufix.
yeah, otherwise known as the Green Divination.
Let's take a look at the green divination. And there you see it. A couple people were a little down on this card with Dromoka's Command being so prevalent this weekend.
Dromoka's Command is a really powerful card, and it does, to some degree, punish Courser of Crufix. But
because you always have an enchantment if you're green.
Right, it just opens you up to 2-for-1s. But part of the problem is there's not that many decks that can just play Dromoka's Command. It's not a card you can put in very many different decks.
Yeah.
So if Corsair is at 3, let's go a little bit further up the green chain. Let's take a look at the fabulous Planeswalker, Nissa Worldwaker. There she is from M15 in all her glory, and we have certainly seen again and again today and throughout the weekend that Nissa is the real deal.
So they made her second ability better and better?
Yes, and it still doesn't get used all that often. Even in a game where it could have very plausibly been used, using the other ability just ends up being safer.
Right, the clock of being able to go attack you for 4, next turn attack you for 8 was, really what forced Yasuoka to just pick up his cards.
Yeah, Nissa occupies a very unique spot among Planeswalkers. We've seen, some sideboarded Jace Bellerins or Jace Memory Adepts before, but Nissa's a card you see a lot of in Standard and almost exclusively in sideboards. Almost every green devotion deck or heavy green deck has 3 to 4 Nissas in their sideboard because she's so effective against control but very vulnerable against aggro.
It's interesting to see cards that just win the game by themselves. That's always an indication of power. Nissa Worldwaker is obviously one that can just sit there churning out the elementals. Here's another one that sort of unpacks along the way. The mythic rare from Fate Reforged, Whisperwood Elemental. Capable, it says, of filling the battlefield. I think capable is an understatement. Yes.
Capable of filling both the battlefield and the life pad totals, if you've watched any of the green-white devotion
right,
decks.
with Mastery of the Unseen.
So what happened there, Luis? Because there was certainly, if I go back 3 weeks, so we're between sort of pre-release and release, we're just starting to see the green-white devotion around. That didn't seem to really happen here at all. Why not?
It dominated Grand Prix Miami.
Right.
We had multiple in the top 8, 2 in the finals. But it wasn't as prevalent here. I think cards like Silumgar's Scorn do oppress it to some degree. Cards like Thunderbreak Regent and Icefall Regent, just more powerful flying creatures, also make it more difficult. Yeah, but also, you pick up a lot of draws playing it. Nathan Holiday, one of the guys on our team, did play it, and he went 6-2-2 in Constructed.
Good job.
Those draws were not exactly intentional.
We've seen some great cards from the green side of the table. One thing that the blue-black deck likes to do is have them for itself. And the way it can do that is this particular gentleman, Dragon Lord Silumgar. What an awesome turnaround card.
Yeah, Sower of Temptation has gotten a little bigger since the last time we saw her.
And it's funny, we see a bunch of 4/4 creatures, people making multiple 4/4 lands. You can't even start ramming your guys into the battlefield against Dragon Lord Silumgar because you're going to start leaking a creature each time, even on 4 toughness, just because of the Death Touch ability.
Yeah, I did make a comparison to Sower of Temptation, which had basically the same ability but was a 2/2 flyer.
Yeah.
And the difference is Silumgar is a huge threat in his own right. Silumgar can brawl. Silumgar can take down planeswalkers. It can fight any creature and live, and definitely kill the other creature. So I think that is part of the reason Silumgar is so powerful and so prevalent.
I know that obviously, Luis, you do a lot of set reviews when each new set comes out, and I think one thing that a lot of players miss is they look at numbers just on the one card, and they go, oh, okay, so I've got this 6 mana 3/5. That doesn't sound particularly exciting, and it's only when you actually get to lay out the set and start seeing, okay, 4/4 is your kind of default setting in terms of what's going on in the skies, that 5 suddenly pings out at you as being a real thing.
It does. It means that Silumgar can adequately defend you, even if whatever he took isn't available. It also means that if the average creature is a 4/4, Silumgar's taking a 4/4 a lot of the time. A 6 mana 3/5 that comes with a 4/4 that also takes your opponent's 4/4. So they're at minus 4/4, and you're at basically 7/9 worth of stats. That's a huge swing for just 6 mana.
What happens if you actually steal a 4/5? Do you unlock some sort of special achievement if you actually steal a Tasigur with Dragon Lord Silumgar?
Well, a specific 4/5? Yes.
You got Tasigur hanging from Silumgar's neck there.
Well, that is representing him taking Tasigur, I would imagine.
Yeah. Took him, put him away, preserved him.
I think, looking at a monitor to my right, that we have a mulligan for Shota Yasuoka. He has gone to 6. He's keeping 6. How costly, Luis, I know we haven't seen the whole hand yet, but how costly is a single mulligan in a game like this?
Well, I mean, a single mulligan is not a huge swing in most matchups, but like I said, because Shota does not have a way to draw extra cards, it can impact his ability to cast cards like Dragon Lord Silumgar, to cast cards like Icefall Regent. And his hand is quite good here. It's 3 land and 3 removal spells that cost 2, 2 counters and a removal spell. But he's got to find more lands and got to find more spells. I mean,
but he's got a Temple of Deceit to actually help him along that way there. And
it does, but let's say you Temple and you look at your top cards like a basic land, like I would imagine you'd keep it, but what if you draw 2 more land in a row? All of a sudden you don't have any spells to work with. And a deck that needs 6 land and a good flow of spells to function without an early way to recoup that is more vulnerable when they mulligan.
You really want to put a divination in this deck, don't you?
A little bit.
He does have some time, though, because he's not necessarily going to have to cast Ultimate Prize, Silumgar's Scorn, Disdainful Stroke in the early game. This isn't turn 2 counter, turn 3 counter, turn 4 kill, and now I'm drawing off the top.
No, but Strasky's hand is awesome.
Yeah, he's got a turn 2 Courser Crufix here.
Yeah, he needs to play Courser, but he's got Courser and Whisperwood Elemental and 2 mana accelerants and now an Arbor Class. So he has the perfect hand of, double accelerant, triple threat, and 3 lands. Is kind of exactly what you want out of these decks.
So Strasky looking at a pretty exciting hand from his perspective. You see it on the right of your screen. All those goodies to play with.
So Strasky, the one thing that's interesting about this turn is if he plays a Courser and it gets countered or killed, then first of all, he doesn't get a free land off of it, because even against a removal spell, he doesn't have time to do that. Second of all, he doesn't have a follow-up next turn, because both of his other threats cost 5. So that's why he's choosing to lead with the Rattleclaw Mystic here. With that, Shota looks like he's going to take the opportunity to cast Silumgar's Scorn. I think there's 2 reasons for that. One is he doesn't have a dragon, so it's not getting better than Force Spike anytime soon. The other is that Shota drew a Dig, which is exactly what he wants to draw, at least at some point in the first 5 turns.
Right.
And so that gives him incentive to dump cards into his graveyard. He just needs to find some polluted deltas now.
He's drawn Disdainful Stroke,
which is quite good too. I don't hate Shota's position here. He's gonna be able to use his multiple Disdainful Strokes to counter Strasky's more expensive threats. He can use Ultimate Price to counter the Courser, though it has one shot at a free land here.
Nope.
No free land, but that information does let Strasky skip drawing the Sylvan Caryatid because of his Wooded Foothills, which is still kind of like half a card up. So this is the kind of hand where I would imagine Ultimate Price is much more likely to get aimed immediately at the Courser. And I would be very inclined to do that end of turn here, because you want to keep up Disdainful Stroke the next 2 turns. You don't have a 4th land, and you have Dig Through Time, so you really want to just start trading 1-for-1 until you can cast Dig Through Time.
And that's exactly the conclusion that Yasuoka's come through.
So Strasky's decision here is he wants to sack. He's going to sack the Wooded Foothills no matter what. He's going to shuffle away the character. He does not want to draw it. The question is, does he want the extra life, or does he want Shota to know what his top card is? And I think in this matchup, you don't want the extra life. I think that the concealing the knowledge is more important.
Because you're just going to die once the control player has control of a nice big fat flyer and whatever your best thing is, for example.
Yeah, the odds that the game come down to an actual race in the first place are very low, and the odds that that race is won by 1 life point are even lower. So I think that here, not showing Shota the Nissa or whatever it is you end up drawing is very big.
Lesson, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do that thing.
Yeah, and your life total is a tangible resource, but information is definitely a real resource. And here Shota has the opportunity to use Silumgar's Scorn as Force Spike once again.
Wow.
Which is very good for him.
Super efficient. 4 land now, passes the turn.
I mean, it's kind of especially shines against green deck, right? Where you're playing these elves and Rattleclaw Mystics, so you can play your 3-on-2 and your 5-on-4 and really be tapped out to cast cards ahead of turn.
Yeah, and against a deck that has, temples like Temples of Abandon, where you're going to have an incentive to come to play tap land some amount of the time.
So here's Whisperwood Elemental.
Now that is definitely going to get a Disdainful Stroke.
Yeah, and And Shota's hand here is Disdainful Stroke, Dig Through Time.
Oh my god.
So
good.
If he's able to draw a land here, he can cast Disdainful Stroke and Dig Through Time in the same turn. Even if he's not, he can still Disdainful Stroke the other Whisperword Elemental that's going to come down this turn. And now Strasky's going to be out of threats and Shota's going to have a Dig Through Time. This is exactly how every single blue-black mage has drawn it up. You cast your 1/1s. Shota's going to now cast 5 cards that trade 1/1 for just 2 mana, and then cast Dig Through Time.
Right, this is basically the one guy at your local shop who always plays control, and you say to him, how could you possibly win this? And this is exactly the scenario he lays out.
There's Whisperword, and here is Go Away.
Oh, wow, he drew the Dissolve.
And Dissolve was actually good there, too, because now if Shota does find a land here, he can cast Dig and still have Disdainful Stroke up. And Polluted Delta makes that even easier. Right. So now he's pretty much covered. The game is certainly not unwinnable, and Strasky still has to just jam this Nissa that we just saw him draw.
Nissa World Waker.
But Shota's going to have everything. His last 2 cards are the 3rd counterspell plus a Dig Through Time, which is, again, just straight perfect. And when you draw like this, you don't need a card like Divination. Divination would help if you were missing land drops. But here, Shota has... this is the sequence of draws you want.
So, here we go. And Shota just doing a little bit of math.
So, yeah, his decision here is whether to cast a Dig Through Time and then cast Disdainful Stroke or just cast Disdainful Stroke. He's going to counter the Nissa no matter what, but you might as well dig first. Maybe you find, like, Silumgar Scorn and a Dragon and you prefer to use that. You might as well just look at your 6 cards here. Or 7 cards, rather.
Right. Island comes into play.
So Strasky cannot be happy about that Delta being sacrificed.
No.
It either means one of 2 things. It either means there's a Dissolve or a Dig Through Time, and neither one of those are good news.
Yeah, and Strasky just had a little bit of body language there that said this doesn't look great.
Well, now, cruelly for him, he's got a little bit of hope. He's got hope that...
I was just thinking this.
Yeah.
This is the... good thing I found it.
Yeah, it's correct for Shota to do this. He's certainly not doing anything wrong here. But Strasky's not going to think, oh, what if he misses? But his last card is not a miss. So,
so we see an Icefall Regent on the right there.
Yeah, joined by Ultimate Price and Crux of Fate, which is not the most awe-inspiring Dig Through Time, but picking up those 2 cards, casting Disdainful Stroke on Nissa, and then having an Icefall Regent and a Ultimate Price in hand is still a commanding board presence, but this game is not over.
He's a little smirk on Andre's face.
Yeah.
Like, of course.
He didn't have high hopes. He had hopes, but they weren't high hopes.
Here's Icefall Regent.
So this is the turn.
It's Whisperwood Elemental.
Well, it's Arbor Colossus.
Oh, it's Arbor Colossus. I'm sorry.
Which is not quite as good because Shota's last card is Ultimate Price. We're just going to keep jamming cards into each other here. So Shota gets the first crack at a draw step, but both players are essentially at no cards with... well, Shota drew Hero's Downfall last turn and drew Jace's Ingenuity this turn, so...
These are quite good.
Yeah, I'm going to say that Shota's now firmly ahead.
And Strasky knows it. He knows he's...
Yeah, well, when your opponent starts sorting around their mana on their turn...
And I like the use of Ultimate Price here because Hero's Downfall can hit Nissa, even though it's a little more mana efficient. And Shota's not flooded on mana. He's exactly 5 lands.
That's Sirach.
Which is not quite formidable enough to attack this turn.
No, it is not.
And Shota can just take a little bit of damage here. I think it's very reasonable to either take the 5 or just trade off Icefall Regent. I also, even though you're missing a land drop, I kind of like just passing with Hero's Downfall up. I'm just worried that if Strasky draws a creature, he can give it haste. It looks like he's just going to smash and then smash Jace's Ingenuity.
Yep, Icefall Regent comes into the red zone.
It looks like he was considering maybe main phasing for a land and then figuring he could pop up.
I think there's no need to do that. I don't think hitting your 6th land drop is so important. You can just do it next turn. Keeping up Hero's Downfall to stop a potential big hit this turn, I think, is much better.
Oh, and of course, he did draw a Nissa.
Well, she is everywhere today.
Yeah, the problem with Nissa, though, is it's good, but if Strasky plays Nissa, makes a creature, Shota can then downfall to Surak, untap, attack Nissa. Shoda falls to 12 from the 4/4 land, and now we're at kind of the same board, except there's an Icefall region against a 4/4, except Shoda has potentially drawn an extra card in his turn and has double Jason Ingenuity in hand.
Okay, so here we go.
World Waker, attack, attack. Shoda takes it.
So he's choosing the more mana efficient route.
The Ingenuity route right now.
Taking 9, falling to 7, but using Ingenuity. This way he ideally draws a counterspell. That's all he really wants to draw.
Pretty sure he did.
Well, he drew another Icefall region, which is still very good.
Looks like he also drew another dig through time.
Yeah. So he can now, he's at 7. The problem with playing Icefall region here is it doesn't actually get Surak off the board. So if Strosky draws another creature, then Shoda could potentially just die to a hasted attack here. So he's just going to have to hope that doesn't happen.
Right.
Big moments here then. Andre Strasky at 11, Yasuoka at 8.
Though I guess that's what region, given that I can just block the Surak, yeah, actually Shoda's in quite good shape here. Strosky needs a top deck, and even then it's not over. Something like Boonsader would be interesting, though, because it could distill onto Surak to live through the Icefall region.
Boonsader would be kind of bonkers.
And because of Boonsader, I think Shoda's heavily incentivized to block.
Strasky does the combat math this time. Shota looks at... In comes... There we go.
The funny thing is, it is much better for Shoda if he doesn't have to block here, but then he just straight up dies to Boonsader. Yeah.
I'm going to block. Die and trade. And then Strasky...
No card for Strasky.
Says nothing.
Yeah.
Now, he's got a choice, so I wonder what's there that would be a choice rather than a yes, I put it on the top, or he's going to leave it there. Okay.
I imagine it's a threat of some kind, just because that's the only thing he's really looking for, but Strosky has to feel like he's not in good shape, and that feeling is accurate. Shoda now has enough mana to Hero's Downfall and cast Dig Through Time. He can just smash with the Icefall.
That's what he's doing.
The Forest will untap, but Shoda knows that there's no burn spells in Andre's deck. He's not playing his Creator's Claws. He can just take the 4 damage here and be in good shape.
There's Surak the Hunt Caller.
And Shota is busy working out which mana he wants to do what with.
I like Hero's Downfall, which leaves up Dig for 2 mana, which can find Disdainful Stroke or Silumgar's Scorn.
Okay.
Shoda does have to find something, otherwise the Regent has to stay back next turn. But it looks like he's just going to kill the Forest, which means that Surak was no longer formidable, which means that Shoda doesn't take any damage this turn.
Here's the Dig. Away goes everything else in the graveyard. And here's a new opening hand of 7 with everyone's greatest hits of 2.
So, counter spells, it looks like you found at least a Dissolve.
There's a Hero's Downfall there, I think.
Yeah, Dissolve plus Hero's Downfall will almost just lock the game up for Shoda here.
So on we go.
Oh, look at this. Is that a Dragon Lord Silumgar?
It is.
Well, that actually sets up a lethal attack right now because of Formidable.
So he's going to be able to take Surak.
There we go.
He has Formidable.
And that's the handshake.
Oh, there we go.
In the end,
Surak and Silumgar working together. We don't see that kind of backroom intrigue on Game of Thrones.
As they were meant to be.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Shota Yasuoka takes the game and the match over Andre Strasky of the Czech Republic. The blue-black control man moves on, and that means our final table is set. We are going to see Martin Dang with his red aggro deck up against the blue-black control of Shota Yasuoka. Welcome back to the booth. Rich Hagan sitting alongside Brian David Marshall and Louis Scott Vargas. Guys, they're going to set the final for us up in the next few minutes for sure. But just real massive plays there on both sides of the table. You see a Nissa, you see an Arbor Colossus, you see a Whisperwood, then you see a Silumgar. And in the end, the game came down to really traditional card advantage, really.
Yeah, what we saw there was Andre had a great draw. I mean, he had Elvish Mystic and he had a Parade of Threats, but every turn he's tapping out for a threat, one at a time. And every turn Shota's spending 2 mana to counter it, and one of those turns he also spends 2 mana to dig through time, and that is what led to the end.
Try to keep that grin off your face as you talk about 2 mana counter spells. You actually had a Pavlovian reaction.
I have to live vicariously at this point. You know, if I'm not going to be the one casting dig through times, I can at least admire those who are.
Yeah. Do you feel a little hard done to if you see a succession of Silumgar's Scorns that work against you raw without the dragons?
Yeah. The thing is, you never actually know, because that Icefall region did come down pretty quickly. Andre could have just assumed, hey, maybe that was there the whole time, and Shota didn't need to show me. As it turns out, that wasn't the case, but he'll find it out on the replay and figure it out then.
Well, there's one more live to bring you. No replay. We've still got a final to come. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Don't you dare go away. But for now, it's back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. Wow, what a great finish. We're going to have some reactions from our 2 gentlemen here about that in just a moment. But before we do, let's get a quick check on the old dragon counter and see what it's up to. BDM said when he was in the booth that it was lighting up like a Vegas slot machine that game. I think there were 6 of them cast in a row. Let's see what we ended up at here. 111. Nice. So, yeah, we had 10 that match. So, dragon counter indeed lighting ablaze, and we've only got, of course, one more match now. It's a super match. It's going to be a best 3 out of 5. We're going to set that up for you in just a moment, but the players get a few minutes here to kind of get their thoughts, and we're going to take a look at the bracket. Let's see how the top 8 has played out thus far, and also I want to take this moment while you guys at home can take a look at what's going on in the top 8 bracket as we set the stage. I want to get some reactions about that last match. Randy, that was insane.
Oh my God, that was awesome. I mean, the first game, you had Silumgar to steal a Tarka to kill Silumgar, new Silumgar to steal a Tarka. And then the last game, Silumgar steals Surrak, and if Surrak is formidable, for the hasty attack.
What the
That was so much fun.
Yeah.
And here's my real question, though, at this point. I really want to know, is Dragonlord Silumgar a minion of Shota Yasuoka, or is Shota Yasuoka a minion of Dragonlord Silumgar?
That is unclear currently. We still have one more.
I mean, they are best of friends at this point. Their relationship may just win the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Whichever way it goes.
Ian, what stood out to you about that match?
I was really impressed by game 2, how Stratsky was super conservative with his Nissa World Waker. I mean, that was really, from his side of the table, that was the card of the match for him. And I just like how he planned things carefully. He made sure that it resolved, and he just sequenced the games that could give him the win. Go ahead.
No, it was interesting talking about that. It was a really tough match for Stratsky to win. I actually saw on Twitter, he was talking with Ivan Flock, Pro Tour champion, one of Stratsky's housemates, and Flock was apparently saying to Andre, yeah, you got like a 30% chance. Oh, it's Shota. You're like 10% to win the match.
Your matchup against the deck is this. Your matchup against the player.
But at least you're platinum, so you got that going for you. That's fine.
Yeah.
Congrats on the weekend.
And in fact, he is going to have to settle for a top 4 finish here at the Pro Tour. But again,
I think he'll be all right.
19 years old from the Czech Republic. The guy has a very bright future ahead of him in this game. Okay, let's zoom out a little bit here while the players get ready over there. We're going to set that final matchup for you, and it's quite a matchup as well. But before we do, I thought we'd zoom out a little bit and take a look at what happened in the tournament from a bigger picture perspective. So let's go regional here and see who finished where. Top 10 North Americans is where we're going to start. Adrian Sullivan at the top of the list there, Andrew Olschwager as well, our 2 top 8 competitors, and just outside, I couldn't bring myself to do it. I did the top 8 announcement.
By 0.04 of a
0.06. Yeah, that's how close the tiebreaker was for Kyle Bogamus to miss and Andrew Olschwager to get in. So
how crazy is that top 16? Wesco, Utter Layton, Sam Black, Brad Nelson.
Absolutely.
Seth Manfield, just great. And then Eric Froelich, felt bad for him at the end. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's taken the lead in the Player of the Year race. I mean, obviously a good weekend for him in 19th, but the back-to-back lost to winning in, back-to-back down the stretch.
Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow for anybody. What stands out for you here, Ian, about our North American finishers? I see Brad Nelson in number 14. I'm not surprised to see him there at all. I cover all the GPs, and if it's standard in a GP, Brad is at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, just really the strength of these names continuing down past 8th place all the way to the top 16, even top 32, is really just a testament to, I guess, the depth of the field in the Pro Tour these days and the strength of American Magic right now. I mean, you've got all these guys they're just playing Magic constantly, they're recording content, they're writing articles, they're just really just immersed in the game at all times, and it really shows in their Pro Tour performances.
Yeah, Andrew Brown sitting there at 18th, he's a GP champion as well. I mean, this is a stacked up top 16, and of course, 2 Americans in the top 8, you can see them there. All right, let's take a look at our next one, which is the Europeans. Andrei Strosky was, of course, the top finishing European, but Martin Dang,
how great
could eclipse his tournament here as well.
The Dane Blast continues, right? How good has Denmark been?
Really?
The World Championship, Team World Championship, Martin Dang sitting here with the mono red deck doing great. And the cabin crew is also super impressive to me. Andrei Strasky and Thomas Hendricks, both part of that team well played, whichever way you want to call it. But I mean, that team just keeps putting people in the top 8, event after event after event.
Yeah, another solid finish for Joel Larsen, Andrea Mengucci in 15th there as well. And you see the Hall of Famer Raphael Levy finishing 31st. Another solid finish for him, and kind of what we expect from Raf at this point. Let's take a look at our next region, Asia. The Asia Pacific region. Jason Chung from New Zealand is headlining that one, but right behind him, one of our finalists.
Yeah, Jason Chung was headlining that.
He was coming into the top 8, but Shota Yasuoka just secured his seat in the finals. But some other big names there as well.
Oh yeah, Mahara, the Hall of Famer. Park Jung-young's having another good event. I didn't even realize he made top 32. That's good for him.
You can see Ken Yukihiro there at 57th place as well. Rick Lee really caught a lot of eyes as well. Ended up finishing 49th. But we had him in the feature match area quite a bit. And Don van Ravenswijk as well. Another Australian there really putting up some great results. All right, let's take a look at the South American bracket. This is our last of these. And not a shocker here. Yeah. Paulo Peter Damarosa.
Paulo in the top 16 is a little bit of a shocker. His career to this point, he has 9 Pro Tour top 8s, right? 9. And 9 Pro Tour top 16s. He'd never finished 9th through 16th before. So he's kind of broken the streak where all his top 16s were top 8s. I don't know. It is awesome to see Paulo putting up another big result again, for sure.
So congratulations to Paulo for his first top 16 finish.
Right, exactly. Oddly true.
Okay, let's move things back to the matter at hand, gentlemen. We've got finals to cover here, and we are winding our way down. The players are seated over there, not quite ready to play yet, so I thought we would introduce them to you. We're going to start with Martin Dang from Denmark. Really impressive run. Obviously, he's in the finals, but he's also a Grand Prix champion from not that long ago. It was 2015.
Yeah, and a super nice guy, too. I mean, he's been enthusiastic all weekend. He was tearing up the tables in the Swiss. We saw him a lot in the feature match area at King of the Hill. And he brought to the table this red aggro deck, which is really one of the breakout decks of this tournament. I mean, of course, we've seen red aggro in the past couple standard seasons, but this one really incorporating a lot of powerful new cards from Dragons of Tarkir.
One interesting thing about Martin Dang as well is if he were to win this Pro Tour, he would become the second MOX, that's the Magic Online Championship Series participant from 2014, to win the Pro Tour.
Crazy.
Antonio Del Moral Leon was the first, and that class is starting to look quite distinguished.
That field keeps getting better and better. The Magic Online Championships is just coming up next month, right?
Yeah.
We thought, it's Ula Rade, and okay, we'll just watch Ula a lot. But yeah, Del Moral Leon, Martin Dang, the field's really coming together.
Yeah. So let's take a look at what Martin Dang has brought to battle. He looked like a nice guy in the picture, but based on the deck list here, it looks like he's pretty angry, ready to fight Ian. Basically mono red here for Martin Dang.
Yeah, I mean, his deck is characterized by a lot of small creatures like Founder's Cheat Denizen and Zergo Bellstriker, a new card from Dragons of Tarkir, Monastery Swiftspear. He's capable of, one of the few decks in the format that's capable of leading off with a powerful start on turn 1, right? A lot of other decks, all they have access to are cards like Wild Slash and Elvish Mystic, but this is a deck that's packing, 11 plus proactive 1-drops that just want to get out there. Beyond that, he's got some token generation, which is a new feature for these red aggro decks with Dragons of Tarkir. Dragon Fodder, sort of an innocuous card, but it's actually been a big game changer in this tournament here. Sort of is supplanting Hordling Outburst in the Jeskai Tokens deck, but in this deck it's supplemental to it actually, just giving you an extra card you can play on turn 2. It's hard to answer with 1-for-1 removal spells, outside of like Bile Blight and Drown in Sorrow. And then using that token generation to really combine well with a Tarka's Command, which is one of the powerful new cards.
Yeah, so talk to us a little about Tarka's Command. What's the standard play here? Let's say that Martin Dang starts things off with a Hordling Outburst. What does the Tarka's Command do in that situation?
So the most common combination of modes is going to be +1/+1 summon reach to your team and then 3 damage to the face, right? That's what red decks want to do. But surprisingly, the sort of Skullcrack mode of the card is really relevant. I think a lot of players looked at this card when it was first previewed, and they're like, I'm never going to do that. That's never going to come up. But I mean, Skullcrack is a card that's actually appeared last Pro Tour in Modern. It's that powerful.
Now that's the players can't gain life.
Players can't gain life this turn, right? So combine that with 3 damage to the face in response to like a Siege Rhino or something. All of a sudden, you have a 2-mana card that's representing 6 damage. We saw it earlier in the tournament against Nylea's Disciple, which was threatening to gain like I think 6 life at the time.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about RG deal 9, that's a powerful card.
Absolutely, and a great flexible tool that they can run in the main deck, and sometimes just nab those Siege Rhino activations and such.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, Reach is also, it's relevant sometimes, right? You pick off a dragon like an Icefall Regent or something like that, and all of a sudden you can turn the game around a little bit. So these commands really sneak up on you, right? Like you look at them and you look at the most powerful modes right away, but you find that when you play a long tournament like this, there's all kinds of interesting combinations and interactions that come up with them.
Okay, Martin Dang is going to have to face down kind of a living legend of Magic. I mean, this guy strikes fear in the heart of the professional players. Shota Yasuoka from Japan. He's 30 years old, 375 lifetime pro points, Randy. He's had a long and strong career here. He was Player of the Year in 2006 and also won the Pro Tour there in Charleston in 2006.
Yeah, with this finish, he's now over 400 lifetime pro points. He's now over $200,000 in lifetime earnings. I gotta say too, people just watch him play. He's one of the players that, people who've been around forever, people who watch a lot of Magic, still stop to watch this guy. And, Luis Scott Vargas is brilliant in the analysis booth, but I haven't heard him do commentary for a match where he changed his mind so often after watching the player make a play. I mean, normally Luis is like, well, he could do this, he could do that, he'll probably do this, and then the player does. Or, Luis's play is just better than the one that the line that the player actually comes up with. There were multiple times in the semis where Luis had a perfectly reasonable line, and Shota's was just better. I was really impressed by the way he was playing it, and just, understanding what actually mattered in that deck. I mean, people just kind of watch him play and they're like, Stone Cold Master. That's what everybody says, just a master.
That is true, and you hear that a lot. Again, he gets the highest praise from the highest places in the game. Let's take a look at his weapon of choice here. Blue-black control, though, if you were watching when Adrian Sullivan was playing, this is a much different take on the deck. Randy, what are the innovations here for Shota Yasuoka's blue-black deck?
Yeah, this is what control looks like in a post-Dragons of Tarkir world. Half a dozen dragons between the Dragonlord Silumgars, the Icefall Regents, and the Silumgar Drifting Death. Those turn Silumgar Scorn into a reliable counterspell. Those turn Foul-Tongue Invocation into gaining life in addition to killing a creature. Those sort of, the Dragons and the Dragons Matter spells give this deck a strength and a flexibility and a resiliency that I think it's going to be around for a while. Crux of Fate also turns into, instead of being Wrath of God, it turns into Plague Wind. It's just kill your creatures, I'm going to keep mine. That power level just sends this blue-black control deck to a place it didn't have, to a power level that it didn't have before Dragons of Tarkir. Yeah. It's actually interesting to me that both the decks in this finals are very much fueled by the new set.
They feel very Dragons of Tarkir centric, don't they? What does that signal for you, Ian? You work in R&D at Wizards of the Coast, and I'm sure that while you're in a commentary role here today, you can't help but keeping that R&D brain moving to yours as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I have to say, I think R&D is really pleased with how the new set has hit in terms of impacting tournament construction and causing change. I mean, what we try to do with each new set is make sure that the metagame gets shaken up, and things that previously weren't powerful become powerful, things that were powerful get pushed down a little bit. When Khans came out, we saw the 3-color decks being really powerful. Pro Tour Khans of Tarkir was really dominated by Abzan and Jeskai. As new sets have come out, and especially with Dragons of Tarkir, we've had a shift away from the 3-color decks, a little bit more back toward traditional 2-color decks, and sort of pushing those old clan decks out, and now the dragons are coming in. So really happy with the changes that we've seen here. Looks like a lot of fun.
The dragons have absolutely come in. There's no doubt about that. Now, what do you guys make of the matchup here? Randy, we're seeing two pretty far extremes now. Maybe not the absolute polars, but pretty close to it in blue-black control versus mono-red here.
Yeah, when the day started, I really thought that this tournament shaped up as kind of a rock, paper, scissors, where there's the aggro decks, the Courser Krufix sort of mid-range decks, and then the control decks. And so aggro decks like Martin Dang's, they're soft to the Coursers, but they get to beat up on control. And I think that just is the way this lines up on paper. Martin Dang's deck is dreaming of matchups against the blue-black control deck. Like, you play a deck like that, this is the matchup you want to be handed.
You don't want to be on the blue-black control side of this matchup either, Ian.
Certainly not for game one. I think things
That's fair.
I want to mention, not to interrupt you here, Ian, but this is a best out of 5 here.
Right. It's a good point.
We're not
It's a really good
dealing
point.
with your standard, best 2 out of 3. It's best 3 out of 5 here, so sideboard games count a lot. We're not going to go too deep into the sideboards here, but
yeah, I mean, I think after game one, Shota can kind of reconfigure his deck a little bit to give him, to pull him a little bit closer to 50-50, at least with Dang. And given the fact that it's going to be a best of 5, he's got plenty of sideboard games there to flex his sideboard muscles. That said, I think I'm still on Dang's side as far as the advantage goes here. Just traditionally mono red against a blue-based control deck. It's a good matchup for the mono red deck, but I think it's closer than many would give it credit for.
What are sort of the key cards that we should look for from Shota's side? We've seen Dragon Lord Silumgar come down and do big work, but it feels like a different section of his deck is going to be lit up for this matchup.
His dragons are great against the big green decks, just locking down a big creature or stealing a big creature. Here, he's going to be leaning on his removal spells. Bile Blight, I think, is the card that he really wants to draw early. Wipe out that horde of tokens before he can get just demolished by an Atarka's command. Right. The ability, he needs to trade. He needs to preserve his life total. He needs to trade. And I don't know, maybe it's just me being a little bit sentimental, but I'm okay with being on Shota's side of this. You can have the Martin Dang side of the fence.
All right, so the lines have been drawn and the players are ready. They're seated in the feature match area. Let's head down to the booth where BDM, LSV, and Richard Hagen await.
Denmark and Japan, Dang and Yasuoka, aggro and control. It's classic Magic and it's happening live right now. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to the final match of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. Rich Hagen sitting alongside Pro Tour historian Brian David Marshall and Hall of Famer Louis Scott Vargas. You see the two players there ready to go to battle in the best 3 out of 5. Martin Dang of Denmark. He's in his 11th Pro Tour. He has one of the highest winning percentages on tour this year, and he has taken it from the Grand Prix to the Pro Tour level to get all the way to the final here. His opponent on the other side of the red zone is that man, Team MTG mint card Shota Yasuoka of Japan, one of the finest control players to ever sleeve up a 75 card concoction. He is on blue-black control. And BDM, we begin with drama.
Well, as it was, game one's a pretty bad matchup for Yasuoka. He mulliganed pretty aggressively down to 5 cards and then realized he had not de-sideboarded from his last match. That is not a game loss. He hadn't drawn a card. It was before anything had gone into play, but he was forced to fix his deck and mulligan down to 4. So he's starting on 4 cards against a very good hand from Martin Dang, right, Luis?
It was, and looking at Yasuoka's 5-card hand, I don't think that he was in great shape there either. I mean, very few of Shota's hands are going to be able to compete with this. He needs to draw Bile Blight now. And in fact, he's got Pluto Delta into Bile Blight, so this hand may have had more of a shot than his 5-card hand. Which is interesting, because he's going to get to Bile Blight the 2 Monastery Swift Spears. He's still under pressure and still doesn't have a ton of cards to work with, but the Bile Blight erases one of the mulligans at least. It's a 2-for-1 in the other direction.
Yeah, it certainly means he's got more time to answer the bell as Monastery Swift Spears bite the dust to Bile Blight. Dash my Lightning Berserker.
And Mana Confluence, me and you.
Tapping Mana Confluence to give the Lightning Berserker ++0 is all quite funny, but
if there was any doubt who the beatdown is, I think we've just had that taken care of.
That's still 4 damage a turn, and Shota's in a spot where he still can't cast double blue spells. So
right.
This is where the mulligan to 4 really catches up. The first 2 turns, land into Bile Blight was pretty normal, but now Shota's drawing 6 drops, has Jason Ingenuity in his hand, is on Swamp, Opulent Palace, is unlikely to get to cast another spell this game.
Right. Interestingly, no third land this whole time for Martin Dang, who's just been dinging himself with the Mana Confluence. But
He would have certainly been fine drawing more lands this game, but doesn't really need them because now he has double wild slash here to close things out.
Thanks for playing, and that was game 1. And that's why we do 3 out of 5 in the finals. Right there, Shota Yasuoka mulliganed to 5 initially, then to 4, when he very sportingly called on himself that he had that sideboard card there. So that's just good play all round. Goes to 4, and we'll be back after this.
Friday Night Magic has expanded to include all formats. Get ready for Commander, Legacy, or even Conspiracy drafts. Check out your local store for details and share your FNM stories by using the hashtag MTGFNM. Visit magic.wizards.com/FNM for more information. Make Magic history by joining in on the biggest Magic Premier Play weekend ever, featuring events in Chiba, Utrecht, and Las Vegas. Pre-register now at magic.wizards.com/Modern Masters Weekend.
Now, normally, Luis, when you sit down in round 3 of Friday Night Magic against someone you've only met at the store a couple of times, and you play all of 3 or 4 turns as you just monster them to death with your mono red deck, you're then left with actually a little bit of trouble on maybe, I wonder exactly what he's doing and what his plans are. But of course, these players have had 24 hours to look at each other's deck lists ultimately, so no hidden surprises anywhere. Let's take a look at Martin Dang's sideboard and work out what the leader in this final already, just 2 or 3 minutes in, is going to do against Shota Yasuoka.
My guess is that he's going to board in all the creatures, potentially all 7, as well as one of the Hall of Triumph. That is a kind of anti-Drown in Sorrow card because it makes it so your Goblin Rabble Master and your Zurgo live through Drown in Sorrow.
Mm-hmm.
He's got cards like Wild Slash in his deck, which isn't really what he's looking to cast, and I don't think that he's as interested in having all of those, as well as the Lightning Strikes and Stokes are good enough, but the Wild Slashes is really not what he's interested in.
It's easy enough to see, even to a casual observer, how Hall of Triumph could be a really big deal. I get that. Talk to me about Eidolon of the Great Revel. To what extent is that designed to be a kind of one-and-done shock as Shota deals with it? And to what extent is that a sort of functional game plan right there?
It's not as much of a game plan as, say, some of the modern burn decks where they really want to have Eidolon out to punish the decks that play a ton of spells. It's a 2-mana 2/2 that when your opponent kills it with a removal spell, they take 2 damage. That doesn't sound like a very fancy card, and it really isn't, but it's exactly what this deck wants. It is fine if its card trades 1-for-1 and deals 2 damage. If that happens enough times, the red deck is going to win. It is content to chip away.
But if it sticks and you counter a couple spells afterwards, and you haven't dealt with it immediately, it's also exerting a pretty big tax on your life total.
Yeah, if the Eidolon ever stays in play and hits Shota, and then Shota has to cast a spell into the Eidolon that doesn't kill the Eidolon, the game's almost over at that point.
Okay.
So that's Martin Dang. We think all the creatures come in, so that's 7, plus one of the Hall of Triumphs, round about 8. Let's see if Shota Yasuoka has a similar amount of transformation going on. A much more complex sideboard in terms of ones here and there. There are 5 cards with just 1 copy, a couple of Disdainful Stroke, which have done great work for him earlier in the day, a couple of Stratus Dancers, and his 3s are Duress and Drown in Sorrow. Gentlemen, what do we think happens with this side of the board?
I'm looking at Virulent Plague pretty hard right here. I think that's going to certainly come in as a permanent way to deal with 8 cards in his deck, not including the Rabble Master.
Yeah, Virulent Plague is like a Drown in Sorrow that only targets Goblin tokens, but like BDM just said, there's 8 cards in the main deck that only make Goblin tokens. Then there's going to be the 4 Rabble Masters that, once they're not making Goblin tokens, are less impressive. They're still a fine card if they're getting damage in, but yes, they are much less good.
Let me ask you about a card, Negate. That's a card that's looked somewhat impressive against the red decks thus far because it becomes almost like an essence scatter on a handful of cards.
I would not be surprised if Shota boarded it in. It's a little less needed in this matchup than we saw Adrian Sullivan board them in because Adrian, he didn't really have any big threats to tap out for, whereas Shota actually has cards like Icefall Regent and Silumgar that he can just slam and try to end the game with. That being said, Negate still seems like a perfectly acceptable card to board in.
So you expect to see a Blight, 3 Drown in Sorrows, a Plague, and maybe a Negate and Ultimate Price?
Yeah, I would expect to see all of those cards come in for, again, some of the more expensive cards, the card draw, the Ugins. Like, you can even see Crux of Fate being worse than a lot of these cheaper black removal spells if you expect your 5 drops to be dragons.
This time around, I can tell you that Shota Yasuoka is keeping his opening hand of 7. So the question becomes, will Dang be able to do the same? There you see the feature match area. Our photographer Craig Gibson leaning in over Dang's shoulder, getting a good look at his opening hand. But I wonder whether Dang can keep his opening grip of 7.
One other aspect of this matchup that wasn't present in the semifinal match is that Shota has access to Foul Tongue Invocation, which often will just kill a Goblin token, but more importantly gain 4 life. And having that much massive life gain is a pretty big advantage.
We are underway in game number 2. Shota Yasuoka under the gun, 1-0 down after a really fast game 1. Mono Red will do that to you, and it's going to try and do it all over again, starting off with Foundry Street Denizen on turn 1. There is Dang's hand. He's got a Monastery Swift Spear, Zergo, Double Command, and Lightning Strike.
And Zergo is coming out to make the Foundry Street Denizen attack for 2, but you'll notice Dang did not play a land on turn 2. He kept a 1-land hand with all 3 drops.
And there goes the Drowning Sorrow.
Yeah, that is one of the biggest cards in this matchup post-board. And
pretty aptly named here.
Yeah. It is punishing Dang for missing his land drops.
First Swift
And now
Spear.
suddenly the Foul Tongue Invocation is looking great.
Yeah.
Past the turn from Yasuoka.
Dragon Lord Silmgar going to do probably his best work by just gaining 4 life. Eventually, I guess there's even an Icefall region to reveal. Eventually these dragons are going to come down, but revealing them ahead of time doesn't give up an advantage, but it does provide a much needed 4 life. Though actually in this case, maybe it's not even much needed. Martin has run out of cards he can cast, and he's still on 1 mana.
Did I mention this is why we played 3 out of 5?
There's the Icefall Regent. And a pretty difficult card to deal with anyway.
Yeah.
And for the red deck, constrained on mana, down, stuck on 2 lands, it's not going to be able to do anything. There's the Dragon Fodder.
Martin has enough mana to pay for the additional cost of targeting it, but not enough mana to actually pay for the spell.
Right. I can make the payments. I can't make the down payment.
Yeah. So Yasuoka already in huge command of this game. Dang speculated. Now, is the 1 land, is that something that you speculate on more, 1-0 up?
No, that should not. It should definitely not change it, given that you're up a game. It will that you're on the draw. So
sure.
In that sense, yes. But mostly that on the draw, a 1-land hand with 3 1-drops and a lot of 2-drops. The red deck just has to keep those hands.
Right, but so it wasn't about I've got 1 free win. I'd like a second. Let's roll the dice.
Interesting card. I just saw that it looks like Stratus Dancer came in.
Yeah, I like that.
Shouta as a creature that he can just trade with, and then possibly even get a chance to unmorph as a means of counter. Oh my gosh, he's going to take the Eidolon.
Ugh.
Eidolon now punishing Martin for every spell he casts, where Shadow's just casting 6 mana spells.
That's the possibilities of that card are just so great at the casual level, at just the funnest of all Magic's levels.
Shota may not go below 20 life this game. he gained 6 or 7 even off of all of his effects, but his life total currently is high enough that he may not actually dip to below starting.
When you first learn about Magic, this is what you expect it to be. Dragons versus goblins.
It's true. Yeah.
And as usual, you'd rather be on the side of the dragons here.
Although, the way this matchup is drawn up, you want to be on the side of the goblins most of the time. It's going to be 1-1 here in a little bit, we at least presume. But
so Stoke the Flames takes down the Eidolon.
In one of the great value plays of the top 8, I'll Stoke the Flames my own Eidolon of the Great Ripple.
Yeah.
And then concede.
So, I'm pretty sure we're due to have a final sometime soon in our feature match area between Martin Dang of Denmark and Shota Yasuoka of Japan. What is worth noting, by the way, and I know at least one of us in the booth is extraordinarily good at Magic, is every Pro Tour we get a lot of comments on social media sort of asking just, how much luck is involved in Magic, because there's always, what's on the top of the deck and what you're drawing and so on. But when you see 2 games like that, which are going on a player's record as, a loss for each of them, and then you realise that over hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games, the best players in the game are winning 2 out of every 3, despite every time that happens to them. It does just show what a vastly skillful game we play.
Yeah, and the flip side of that is also that for every time that you have to mulligan to 4 and lose almost automatically, your opponent does that too, and
sure.
And I think that helps balance it out as well.
Yeah.
So we're down to best 2 out of 3 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, traditional.
Best 2 out of 3, but all sideboarded.
All sideboarded. So a very fair fight. We do have all the sideboard information about how these guys sideboarded at this point. And Shota brought in 2 Stratus Dancers, a Bile Blight, 3 Drown in Sorrows. He did bring in the Negate, the Ultimate Price, and the Virulent Plague. So everything we thought. And he took out Dissolves, 1 Jace's Ingenuity, 1 Ugin,
2 Thoughtseize, and
2
all the
Thoughtseize.
Cruxes.
Yeah, no Cruxes. So you were right on that call. And then how did Dang sideboard?
He only took out 1 of the Wild Slashes, and he might also reboard. In a best of 5 game, you're often going to change how you sideboard. Like, for example, Wild Slash may not be the best value card, but it gets a lot better when your opponent has some Stratus Dancers flying around. A couple Hordling Outbursts. The Frenzied Goblin certainly wants to come out. A Dragon Fighter, kind of like minimizing the damage Virulent Plague does, because again, he knows about that card.
Sure.
And Drown in Sorrow does. And then putting in Eidolon's Goblin Heel Cutter and Hall of Triumph.
I'd like to ask you about Bile Blight, which is a card that obviously has tremendous use and utility, and just fantastic that the with the same name comes up so often. That's one of the reasons it's so powerful. But we noticed in the semi-finals where Adrian Sullivan against Martin Dang was in the position of having, if you like, the wrong minus in the sense that he had the sorcery speed Drown in Sorrow, and found that he was being dashed to pieces, as it were, by Dang. How important is the balance between Bile Blights to kill things and Drown in Sorrows to kill things? It feels to me like the instant speed of Bile Blight is really critical here.
And Bile Blight is also the card you could main deck because it's a 2-drop and it kills slightly larger range of things because it deals, well, it kills 3 toughness creatures instead of 2 toughness creatures.
Mm-hmm.
So that is why you see more Bile Blights in the main decks than the sideboards. And you need a mix too. You'd almost always against the red decks rather draw 1 and 1 than 2 of any given one. But if you had to draw 2, you'd rather them both be Bile Blights.
You can even kill up with Bile Blight because it's an instant, because it's -3/-3.
Yeah.
You could actually, in some situation where you're attacking your 4/4 into a large creature.
Or you're sticking your Icefall Regent in front of something huge.
Sure. Yeah. So there's a lot. It has a lot more flexibility than Drown in Sorrow.
So that is Bile Blight. Drown in Sorrow, a sorcery speed, -2/-2. You get to, there's lots of value to be had there for sure. Let's see as the players hopefully keep 7 apiece.
Martin Dang keeps and drops a Monastery Swift Spear right into play.
It's unfortunate that both players had only permanents that came into play tapped.
There you get a look at what Yasuoka is holding: a pair of Stratus Dancers, a Bile Blight, a Silumgar Scorn, and a Polluted Delta. And
you did say a Bile Blight.
What's that?
And you did say a Bile Blight.
I did say Bile Blight.
Which is very good news, potentially, because...
Oh, that was last game's hand, sorry. We're getting that updated for you.
So double Swift Spear.
And I think one of the reasons that Martin did keep Wild Slash in is to defend a Monastery Swift Spear against Drown in Sorrow. Because here we see Shota actually didn't have Bile Blight, that was from his last game, but does have Drown in Sorrow. And Drown in Sorrow is not going to be able to battle the Swift Spears if Martin has any kind of instant. And it turns out he's got Atarka's Command at the ready here. So it'll be interesting to see if he plays that main phase to deal the 2 extra damage, potentially 4 extra damage actually if you choose the +1/+1 mode, and then walks into a Drown in Sorrow. So it looks like he's just going to go aggressive here.
18 apiece, but again, remember, fundamentally, this is about Yasuoka's life total for the majority of the game until it becomes clear that he's going to win, and then Dang's total becomes largely irrelevant.
So dealing, 9 there?
If everything resolves according to plan, it deals 9. Shota does have Silumgar Scorn, but he does not currently have a dragon to reveal.
Drown in Sorrow. Go away.
Hoping to hit no Wild Slash. The Wild Slash would have been absolutely brutal there.
And now we're going to see a Goblin Rabblemaster tick Shota down to 8.
And that will protect from Foul Tongue Invocation, but Shota instantly kept his top card on top, and it was an Icefall Regent, which is going to come down in an extra turn. Rabblemaster is going to make a second token here.
He is under the gun, Shota Yasuoka. The players tied 1-1, and Dang off to the races with the Rabblemaster and team that is going to start to grow here this turn.
So I would imagine that Shoto does want to cast Foul Tongue because it essentially saves 4 life from the actual casting of it, 1 from the Goblin hits you, and 1 from the Rabmaster not getting pumped. So it's, saving 6 life is likely worth it. But even then, his next turn play of Icefall Regent doesn't necessarily answer Rabmaster straight up.
So he dashes in Zergo.
And Shota says, here we go. My package of dragon plus life gain plus sacrifice. But then in comes the team, and Yasuoka again deep in trouble.
You go to... yes. You take 6, you go to 6, 6, yes.
So take 6, go to 6.
And Zergo, unfortunately for Martin, not a Goblin, not playing for the right team there.
So there's the Icefall. There's the Rebel Master
So
not
now you have
going
to run
anywhere.
a Goblin into that every turn.
It will kill further Goblin tokens, but Martin still has the 1 left over there, and then he can play 2 haste creatures this turn. He can dash Zergo, play Swift Spear, and just attack with everything. And then even though Zergo then gets eaten, that puts Shoto to 3 life.
Oh. Dang's so close.
3, and he's going to get a 3rd Goblin this coming turn.
Shoto goes to 4, so he gets to go to 1 this turn. But Shoto keeps drawing Silumgar Scorns, which does mean that Dang can't play more cards, but Shoto needs to draw a good card this turn. He needs to draw a Bile Blight or a Drown in Sorrow. Or a Foul Tongue, that would also do it.
Here we go. What have we drawn? It was a swamp. Scooped them up, and blistering pace here in the final. We've played 3 games. We're barely underway. And Martin Dang of Denmark is within 1 game of a Pro Tour title and $40,000 US.
I think we could fit these 3 games within other games played in the Stop It.
That is certainly true.
Could certainly fit these 3 games in any number of games Shout has played down the stretch of day 2.
Well, he plays really, really quickly, which is one of the things that actually impresses me about him as well.
He plays quickly, but we have seen him go to time just playing in mirror matches. There were so many blue-black control decks yesterday down the stretch.
Well, why don't we take a look at Zergo Bellstriker, our legendary friend from Dragons of Tarkir.
Not seen in any of the blue-black control decks.
Has Shoto not stolen one of those?
He may have.
Sure, at some point that's happened. Very interesting to see that the dash ability really came to the fore for Martin Dang in the semi-finals, as we said. Basically, the last 4 turns of that match were 2 mana, dash Zergo, 2 mana, dash Zergo. And Louise, as a good guide for players who are looking at new sets and trying to work out what's good, it's often look at the top right-hand corner before you look at the bottom right-hand corner. Is a good sort of starting point sometimes.
Well, it's interesting is the greater the top right, the less likely that a vanilla creature, a creature without very many abilities, will be good. But 1 is priced to move. At 1, you can accept a lot.
In fact, you don't even have to have abilities. You can have drawbacks, like we see on Zergo Bellstriker. He can't block a creature with power 2 or greater.
The dash ability is a significant advantage.
That is true.
It does mean top deck Zergos not only have haste and start working right away, they dodge sorcery speed removal.
We saw it dodging a Drown in Sorrow. Zergo with buyback against Drown in Sorrow with sorcery speed.
Let's look at a card on the other side of the matchup. Here's Icefall Regent. And in this matchup, Louise, this was the 2nd most played dragon coming out of Dragons of Tarkir. On this occasion, that 3 in the bottom right-hand corner for toughness does feel like a very scary number if you're on the blue-black side of the table.
Yeah, this card would be absolutely disgusting if it had a 4 toughness.
Oh, my lord.
If it couldn't get killed by Lightning Strike or Draconic Roar or Bile Blight, that would be a completely different
you'd swap it, wouldn't you? You'd take a 3-4.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Every time here.
3-4 would be much stronger. That being said, this is still a very strong card. It still makes it so even though spells that are normally much cheaper than the Icefall, they have to start going up to the cost of Icefall or near it. Hero's Downfall costs as much as Icefall to kill Icefall. And that sort of mana inefficiency on your opponent's side does help justify the card. It means that one of the disadvantages of playing a 5-mana card is that your opponent can pay 2 to kill it. They can pay, at best, they're paying 4 mana to kill it. There's not very many 1-mana spells that kill it.
Brian David Marshall.
Yes, sir.
We may have 2 more games, but we may only have 1. We'll see. The players are back there looking at their hands. I do want to try and ask you a little bit about Shota and the Hall of Fame, but we'll see whether these two keep their 7s, because obviously we don't want to miss a thing. There's Shota deep in thought looking at an opening hand. We'll see if we can get a sense of... there's the overhead for you. See a dig. There's a Dragon Lord there. And he's sending it away.
It looked like a hand that had multiple cards that, could conceivably not be cast in a game of Magic versus Martin Dang.
Well, one of the peculiarities of the blue-black versus mono-red matchup, and this has been true as long as blue-black and mono-red have been decks in Magic, is that it's not an attrition battle. It's not who has more cards left at the end. It's can blue-black cast its spells and have them do things.
Right.
Shota could have a five-card hand with Drown in Sorrow and be very happy.
So while this mulligan is taking place, you see 1 Pro Tour top 8 before this weekend, so this is his second. I'm not going to ask you to make the case for him for the Hall of Fame, because that is not our job, quite clearly. But what is your sense of what people are saying out there in terms of what this changes for Shota?
So there are two types of people voting for the Hall of Fame when it comes to Shadow Yasuoka. The people who've already voted for him, and the people who've been looking for a reason to vote for him, who are distracted by that number 1 next to his name under Pro Tour top 8s. And I feel like, while 2 is still not the number you normally associate with someone getting inducted into the Pro Tour Hall of Fame, he's someone who's had so many top 16s and is such an important piece of the Japanese Magic community. I think that a lot of people are gonna look past that and look at some of the numbers that show how consistent and how remarkable his career has been.
We are going to see whether Shota Yasuoka can force a Game 5. He looks very land heavy. Is that 5 land ultimate price?
It is.
Wow.
That's a very keepable 6-card hand, but
sure.
This is one of the hands that can run out of spells. I mean,
yep.
Very clearly, you cast ultimate price on the first creature you see, if it's like a Swift Spears or a Go, and then you hope to draw more spells.
And then you just die to a Rabble Master that never gets answered.
That is one of the outcomes, and
or Hordling Outburst.
Yeah, on this occasion we don't have the Rabble Master yet for Dang, but he is underway with turn 1 Monastery Swiftspear. If he's going to win this Pro Tour this game, he is only a few minutes away. That is almost certain. Here's Eidolon of the Great Revel, ready to punish cheap spells from the other side of the table. As Yasuoka, don't worry, Martin, he hasn't got any spells to cast, apart from that 1 ultimate price.
Yeah.
Which he's going to use here.
Eidolon of the Great Revel is not as good when your opponent has just all lands in that hand.
Yes. Which is clearly a reason not to play it.
So Shota does have a decision here. He could just try and draw Drown in Sorrow. The problem with doing that is you do get punished if you do draw like another spot removal spell and you weren't able to use your mana.
And it looks like he's been taunted with the Virulent Plague there.
Not actually a terrible card to draw in this particular game, because Martin's hand has double Hordling Outburst and now it looks like a Rabble Master. Still, Shota can't be that happy about drawing it because he doesn't know all that.
1, 2, 3. Ow, says Martin. I take some points of damage off my own Eidolon.
So now he's gonna ultimate price
14 for Yasuoka.
Gets to untap and play the Plague.
This actually is not going that poorly for Shota. He gets to Plague away that. He gets to essentially Plague away one of the cards in Martin's hand. Martin does have still a couple spells left. He can still play Eidolon. He still has Lightning Strike. If he draws Green Mana, he's got a Tarka's Command. But his offense has been blunted, and Shota did draw Hero's Downfall that will kill Monastery Swiftspear if nothing else happens. Or at the very least, kill Eidolon of Great Revel if that's what comes out this turn.
And that is what comes down.
Yep. Yasuoka finds another land.
Yeah, this would have been the turn to draw Icefall Regent, play that, lock something down, and have a good board presence. Instead, it's Hero's Downfall your Eidolon, take 2, take 1 from Swift Spear, go to 10. Hope you don't have too many more spells.
Time running out. Martin Dang does not run out of spells. He's got Rabble Master, Command, Strike, Outburst sitting there in hand. So Shota reaches out with Hero's Downfall.
So at the very least getting pinged by Eidolon. At this point, I would expect to see a Lightning Strike potentially hit Shota's face. It's that or play Rabble Master. It depends on how much you care about Drown in Sorrow. Looks like Martin's going to not worry about too much about Drown in Sorrow, though he could also still pass the turn. I like playing Rabble Master, but I could see leaving up Lightning Strike to protect from Drown.
There's Hall of Triumph.
Right out of the sideboard. That could be a flavor win at one of the most flavorful Pro Tours we've seen.
It could. I actually don't love Hall of Triumph here. I think one of the ways you lose this game is both your creatures get dealt with, and so if you leave Hall on top and Shota does have Drown, that sets up one of your loss conditions. Instead, putting it on the bottom and hoping to draw either creatures or burn spells could put you in okay shape.
And that looks like that's what he did.
Yasuoka proactively makes a morph. Here's a clue: Stratus Dancer on the right of your screen.
Yeah, I think Martin's very well aware of that. So he's not going to play a Lightning Strike into that, though he could ensure he resolves both spells by playing one of Atarka's Command or Lightning Strike, then playing the other. But that actually kind of shuts down his offense. Monastery of Sispir can't attack unless you play a non-creature spell. Those are the spells that Stratus Dancer can in fact counter.
3 spells for Dang.
We finally found a use for this Hordling Outburst. Now, this actually is a good play here. It can push the Swift Spear past the morph. It's not often you see that, but I don't think you want to run one of your 2-mana spells into the flip ability on Stratus Dancer when you pay the Megamorph cost. It'll counter an instant sorcery, and so here clearly you're not going to counter the Hordling Outburst because it doesn't do anything, but it does make the Monastery of Sispir 2/3.
He attacks with the Rabble Master as well.
And Yasuoka now has to look very carefully at his 10 life and work out just how much of that he needs.
Well, he'd like to keep at least 9 of it. Yeah. So he's got basically 2 options. One is just take it, go to 6, and have Stratus Dancer to protect from burn spells. The other is to trade with Rabble Master. Go to 8. Yeah, I would prefer to do that, and then hope, because one of your outs is drawing one of your 5 or 6 mana dragons, in which case you won't have Dancer up. And it's only stopping a 3 damage spell anyway, so I'd rather just stop 2 damage right away.
2 damage that might recur next turn.
It's just land in hand, though, for Yasuoka.
So Martin has the Pro Tour win here if he goes in and casts both his spells. He's played pretty tightly so far. He's played conservatively. He's not, he sat on Become Immense against Adrian Sullivan for a number of turns. I could see him not running those out.
It's so hard not to be in a rush, though, when there's $40,000 and a title on the line.
Yeah, and your opponent has 1 card in hand.
Yeah, but it's not your opponent. It's Shota Yasuoka.
The good thing is, by casting those spells, he doesn't lose much either way. He's not losing much equity. Either Shota has a removal spell and kills your Swift Spear, and then he's at 2 versus you're no hand, or the burn spells get countered and the Swift Spear still attacks for extra damage.
Let's see if this is the final turn of the Pro Tour. Lightning Strike. Okay. Show you the command, and Martin Dang wins Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. It was as Atarka commanded, and that is your Danish Pro Tour champion. And is he ever thrilled? Here in his 11th Pro Tour, he takes down the valiant, the awesome Shota Yasuoka in 4 games, and Martin Dang brings it home to Denmark here in Europe. Fantastic job by his opponent again, but Martin Dang, your champion.
Put another Denmark in the record books.
Fantastic achievement, and Luis just so patient throughout there. Right from that seems to be the theme of the whole day from him, with what was easily the fastest deck in the building.
Yeah, just because you're playing mono red does not mean you have to be in a rush to get out all your spells, and sometimes this deck does reward dash for 2, sit on my burn spells.
Yep. BDM, your sense of the accomplishment of Martin Dang.
Well, coming into this top 8, everyone was talking about blue-black control versus red-green. That was, 6 of the 8 decks in the top 8. There was an Obzon deck that nobody was paying any attention to, and there was this mono-red deck.
Got about 6 minutes of screen time.
And there was this mono-red deck. And, it really has just shown that, how the metagame shifts. We see people going to these blue-black control decks to deal with these red-green decks, and then this aggro red deck is able to slide in under the bottom here.
All right. Plenty of analysis still to come here at the home of Magic the Gathering. For now, though, from Louis Scott Vargas, Brian David Marshall, Rich Hagan saying farewell from the booth, it's back to the news desk. Here comes Marshall Sutcliffe and the team.
Thank you, Rich. Wow, what a great finish to the tournament. Guys, I'm eager to get initial impressions. Martin Dang taking this thing down with Mono Red.
Yeah, Dane Blast 2.
Yeah. It's a big push, right?
He blasted Shota, that's for sure. Yeah, what's interesting to me, the finals of this Pro Tour came down to like dragons against dragon fodder. I don't know if the flavor works out quite right with the dragon fodder winning, but...
no, that's not how the flavor pans out, but
I mean,
you root for the underdog sometimes.
I mean, from a deck construction point of view, though, Martin Dang just had the right deck, right? He was able to just plow through all the control decks that wound up rising to the top of the Swiss and making it into the top 8, and yeah, great player, great deck, and congratulations to the Pro Tour champ.
You know, this deck never really looked like it. Like I've watched this deck quite a few times in the hands of Martin Dang. Remember, he was in the King of the Hill match for a long time throughout the course of the weekend here, and I gotta say the thing just keeps chugging. You know, I've seen aggro decks that seem to really just peter out, and you're kind of like, yeah, you're never winning this game. It happened a little bit to Martin, but not as often as I normally see. What are the tools he brought that stood out to you, Ian?
Yeah, I think the token-based strategy was really key here. What we saw from the blue-black decks is they really like to just keep trading one for one, Hero's Downfall, Silence the Believers, and so on. But Dang's deck able to go wide early in the game. It not only keeps him one step ahead of his opponent, but it makes it so hard to come back with one-for-one removal.
Yeah, huge congratulations to our champion, Martin Dang. He is elated. You saw the fists go up.
Really happy for him. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, now one thing we got to wrap up here, gentlemen, before we continue our analysis. The dragon counter. We need a final dragon count. How far did we get here? Let's light the flames under the dragon counter one last time here and see how many we had. You know, we crossed the 100 threshold a while ago. Let's light it up here. You see Kolagon leading the way. 114 is our final tally.
Crazy.
I have to say I would have taken the under on that before the weekend came in, but Dragons of Tarkir absolutely ruling the roost here. Let's take another look also at our top 8 bracket. I'm going to sort of set the stage for our champion, Martin Dang. He came in the 3rd seed from Denmark, and you can see how things played out over the course of the top 8 here, culminating with the victory for Martin Dang from Denmark. Andre Strosky made it into the semifinals here in his 2nd Pro Tour top 8, and that set the stage for Martin Dang versus Shota Yasoka.
I mean, look at the path Dang had through, right? Obzon control, blue-black control, blue-black control.
Not bad.
Really quite an international top 8 here, I want to point out as well. You know, we've got players from the United States, from Japan, from all over Europe. Just really showcases the worldwide aspect. Yeah, New Zealand as well. Showcases the worldwide aspect of Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point as well. You know, looking at that route, Ian, one of the things that you told me before the top 8 actually started was you said, look, I think if Martin Dang can get past this quarterfinal hurdle, that it looks pretty clear to the finish line for him. It ended up playing out that way too.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Obzon deck was one of his big obstacles there. As it turned out, the Obzon deck wasn't playing Sylvan Carrington and a couple of the other low drops, which allowed Martin Dang to kind of sneak underneath and get a quick win there. And then the blue-black control decks rose to the top. And as we've seen time and again, these super aggressive mono-red decks are really well suited for taking down the blue-black control decks with a strong late game.
So, Ian, you work in R&D at Wizards of the Coast. Randy, you had a long stint there as well. I want to dust off your R&D brain because I know his has been going the whole time. Maybe yours never stops. I don't know. What do you take away from Standard for this tournament? You know, blue-black control, mono-red were our finalists, but those weren't the only 2 decks here. What did you see from a big picture perspective?
Big picture, I saw the latest set shook things up dramatically. Huge. I mean, the stark change from where we were a month ago. Yeah, okay, Obzon's still a thing. You know, one Obzon deck almost glimpsed into the top 8, sort of last month's deck. There was just a shocking number of new decks and new cards. Definitely something I think R&D can feel proud of.
Did you expect to see this many cards from Dragons of Tarkir based on your experience from R&D, and how do you feel about it now that they're here?
I mean, we're always hopeful that the new set will impact the tournament environment, shake things up a lot. I think we're pleasantly surprised with how large of an impact Dragons of Tarkir had. But, we'll see how things play out going forward. We saw blue-black control and mono-red as two of the top decks here. We'll see as the metagame shifts and players react to this, maybe they start playing more defensive cards against the red decks. We'll see how things shift around, and I'm eager to see how Standard plays out in the next couple months.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what the tools that you could use to do that are. I think that the biggest thing that comes to mind is we had 3-color decks coming out of cons, right? And when you release a primarily two-color set, it's hard to make those cards compete toe-to-toe with, and we have mana bases, by the way, to support the 3-color decks. I mean, the power level's just higher of those cards. You look at Siege Rhino as kind of the headliner, but it trickles down pretty far. What kind of tools did you guys use in R&D to try to elevate the 2 and even monocolor cards?
Well, talking about how to make the dragons hit in Constructed was really challenging. I mean, there's only so much room in Standard for 5 and 6 mana creatures. One of the insights we had, and one of the things that worked out really well, was the dragon reveal cycle, so that we can put some of the power into these other spells that combine well with the dragons, rather than just making the dragons absurdly powerful on their own. The dragons are quite powerful, don't get me wrong, but it's really the package of the two coming together that gives you new options for your decks.
Is it pretty cool for you to see that come together at the highest level here?
Oh, it's really cool. Love it.
Yeah. What about for you, Randy? What's the 2-color combo that you have your eye on for any FNMs that you plan on battling anytime soon?
I mean, I get to play with Counterspell again?
It seems like
I haven't really gotten to play with
Counterspell with upside, because you get to show them the awesome dragon and they beat them with.
Nice.
So you're excited to play with Counterspell again?
I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like the card, absolutely.
Yeah, does it make you a little nervous, though, that our champion, Martin Dang, didn't bother with such things?
Look, you can't have the Counterspell deck be the only good deck. No. I mean, I think that tension is actually where Standard's at right now. I mean, I think that if you like playing with counterspells, you've got a really cool deck, and you get to play with dragons now, too. It's sort of better than the counterspell decks from, 10, 15 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. Sorry.
Yeah.
You also, you've got the aggro decks, and you've got these mid-range decks that are cool, too. I mean, the Red-Green Dragons deck is a very real deck that does a lot of very cool things as well. So that tension makes the Standard, I think, particularly interesting.
All right, so we're ready now for the awards ceremony. Let's send it over to Richard Hagan.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the awards ceremony for Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir. We begin by welcoming to the stage your finalist, winning $20,000 from Japan, Shota Yasuoka.
Great job. Just you. Well done. Well done.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Pro Tour Dragons of Tarkir, winning $40,000 from Denmark, Martin Dang. Martin, congratulations. Let me ask you, when did you first think that you could win this Pro Tour?
With all these good players, it's kind of hard to know when you're going to win the Pro Tour, because they will always have a big chance. But when I saw the top 8 and the decks they were playing, I had a good feeling.
Well, that good feeling has certainly come true. The next question for you, Denmark, World Magic Cup champions, individual Pro Tour champion now. What's next for Danish Magic?
The sky is the limit for Danish Magic at the moment. That's how I feel.
It certainly is. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion of Pro Tour DTK, it is Martin Dang of Denmark. That concludes the awards ceremony, and now we hand you back to the news desk and Marshall Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Rich. Wow. Big applause, and you can see the whole team from Denmark there behind Martin Dang cheering him on. And, that's one of the things. We're actually going to get Martin here at the desk for a few words. I know we both have some questions for him, but, what does it take to make a group of, like a country like this really come together. You know, a Pro Tour champion can really spearhead that thing. They're also, of course, the World Magic Cup champion.
And not just Denmark behind him. I saw Hall of Famer Nico Herzog behind him too. He's got a couple of Pro Tour wins under his belt as well. I mean, the whole sort of Scandinavian region, I think, pulls together a lot.
Yeah.
It definitely can catalyze a community when you get that one big result. And I mean, I think, and now really two big results for that community. It definitely, the way to get better at Magic is to find people that are better than you and just wind up sort of pulling each other up.
Right.
So getting that first big result, getting that first player or two who's really playing at the top of the game can absolutely catalyze an entire community.
Yeah, you know what I think we see a lot from scenarios like this as well is, you know, Martin, our champion, he's going to be platinum now, right? He just gets queued for the next Pro Tour. And what that means is he's freed up now to focus 100% on Magic.
Yes.
He's going to get better, and then he can start pulling everybody else up. You know, you have that anchor, right, of the person who plays in all the Pro Tours and the person who really can dedicate all their time to getting better, and all of a sudden everybody can start following.
And don't forget Martin Muller. They're now, I believe, 5 players who qualified for the World Championships. 2 of them are from Denmark.
Yes.
Qualified for the World Championships already.
Very impressive for that country, so congratulations to them. And go ahead.
Well, I think it's also a Magic Online success story. Okay. I mean, this is a guy who has played a lot of Magic Online, qualified for the Magic Online Championships that's coming up next month. And it's really interesting when you think about Magic Online. You look at the, you know, sometimes you look at the, you know, the top 8s and who wins those monthly championships for the mock series, and, you know, the names aren't necessarily the most familiar. Oh, and then a couple months later, one of them wins the Pro Tour. And then a couple months after that, another one of them wins the Pro Tour. I mean, you can definitely tell that is a place where people can find the players who are better than them and play until they figure out why they're losing and then stop losing.
Of course, also we have to extend congratulations to Shota Yasuoka from Japan for his fantastic finish in second place here. He's going to have to settle for not his second. It's his second Pro Tour top 8. He gets that no matter what. He almost picked up his second Pro Tour championship, but he's going to have to settle for second, but still a stellar finish for Shota. So congratulations to him as well. I think that, you know, when we did the announcement for the top 8, everybody's loud, right? Like you get your name, people are cheering and stuff, but everybody cheered for Shota. Everybody. Like all the groups lit up, you know, around Shota Yasuoka. He just has a fan following, and it was really fun to watch him play in the finals as well.
Yeah, I think people just felt great for him. I mean, having had so many top 16s and just kind of come up a little short of the top 8, people were really happy to see him there. Just, you know, not just the people he was testing with, the people he was hanging out with, but everyone in the room. I mean, it was an ovation.
Yes, that is it. It felt like it. Also, you know, I think with Shota, it feels overdue. Like it's like, hey,
absolutely,
he should be here more often. And when he gets there, it's like, good. That's how it should be. You know, it feels like the universe evened out a little bit yesterday and got Shota in there. But he wasn't quite able to finish off Martin Dang. He is our champion. We're going to be bringing him in here momentarily for a few words. In fact, I see him with a big check and a trophy coming in now, and we're going to get a few words with our Pro Tour champion right now. Why don't we bring him in? Here comes my big check and a trophy in hand. Congratulations, Martin Dang. You are our champion.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great work. Why don't you hold up your check for everybody there? I see you got your name on it, $40,000. You're platinum. You're going to play.
This is a pretty good prize, yes.
This is a good day.
Yes, I'm very happy with this.
So why don't you talk us through that last stretch against Shota Yasuoka? What was going through your mind?
Oh, it was a lot of things, actually. Yeah, I felt like I had a really good draw against him. I always had more gas in my hand, so I felt pretty confident throughout the whole last game. And I also think it's a really good matchup for me, even after sideboard.
Even after sideboard?
Yes, some people disagree with that, but doing my testing and with my group, and we always won. Like pre-board, for sure, afterboard, almost for sure as well.
Now, talk to us about the deck that you brought in. How did you wind up deciding on the red aggro deck?
Yeah, it was one from our group. I actually first met him for the first time at this Pro Tour. His name is Emmanuel Gertchington. He wrote the deck list on our Facebook group, and I was playing it like a lot back home, and I felt like this is like a great deck. It has like 50% against most decks, and if it needs control, it will just win. So that's why if you have 50% against most of the field and win against some like buys like that, why not play it? I think it's a really aggressive and good deck.
So what went through your mind, sorry Randy, after you won your quarterfinal match and you knew that you were going to be playing against another control deck and maybe even another one in the finals if things broke well, what was going through your head there?
I really thought that my quarter matchup would be like kind of hard. So I was really happy when I won that one because we looked at the standings and how the top 8 will play out, and we knew that I would probably play a control deck in the semis and in the finals. So I was like really happy after I won the quarterfinals. Even though the other semifinals, the green deck was almost winning, so I was kind of nervous actually. But
that matchup is actually actively bad for you, right?
And it's really bad for us. We never really tested that deck. It was kind of surprising for us that someone would play that. But I'm very happy that that didn't came.
Now, what about Magic in Denmark? What's it like there? Is there a solid team? How big of a part of it are you? How does that all play out?
Yeah, well, there ain't that many Magic players in Denmark. I work for a Magic shop, so I get to play twice a week, and so in that way we have a very good local community, and we have a lot of upcoming players. And so like that, I think the Danish Magic is going forward.
Well, you were one of the up-and-coming players, but now you're just one of the players. You finally got there.
Yeah, I'm very glad that happened.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there any truth, Martin, you've got a flight at 7 p.m.?
I have a flight at 7 p.m.
Is that why you chose such a fast guy?
I did not expect to be here at this point. Truth be told, I did not expect the final.
But you chose the right deck for it to make sure that you can get out.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes.
Okay, Martin, congratulations. You're our champion.
Thank you very much.
Brussels. And we'll be seeing you around a lot at the Pro Tour.
I hope so.
For the next few years, hopefully.
I hope so.
Congratulations.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you can stay here with us for just a moment, and your trophy that gets to stay here too. We like to be close to that. But it has come time for us to end the show here from Brussels. It has been an awesome dragon-filled weekend. 114 we ended up seeing play with a great champion, Martin Dang from Denmark. Thank you so much for joining us. We love having you along, and it is our pleasure to pass along all of these great matches and cards for you, for Randy Buehler, for everybody else here on the coverage team. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe saying we'll see you next time.